the things that I'm not, where it seems that I'm caught. Every time you remind me, you're right. Take away my pride, to burn it to the ground, so we can start again. My crimes are left here to remind, to burn it to the ground, so we can start again. So burn it to the ground.
We're here, ladies and gentlemen. It is the final round of the 2022 NFL draft. The final day, sorry, not quite final round just yet. My hair, I think, speaks volumes. It has taken a toll. It has been emotional. It has been draining in all the best ways. The Philadelphia Eagles have hit a home run 2 days in a row. They have, well, this analogy now makes no sense, but they've got runners on first and second. They're about to load up the third. Can they bring it home? I'm sure as Nick will love that analogy after the Mets no-hitter last night. But it has been sensational from an Eagles perspective so far. Myself, Liam Jenkins, Nick Farrier will have some fun guests on a little bit later on, hopefully, to bring you through all of the action this afternoon. Nick, how are you feeling after an eventful couple of days?
I gotta tell you, I really liked last year's the 2021 draft that the Eagles had. I really liked last year's draft. Devontae Smith, Landon Dickerson. You obviously had Milton Williams. I really felt that it was a strong class, and it really showed out last season as well. Devontae Smith was in the running for Rookie of the Year. Landon Dickerson was such a huge part of that offense, and you also saw a lot of pretty good play from Williams as well. This year, on paper, that this is an even stronger class than last season, because not only do you have a living tank in Davis, not only do you have Kelsey's air replacement in Juergens, but in the third round, you get a guy that was quoted as having injury concerns. And people were saying, he's not going to play this year. He's going to need surgery. And he was cleared by doctors yesterday. They had a press conference. He said, nope, there's no injury problem. I'll be ready for minicamp. I'm going to play on opening day. So to get a top 20 player in the third round, on top of a top 10 player with the 13th overall selection, this has been a home run for a draft for Philadelphia. I think this is the strongest draft they've had in at least a decade. It's been a fantastic draft for Philadelphia. Liam, I can't hear you, buddy. You okay?
Oh, I muted it. I hit the button on the microphone. Right, my bad. I was trying to fix it and I broke it. That's my bad. This should be working now. My apologies. Yeah, this is for me, I think, like Nick said, been one of the most exciting drafts, mainly because it compounds the work they did last year as well. Like, they really set a tone. I think Kentley Platt put on the other day, this morning, a tweet saying that through the opening 2 days, the Eagles have the highest average relative athletic score of any team with 9.97, which should come as a shock to absolutely no one, because this is what they're doing. They're going after freak athletes with high IQs, high character guys that can develop under these coaches. I think Nakobe Dean, I don't know exactly why he fell that far. Like, we can talk about the injuries. I would like to say it's almost a bit shit house and maybe wanted to come play with Jordan Davis. And I said last night that if anyone knows the extent of those injuries, it's Jordan Davis, his teammate from, the national championship winning team last year. So you've got to look at that and think, Davis is on the Eagles. You sure he's going to have a word in how he's here and say, hey, look, this guy is healthy. I promise you, I'm talking to him, whatever. Either way, to get a talent like that in the third round, this is what I would equate to like the DK level pick. This is the pick where the world has passed on him for a couple rounds. No one's really sure why. Everyone's confused. And in 2-3 years time, it will be the biggest, this guy fell to the third round. Why? Like, what the hell are we doing? It is the Tyrese Maxey of the NFL draft, I think, this year. It's just a remarkable thing to get a player that talented, he's so rangy as a middle linebacker. Like, I can't tell you the last time I saw an Eagles linebacker be able to go sideline to sideline and be good. I mean, Davion Taylor can do it. I wouldn't say he has the talent to do that consistently and make the tackles and make the right calls. Dean is such a strong leader on that defense. And it's like, if I'm honest, I didn't watch a ton of tape because I didn't assume the Eagles would draft a linebacker in the first round. But when you're watching the rest of that defensive line, guys like Jordan Davis, guys like Wyatt, obviously, and the myriad of players on that Georgia line, you can see the impact that Nakobe Dean has in the way that he's getting to the line of scrimmage. He's calling out plays, that he's helping his guys. And he reminds me very much in this sort of pick of a Jordan Hicks, someone that comes out of college, injury concerns, esteemed talent. This is brilliant. I think this is really going to be a strong pick for the Eagles. How are you guys feeling in the chat? Ollie says, sort that fucking trim out. You're not, mate. I went to bed at 8 in the morning this morning. So I'm not ready for this. But it's day 3. I'm allowed a day to look a little bit, not great. Nick's still looking fine. Nick still looks like $1 million, so he can carry the weight for me today. But 34 of you in this, so welcome. The draft is officially underway. I guess we'll dive right into it and just say, what are we thinking for the Eagles this afternoon? Like, what is it that we would like this team to do? Because there are a few different directions to go. Obviously, safety hasn't been addressed yet. Edge is still arguably a position of need. Corner, arguably a position of need. Where do you see this team going?
So on day 1, outside of my alter ego, Bucky Filippelli here that I have on one side, the other side I have a list of needs for the Philadelphia Eagles. I had 5 main ones: corner, wide receiver, safety, linebacker, and defensive line. They have hit on 3 of those selections already. We talk about Jordan Davis. We talk about Nakobe Dean. We talk about A.J. Brown. All of those guys have been set. So I think in reality, when you get to this point in round 4, 5, 6, and 7, you're talking about overall value, the best available players, and even some of those projects. Because some of those projects have worked out for the Philadelphia Eagles. I mean, just recent history, and obviously this is kind of a flash in the pan. But Jordan Mailata was a 7th round pick. I'm not going to be expecting a Jordan Mailata type of player for the Philadelphia Eagles where he comes in, he learns for a couple years, and then he becomes an all-pro right away. I mean, that's never going to happen in terms of the overall, we're going to get lightning in a bottle twice. I don't expect that. But there are a few players that I think that could interest the Philadelphia Eagles, and there are a couple of trades that I'm going to be talking about for the next few hours where the Eagles have plenty of depth along the offensive line, and they have plenty of receivers that are going to be on the trade block, whether it be Rager or Arcega-Whiteside. I could, in theory, see the team get back into round 4 with a trade for Andre Dillard, with a trade for Isaac Seumalo. And you might be surprised that I say Seumalo, but with the fact that now you have Juergens as a selection and he can sit behind Jason Kelsey for a full year, where is Seumalo going to play? Where do you want Seumalo to play? I wouldn't want to move Landon Dickerson from left guard. That's why I think this Juergens pick makes as much sense as possible, because you can allow Dickerson to be the absolute just train that he was last season and continue to work with Mailata on the left side and compose a really strong and really young combo on that left-hand side. So you put Juergens at center. You have Driscoll as a backup tackle. You could potentially have all these other guys. We talk about Herbig and how good a year he had and how he was touch and go at times last year. But at the same point, Seumalo isn't really necessary for this team anymore. And he has started. He does have some injury concerns, only 15 games the last 2 years. But if I'm Philadelphia, the 2 names that I'm looking to trade for today are Isaac Seumalo and Andre Dillard. If you can get if you can get back into this 4th round and take the combo of Kobe Bryant and Woolen, I think that's a win, and it continues the A draft of the Eagles at that.
Yeah, very good point. So Ralph says need to address corner, safety, defensive end, tight end, and offensive line with the remaining picks and undrafted free agents. Davidson says, is a 4th in draft capital worth the depth at tackle this year? 5th year or not, backups are important to Howie. Yeah, it's a tricky one. And I mean, I think if it's already clear that they're not going to pick up the 5th year option on him, like they might just want to ride this one out and say, well, we'll just milk the extra year instead of, sending him on his merry way. Seumalo, I think, will get the big V treatment. I can see Seumalo next year just being allowed to walk, get the big money contract because he's been really solid for this team. I think the offensive line of the future, genuinely, if we fast forward a couple of years, You're going to need a right tackle to go in behind Lane. I think Lane, his injuries are starting to rack up a little bit. He's getting a bit older. And I feel like each of the past 3 years has been Lane Johnson being angry that he's not been named to a Pro Bowl, the rest of the world agreeing, and then you look and go, oh, well, he's only played 8 games. Yes, those 8 games are brilliant, but he's missing a lot of time now. So realistically, I think you're going to have Mailata. I think Dickerson at left guard is the great shout. Jurgens at centre to take on from Kelsey. Nate Herbig at right guard, and eventually a developmental tackle on that right side. They may still see Andre Dillard as being that guy, and that's the only reason where trading him, I think, goes against it, where he's serviceable as a starter at the moment. They've still got a year on him to find out. It's going to be on a rookie deal. They do have a 5th-year luxury if they want it. There's no need to part ways with a talent that was a first-round guy. If anyone can fix him, it's Jeff Stoutland. If anyone can get him up to a point, it is Jeff Stoutland. So, I don't know. I mean, if he goes, he goes. I'm not really asked either way. Like, if they get returns for it, fantastic. If not, they've got a valuable backup. So, I think the main players that we need to look at are Arthega-Whiteside. No one's getting anything for. No. I don't know what you would give up for Jalen Reagor at this point. He's going to have, 2 years and an option left on his deal. Yeah. I would probably go 5th round pick. That's sexy. Like, there's not too much there to entice people. So, yeah, it's going to be intriguing. I can see the Eagles today, though, honestly looking... I mean, they've got 2 picks left. I said last night I could imagine tight end being a pick. It wasn't. I can see that being it today. It wasn't Trey McBride in the end. I could see Isaiah Likely if he's around, just because we can say, oh, well, they've got Dallas Goedert, and that's fine, but there is no viable backup behind him outside of Tyree Jackson. And even when they drafted Dallas Goedert, it was, but we've got Zach Ertz, and Zach Ertz had just got a big money contract, and he was ascending. That's what the Eagles do at that position, and the fact that straight away, Cade Otton from Washington is off the board, to Tampa Bay, it may just, perk a few ears. If there is an early run at the position, the Eagles are around down. That's a move that I wouldn't be mad at. Like, if they can get themselves a serviceable backup tight end for a few years. I would love Matt Ariatza. I think Punt God would be the perfect... If they like athletic freaks, this is someone that literally can kick a football like 8,000 yards a game. The guy is just an absolute monster, so that'll be fun. I do want corners. I'm sold still on Tariq Woolen if he's somehow there in the 5th. But at the end of the day, this team does have some developmental talent, and they traded for 2 corners last year. It cannot be overlooked. There is a reason Howie went out and traded for 2 23-year-old corners in their rookie contracts, both with high athletic upside. So as much as I want a corner, the fact that they didn't take Booth, the fact that they didn't, get an aggressive move up to take one of the big names in the 1st round, I think that kind of says all we need to know. But yeah, with 2 picks left, if it was me, I'm probably looking tight end and punter. Safety hasn't been addressed. Tyrann Mathieu is, I'm assuming, going to be priority number 1 coming out of this draft. And we'll go from there. But if they can get Mathieu, realistically, they can afford to go long on a tight end and a punter, I would say.
If they get Mathieu this offseason, it's a check plus, A+, however you want to look at it, because you literally trade a good player in Rodney McLeod to a future Hall of Fame type player in Tyrann Mathieu. I don't think it's fair, really. You take a look at that in terms of the upgrade. But just want to bring out, you mentioned Cade Otton get drafted by the Buccaneers. The 107th overall pick is running back Dameon Pierce. This is a name that I was actually thinking of, and I wasn't surprised in my mock draft. I had James Cook for Philadelphia in round 3. Obviously, that did not happen. He went to Buffalo with a great pick. Isaiah Spiller is still on the board.
Yeah.
He has not been drafted. And if he were to fall to the 5th round of Philadelphia, you have a player like Spiller with Miles Sanders, and obviously in a contract year, there's going to be a lot of questions with Sanders. What's going to happen with him? What's going to happen with the future of the running back group? But you pair him with Isaiah Spiller, and you've got a fantastic 1-2 combo and a healthy 1-2 combo. Unlike when you talk about, with the power back. I can't believe I'm blanking on his name. The power. Jordan Howard. Thank you. My goodness, it's early in the day. But you talk about Jordan Howard. But you talk about Jordan Howard, and you're going to get him for 5 games. He's going to be really good in those 5 games. But the style that he plays with is going to get him hurt. That's how power backs are, and he's not big enough to be like a Jerome Bettis type player where he can compound those hits and continue to keep pushing forward. I don't think Jordan Howard is going to be worth it. And if you can get Isaiah Spiller in round 5, maybe the punter in round 7, I think that's still a great draft. I have doubts that Spiller falls to the 5th round because he's one of the best available players left on the board. But that would be a fantastic move and something you can definitely keep an eye on. One other part of the breaking news, Browns are selecting Perion Winfrey, the defensive tackle. So he's gone early in round 4. I did want to bring up one point, though, Liam, that you were mentioning in terms of Andre Dillard, because I disagree on one main point. Yes, Dillard is a serviceable and could start on most other teams, but he's only able to play one position. Yeah. The question then goes down to saying, would you rather have Mailata be out of position because he can be average at right tackle and move Dillard and be okay at left tackle, or would you rather have an all-pro left tackle, trade Dillard, move Driscoll over to right tackle because Driscoll does have that experience, and he wasn't bad at right tackle when he was playing it behind Lane Johnson. And instead of saying, oh, well, we need Dillard because Dillard can play left tackle and we can move Mailata to right, I would rather have my best 5 out there. And my best 5 constitutes Jordan Mailata playing left tackle at all times.
Yeah, I agree. I also just saw a chat there from Matt McPherson. So, Liam, have you purchased a coffee table yet? I do have a coffee table. I do. A little white one from IKEA. The shelf doesn't work properly underneath it, so you can't put anything on that. But the table itself is fine. Yeah, I think I just did a big IKEA shop when I moved out. So I couldn't go shopping anywhere because I had COVID, so I just ordered a massive haul from IKEA. And yeah, I don't know. I think I've got a wardrobe I'm yet to build because I got too angry building a chest of drawers, so I don't even want to touch the wardrobe. It's been sat there in a box or like a series of boxes for like 2 weeks now. But yes, I do have a little coffee table. It's lovely. And I also, here we are, I drunkenly stole a plant to a friend when I was some wedding drinks the other day. And there was a little plant on the table. I don't remember doing it, but I woke up the next morning, went to put my coat on, and there was this massive like bang on it. I was like, what was that? And there's this little plant just in my like coat pocket. So I've started watering it, and it's blossomed so quickly. And I was like, this is mad. And I think it's like the plant was unhappy in a restaurant. It's a bit anxious, like loads of people running around shouting. So I pulled it away, and now it's just blooming. And I'm scared I'm going to go home, and it's going to be like room to room and ceiling to ceiling. But it's, yeah, there you go. It's an analogy for Nick Sirianni, right? He always says to water the plants and to fertilise everything. So took a leaf out of his bit, quite literally. And here we are. Also, 20 likes on the stream already. We've only had a few picks into the drive. We can have a record-setting day. If we can get better each day, I'm sure that's going to go down very, very, very well. And again, we can't reveal too much just yet, but we are essentially using these streams as a base to then take to hopefully do some fun live events in the future where you can all come down to a bar, get some drinks, have a live show essentially with all the PSN guys in, and a few cuddles and little soppy moments as well. So if you're about that, if you like what we do, leaving a like on the stream massively helps because we can then take this and say, hey, here's what we can do. That's definitely our aim with this, and we want to come out there and get to tailgates, put some events on. I don't know what I would do. Maybe like buy some slip and slides at a bar or something. You know, get some air hockey going on. Have a golf tournament. All these definitely fun things that apart from the golf tournament we could do. So it'll be fun. But yeah, your support means a lot. A happy draft weekend to all of you. 40 of you in this stream on day 3. I think day 3 is the most fun. It normally is. The Eagles only have 2 picks though, so that is the only downside here. That they're going to be waiting a little while unless they make a move, which is Isaiah likely, if you pardon the pun. I think it could be a little bit likely. They could move up. Other players that may be on the trade block here in Philadelphia, are there any others that you wouldn't mind moving at this point?
I really quick before I answer that question, Kobe Bryant just went to Seattle at 109. So one of the top available corners are now gone. And now it's pretty much Woolen or bust if we're looking at a corner at this point. But off of that in your question, put it this way. If I could take Jalen Reagor and J.J. Arcega-Whiteside, put them on a bus, slap the bus, and send them around to a godforsaken expansion team, put them in Mexico, put them in Canada, send them off to Siberia, I would be the one to do it. I am perfectly okay with being the one to sit there and say, guys, get the hell out of Philadelphia. Because Reagor has been a disaster. It's been an absolute unmitigated disaster in any way you look at it. He can't really get off the press. And when I say can't really, he can't get off the press. The speed that we saw in college is not there. He's not even, I would say, the top 7 fastest players on the Philadelphia Eagles right now, and that's his own team. And this team, while getting faster, is not one of the fastest in professional football right now. And then you have J.J. Arcega-Whiteside, whose career high is 11 catches for a season, and he was drafted in round 2. So if I could ship those two to Siberia, I would.
Yeah, I don't blame you. Looking at the rosters, I'm looking at contracts that expire next year kind of exclusively. Is it's like just cash in while you can. Fletcher Cox, there was talk last year during the trade block, during the draft, during up to the deadline. He's always mentioned he's a player that I think Howie seems to be working very closely with, where if there is a solution to move him on, they do it together and they find a team that he wants to go to. That does seem to be the motive as a mark of respect. So I don't know whether Cox will be moved today. I think what will be helping the Eagles in that regard, if they are looking to move on, is the fact that they have just got Jordan Davis, which may, I wouldn't say make him expendable up front, but realistically, could you run Davis and Hargrave for a year? Would it help Davis to get in there? I mean, probably, yeah. I also think that on the flip side of that, if Davis does have this reputation of being a 2-down defensive tackle, which I don't think is true, having him on a second pairing allows him to organically grow out of that, sort of stigma. But I could see Cox being moved. The only downside is obviously the salary. It's like a $17 million cap here, which isn't ideal. Outside of that, Brandon Graham I don't think will be moved. Hargrave, again, is in the exact same boat. People are seeming to forget this, which is why I think that move for Jordan Davis was so important, because you've got your current 2 top defensive tackles expiring at the end of next year. So would not surprise me in the slightest to see them move. Outside of that, potentially Miles Sanders. I've been on that boat for a while in the way that, I don't think he's done anything. He just hasn't developed. He's got the exact same flaws he had when he came out of college, which is ball security, a lack of judgment and assertion hitting the hole. He just wants to bounce everything outside. He's not a decisive runner, but when he's on, he will literally fly out and get you, an 80-yard run, and that seems to save all his bad games. So if you could move on from Miles Sanders and you could get an Isaiah Spiller, I'd be okay with that. We know Howie doesn't want to pay running backs anyway. He hasn't since 2015 with DeMarco Murray's big contract. So I could see Sanders being moved on from that point. J-Jaw, yeah, I mean, you tell you can get, wouldn't you? Gardner Minshew is a name, especially now the quarterbacks are off the board, if teams are looking for a viable backup. Interestingly as well, I do want to bring this up. I've totally forgot a couple of names when looking at safety. I mean, we're now on day 3 of the draft. The names you're getting here, are they going to be realistically more able to provide something than Kayvon Wallace or Jacoby Stevens? It's debatable, and they're already on the roster. You've got Epps and you've got Anthony Harris for a year. Like, yes, you need more longer-term plans, but you can't just keep stacking day 3 picks at safety. It's linebacker all over again. So I'd be intrigued to see what they do with Jacoby Stevens. I know they were high on him last year. I'm pretty sure he got an injury, I want to say. And then Kayvon Wallace obviously has been a sporadic disappointment. I think anyone knows what's going on there. But yeah, it's odd that there are more names than you think when it comes to potential, like trade bait and stuff. Like, there are a few names that I wouldn't mind seeing cut or could be traded or whatever. Yeah, very interesting.
Really quick, a couple of latest picks for the Ravens. They got Falale. And the Jets get Max Mitchell, the offensive tackle. So 2 tackles going back-to-back in the 4th round. So the 4th round really flying right now. We're 20 minutes in, and we're already at 1. So we're moving through. I will say there was one comment here from Scott Young. You don't think Mailata can't play at a Pro Bowl level at right tackle? Dillard at left tackle, Mailata at right could be a very good combination. Here's the problem with that. And let me ask you guys this. Mailata played right tackle against the Panthers this past season. And while he wasn't bad, he also really wasn't that good. He gave up a couple sacks to Hassan Reddick, and Reddick pretty much feasted on him all afternoon. It was not a good game from him. Probably the one game that we saw last year where he wasn't a dominant force that pancaked 5 different players at a time. So when I go from that perspective, I'm looking at Mailata at right tackle being an average to above average player. That's fine if you want an average to above average player right tackle. But Dillard at left tackle is already an average to an above average left tackle. Mailata can be an all-pro Hall of Fame type player at left tackle. Why would you want to deter yourself from a Hall of Fame left tackle for an average left tackle so the Hall of Fame left tackle can be just okay on the right-hand side? It's much easier to say, hey, Dillard isn't really that, that position specific. Let's just take our loss, trade him for a fourth, get a top player, and then move on and get another backup tackle that can really develop into a starter, kind of like how Jack Driscoll has done to this point. Driscoll right now is okay to start at right tackle, and I'd be definitely okay with that. He's not a bad player. Why would I want to sacrifice Mailata's Hall of Fame potential to just say, oh, we need a position at right tackle, so let's just put him there?
Yeah, a big shout out to Tommy Orm, one of our Phillies contributors, says, I love the southern swag this team is cultivating. I do, but I do sometimes struggle to understand when Jalen Hurts speaks very, low volume. I think that's just me being British, because I'm not familiar. It's the same when, people don't understand people from Birmingham or Liverpool or Newcastle in England. Everyone's like, what? Yeah, I'm not sure. It's cool, though. I do like to see it. It's a different culture. It's not whiny. It's just full of hard workers. It's definitely something to do with down south, like Georgia, Alabama, have just been, that's 2 schools in a year where they've got multiple picks from, 2 championship pedigree schools where guys want to thrive, want to succeed, are used to success, and have learnt under 2 phenomenal coaching minds, and that's working wonders. So, yeah, I'd like to see more of it. I don't think there's many of that pedigree left right now. But yeah, it's definitely cool to see. Tommy, if you're around and you want to hop on, you're more than welcome to. Same with anyone that is in the PSN era or group chat and wants to come on the board and help us out this afternoon. I do like the Lane Johnson and Andre Dillard discussion. It's something worth having. I think for now, the best bet is just to keep Mailata at the left. We know Dillard can't play right just when he was dropped in the deep end as a rookie and it went absolutely terribly. So you may as well, like Nick said, just kind of find a right tackle. I think Jack Driscoll was really good. I was gutted when he got injured. I thought he had a really solid few games out there. And I think that whole offensive line did. And I know it's a massive credit to Jeff Stoutland, but look, if you've got a coach that can turn water to wine over and over again, you make the place a brewery, or a vineyard. It's that simple. So I don't see the issue with doing that at all. But it's definitely a fun thing to debate. And some of the other guys that have come in on that offensive line recently as well. Ciro Petta is a name at guard that I know is drawn a lot of love from the coaching staff. At tackle, there really isn't that much right now, but LaRaven Clark, former Indianapolis Colt, followed Nick Sirianni to Philadelphia. Brett Toth, Army product, someone that has been on and off that team, but the coaching staff continue to bring him back. I think they've got the developmental guys there, as much as bringing in another one would be. I think right now, they've got who they need there for the time being. Yeah. But Lucas says, Lucas is bang on with what he says, that Lane's injuries are becoming more prevalent. And I think I think he refused surgery at one point, and then he actually got surgery, and it's definitely starting to catch up to him a bit. I think he's still got plenty of gas in the tank. I think his next deal, he's going to be a bit of a step below from what he's getting right now, though, just to kind of help the team out a little bit. But yeah, this offensive line is going to gradually move to this changing of the guard, if you pardon the pun. If you remember a few years ago when it was the key cornerstones were Peters, Johnson, and Kelsey. Peters has gone. Kelsey's probably on the way out. Johnson, I think Johnson's probably got 5-6 years tops, maybe 3-4 at that level. And then
I think 3 or 4. I think 3 or 4 left for Johnson. I wouldn't give 5 or 6. I get he's not at the same age as Peters was. He also has a ton of injuries that have started to pile up. And while Philadelphia has done a great job of making sure that the Jason Kelsey era is going to be replaced by someone of a good stature and a very similar style, whether it's Dickerson, whether it's Juergens, it's most likely going to be Juergens now. But you're looking at it from that perspective. Philadelphia's done their due diligence on making sure Kelsey's going to be replaced. They're basically betting on Jeff Stoutland to find the replacement for Johnson. And they're just saying, listen, Lane's a 3rd overall pick. He was fantastic for the Philadelphia Eagles, and it was a great top 5 pick for the team back in 2013. One of the few picks in that draft class that actually panned out and looked really solid. So I look at it from that perspective of they're saying, hey, we'll bet on Stoutland for the right tackle spot, but we also know that we need to figure out the backup to Kelsey as well. And I think they've done a very good job of making sure when those two guys retire, really the last of that cornerstone offensive line, they're going to still be as dominant as ever. Mailata's only 25. We talk about Dickerson being under 25. Herbig's under 25. Juergens is 22 years old. They've got a very young group that's going to continue to develop. And I remember a comment yesterday saying the injuries of the last couple of years have actually helped Philadelphia out in the long term because it's prepared some of these younger guys with the game speed to be able to understand, okay, this is where I have to improve. This is what I do really well. And it's helped the coaching staff in a way and say, hey, we've got 7, 8, 11 guys on the offensive line that can start on any professional team. That's a big plus. That's a huge spot there that you can sit there and say, hey, we've got our guys. We don't need to trade, multiple first-round picks for a left tackle like they did with Jason Peters. This is a completely different revamped offensive line that I think is even more athletic when some of these younger guys, when Kelsey and Johnson were younger, when they came into the league.
Yeah, absolutely. Great point there from Greg Moody saying it seems that Gannon's defense is not a blitzing style. Looks to only send 4 at a time. Is that the reason why Davis was valued over a corner or safety in the first? It's going to play a role for sure. I think the big thing that, and we said this last night, the difference between the Jim Schwartz defense and this one is that the corners just look a lot better. It's easy for corners to be better, and it was the same in Indianapolis. It was the same in Minnesota, wherever Gannon's been. You look at the corners, and they look on paper as the better players because they're just tasked with keeping that shell. They've got more help inside. They've got more help above them. They're not stuck on an island. And that's absolutely vital. It allows Darius Slay, when he's not got the weight of the world on his shoulders, to shine. And it's easy to look at 2020 Darius Slay and say he sucked. He didn't really. He pinned down everyone that was there. It was just there was no help on the other side of the field. The quarterbacks are just going to throw there all day. Safeties can't communicate when to come down on a cover 2, when to play the buzz route, when to drop back. So you just had endless inconsistencies. And I think what we saw last year was a nice balance of a player in Marcus Epps who can come down and play that box role nicely. Very solid open field tackler, which takes a lot of weight off the shoulders of corners. And Anthony Harris, who maybe lacks some of that tackling prowess, but is a lot better in coverage. So overall, if you're a corner and you know you've got 3 linebackers who are going to drop outwards and help you and kind of take off those in-breaking routes, and all you've really got to do is shade the safety inside, it makes life so much easier for everyone else. So realistically, you don't have to spend heavy at that position because you need the guys who are going to help the corners more than the corners themselves. And that's why, again, I think we didn't see a corner, like Greg said. It's why I think they'll be happy to ride Tay Gowan. And if Tay Gowan is the starting corner outside next year, I'll be so damn happy because I've been rooting for that guy since even he entered the NFL draft. I think he is a great young corner. He's exactly the type of player I'd look for. And a big shout out to Michael Felder for donating $10 with a super chat saying "Go Eagles." Our first donation of the weekend. What a hero! You really don't have to do that, sir. Extremely kind of you. Thank you so much for your support. Still blows my heart. I had a very nice DM this evening, yesterday morning, evening, so some point in the last day, from someone just basically thanking us for what we do and saying how much he likes PSN and stuff like that will forever make me want to cry. So just thank you for your support, man. That's insanely kind of you. Karma said Dickerson played left guard last season. Do you think Juergens or Dickerson will play centre when Kelsey leaves? I think it's probably going to be Juergens. That's why they've drafted him as that centre. But it was interesting because there was a lot of talk about could Landon Dickerson play that role. But at the end of the day, I think he played so well at guard, then you kind of have to roll with it, don't you? It's the same with Jordan Mailata. Like, could Mailata play on the right? Sure, but if he's that much better on the left, play him on the left. It's kind of that simple. Yeah,
but it's that also thing where with Dickerson, I think if he had been average, they would have had him be the heir apparent to Kelsey and say, listen, he's really young. He'll be perfectly fine. But it's the fact that he played so well. I mean, he played like an all-pro. He really did. He played like an all-pro last year at left guard. And that's why I say that Isaac Seumalo could be on the block today because as good as Dickerson was, I think Dickerson last year played as well as Sayamalu has over the last 4 years when he was the starting left guard. Now you think about the projection of where Dickerson could become, and you're talking about a much better player than Sayamalu. We're talking about Evan Mathis type territory when Evan Mathis was the best guard in football for 3 years. And obviously the longevity is going to be there as well with Dickerson. The one thing I wanted to bring up with Cam Jurgens, and I don't think this was talked about enough yesterday with the national reporters as well. One thing we kind of forget, Jason Kelsey is an Iron Man. He plays all these snaps. He doesn't really come out. But there was one particular game where he left the game and the offensive line really crumbled around him. And that was the game in New York against the Giants where the team lost, 13-7. It was an awful game. There were penalties all over the board. They had 3 touchdowns called back, a game-winning touchdown dropped in the end zone by a terrible receiver who will remain nameless, but just a pathetic excuse for a first-round pick. But anyway, I think the Eagles saw that and said, listen, Kelsey's 35. He's not going to be a player. Even if he plays the full season, that's great. But we can't bank on that this season. And we have a lot of talent that's on this roster where we cannot go into a game, lose our starting center, and say, well, the offense is cooked. We're going to lose this game. You saw that in the playoff game in 2018 against the Saints when Brandon Brooks went down. They did not have a good enough replacement for him, and the Saints just pummeled them inside for the rest of the game. They end up losing that playoff game. They've learned from that mistake here where they say, okay, if we're going to be losing, it's not going to be because one offensive lineman goes down and the entire deck of cards goes down. So having that backup to Kelsey now is extremely important for a team that the expectations, like I mentioned, the expectations are not 9-8. They are not 10 wins, maybe win the division, maybe win a playoff game, and everyone will be happy. This is a team that can win right now. I think they have a better overall roster than the Dallas Cowboys. They have a better overall roster than the entire NFC East. And then you talk about matchups against the Saints, Bucks, Rams, and Packers. I think they can beat the Packers. They've already done that historically the last couple of years. I think they have a very good team to be able to do that. You have the Bucks, who, yes, the Bucks are very talented, but they've also lost a couple of pieces as well. Maybe they're significantly less than the Rams and the Bucks, but as a 3 seed, if they were to get into the playoffs as a 3 seed, you're able to play the 49ers. You're able to play, potentially, let's say the Cardinals. I think they're better than all those teams. And now you're talking about not just a playoff win, but getting a good enough matchup to get to the conference title game. I think this team is very talented. And if they get Tyrann Mathieu in the offseason and sign him to a free agent deal, the expectation is not the 3 seed. The expectation is the 1 seed.
Yeah, it's definitely a sharp change in an expectation over the past couple of days. I just want to address some Matt's comment there, said how much in donation to get on the stream. We would never be mean enough to make you donate money to chat to us. We're not that egotistical. We're quite lovely. Unfortunately, judging off the audio issues we had last night, where we all went on a massive acid trip for no reason and it all went a bit chaotic, I don't quite know how to get the Discord audio midstream into this. So I would say that is how we do it. We go into our Discord server, drop you in, and we can get like a call in. I don't know how that's going to work midstream. So we'll set it up in the future there. I promise you there'll be plenty of opportunities for that kind of thing, especially with the Discord server. So if you're not in our Discord server, I believe there is a link in the description below. Again, there's like 200 Eagles fans in there. All very wholesome and lovely. There's mods that look after you all to make sure that no one, speaks out of line or picks on anyone. So if you're like me, I don't have many friends. I'm just an Eagles fan who, covers the team luckily. But if you're someone that maybe you're the only Eagles fan in your area, maybe, just quite an introverted person but want to chat to people about the Eagles, that's the place to go, honestly. It's very nice. It's a great group, so make sure you make yourselves at home in there. And there'll be lovely cups of tea and fish and chips waiting for you, I'm sure. We've got a whopping 46 of you in the chat right now as well. So again, a huge thank you for watching this. Unfortunately, we're still a round away from the Eagles pick at the minute, which is it goes so slow on the Saturday. So thank you for bearing with us. Time flies by when you're having fun. I think me and Nick are hopefully doing a good job at filling the air and making it sound like we know what we're talking about, which is always the aim as reporters. But yeah, thanks for hanging out. If we could drop a like, that'd be amazing. I'd love to beat yesterday's total just because A, we're on longer, so we can do it. And B, just because I'm that guy. And, we can't settle. We've got to go above and beyond. So I think we surpassed 101 yesterday. If we can do that today as well, that'd be amazing. So if you are just joining us, hit that like button. And more importantly, don't forget, if you're just finding this channel and have no idea who we are, phillysportsnetwork.com is where you'll find content every single day from myself, from Nick, from a team of like 30 writers, all with the intent of being unbiased and bringing you the content you deserve. No clickbait, no slander, no, per source this or anything where it's just a little bit dodgy. It's just all for the right reasons. We're 8 years into this now. We love what we do. And so hopefully there's plenty more to come. Davidson's just donated $20. Said, as an Eagles fan with no Eagles friends. Oh, bless you. You got friends here now. Dude, that's oh, don't make me cry. Don't make me cry on here. That's not good. We will do call-in shows, Bird's Eye View. I promise you we're working on it. It's something we want to do. Essentially, we've been acquired by a bigger company. They've told me they want to have like I don't know how regular, but a daily/weekly show, be it breakfast or evenings, where we go over sports in Philly. Be that one for the Eagles specifically, be it a bigger one, I'm not sure, but I promise you it's coming. So just stick around. There's a lot coming there. But Davidson, that's extremely kind of you, man. Thank you so much for the donation. I'm glad you're enjoying this weekend and that we can make this draft a little bit more social for you because, we're all wholesome over here. You're always welcome. And we'll have a home at Philly Sports Network. So I promise you, lots more coming. I know we've got a lot of times where I can be soppy all day long here and it never really, run out. We're not going to overlap anything. But it does always blow my mind that with stuff like this, we end up just having such a wholesome community. The fact that from day 1 to day 3, there will be people in here that have been on this stream from pick number 1 all the way through round 7 watching us. And I'm literally tearing up thinking about it. The fact that you guys would give up your whole weekend just to spend it with. I'm literally getting that. Okay, I need to take Nick a minute. Maybe it's a lack of sleep. We'll blame it on that. But it does blow my mind. We're so lucky to get to do this for a living, and to just share these experiences with you. So thank you more than anything for sharing your draft weekend with us. Because we wouldn't be here without you. And the fact that you keep coming back, you support what we do. It just means everything, and that can't be overstated. So just thank you. And I'll pass over to Nick to talk some football things while I cry my eyes out into a tissue and listen to the 1975.
Yeah, let's go over some results here so far. The Giants picked twice. Daniel Bellinger, tight end from San Diego State, and Dane Belton, the safety out of Iowa. Washington, Percy Butler was the selection, the safety from Louisiana. And then also Denver, the last 2 picks. Damari Mathis, the corner from Pittsburgh. And, oh, my goodness, the pronunciation here. Ayuoma Uwazakuri, from the defensive end from Iowa State. If I butchered your name, I'm completely sorry. But that's just how we are right now in terms of that. A lot of picks still to come. The Vikings have made a trade. They are now on the clock. The Jets had just taken Michael Clemens. So we are moving right along here in round 4. This is usually where the compensatory picks are going in. There are 38 picks in this 4th round. So just keep an eye on that as we get closer to the Eagles' 5th round selection. And we have a new visitor, Tommy Orn. Hello, Tommy.
How you doing, fellas?
We're good. I mean, what we noticed, Tommy, was that, without Morgan, we have no PSN heartthrob. So we needed someone to come in, steal the attention, and get everyone gassed up. So thank you for, filling that void. How are you this weekend, Tommy?
I'm good, man. Not sure if you guys knew this. I went to the University of Georgia. So for a couple reasons, this has been a great 3 days. These guys that the Eagles picked up here, I'm telling you, I've been watching them for the last few years. They're absolute monsters. It's just what Georgia's head coach Kirby Smart does down there is breed guys like this. And I mean, you saw in that first day, what was it, six picks out of Georgia's defense.
NFL record for one college team in a total skill position group drafted in the first round.
Nuts. So I'm, for a ton of reasons, excited. And you guys have been doing great work here, so happy to join.
Love to see it. Kemp says, do I have a draft crush left? I've got 2. Well, mainly one, who is Tariq Woolen. That's the guy that I would lose my shit over if a team drafted him. That's the one that I would love. I just can't see it the more I think about it, the more that they just haven't taken a corner yet. As you get to the 5th round, you've already got guys who you've given that kind of capital up for in Tay Gowan. You've also got a couple of other names in there, like Josiah Scott was acquired. I think they've got enough. Obviously, Zach McPherson, they may want to try and push him outside because they did spend pretty heavy on him. So I'd love to see it. I don't think we will see it, but Tariq Woolen, I do like Isaiah Spiller just because he does remind me of like Travion Williams, but a bit better. And I don't really have a college football team, but the first college football player I was drew to, unfortunately, was Johnny Manziel. He was Texas A&M. So I like the colour of the jerseys. I thought Johnny Manziel was cool at college, so I'd kind of had a little soft spot for players coming out of A&M ever since. And Travion Williams was my first big draft crush from there. Spiller, I see a lot of that game in him. So yeah, I would like to see him in that sort of round as well. But Matt Ariatsu would be cool. No one's taken him yet. We're in round 4. The punter's still on the board. That's disappointing. He should have gone first round, but someone's going to take him.
I will say, I mentioned the Vikings trade. They selected Icleb Evans. And I agree with Liam in terms of Woolen is most likely not going to be available in the 5th round because it's just not likely. The one thing I will bring up that was just brought on, I know this is a story from a couple of days ago. Jalen Reagor pretty much purged his Instagram account, unfollowed the Eagles and everything. It's not really a surprise for fans because this dude has been deleting and undeleting his Twitter account for the last 4 years. But I will say, when you look at the history of the Philadelphia Eagles and you look at the history of their draft, one of the main problems, especially before the Andy Reid era came in 1999, was the fact that they continued to compound their mistakes with bigger mistakes the next year. We talk about, we talk about like the Mike Mamula draft, and you talk about all these other different picks, but it didn't seem, and even really towards the end of the Andy Reid era, we didn't really see the understanding and the learning of lessons. And I know a lot of people don't like Howie Roseman. I was one of them last year that wanted his head on a pike for the most part. But at the same time, for the last couple of years, it's been reported that the Eagles draft structure has completely changed since the trade of Carson Wentz, since the release of Doug Peterson, whether it was a firing, whether it was him resigning, don't really know, don't really care. But the team has clearly learned from their mistakes. Last season, they double-dip at the national champions with Alabama and Landon Dickerson and Devontae Smith. They know they needed targets on offense. They got targets on offense. This year, we know they needed targets on defense. So what do they go? They go to, historically, what was the greatest defense in college football history in the Georgia Bulldogs. You get Davis and now Nakobe Dean. And it gives you that flexibility to say, hey, we got blue chip players, we got top 5, top 10 talents in this position, in these position groups. This will give us the ability to, take a flyer on a kid here and there. Milton Williams was not a player that many people expected the team to take in the 3rd round. A lot of people, and we talk about that clip with Donahue and Howie Roseman, where Donahue wanted a different player than Williams. And Williams has looked, for the most part, like a guy that's going to work out. Obviously, we hope for his overall development. But at that same point, you look at it and saying, with taking 2 Georgia players, with going defense heavy, this allows you to take flyers on a guy like Woolen, because Woolen is such a project, and say, hey, we got you in the 5th, 4th, 5th, 6th round. We want you to develop behind, whether it's, a corner coming in from free agency, whether it's starting right away and taking that lumps as he begins his career. That's a huge difference. And it clearly shows that Howie Roseman and the Eagles front office has changed their thought process as they continue out in the next couple of years.
I think the real big test for that as well is going to be 2-3 years from now. When these players start developing, when I'd like to think that championship window gets a little bit closer to opening, and this team is on the edge of contending for a championship as expectation, that's when you're going to see then Roseman go, do we go back to old habits and go for the impact players who've had a zillion college stats, or do we stick to our guns? That's the big one, I think, for sure. That's definitely the thing you need to watch. So it's all very well and good building it. You've also got to sustain it. That's been, I think, Howie's downfall. He built a roster very good in 2016 and 17. Then it slipped away, just like you said, trying to compound those errors, trying to get the instant guys in. Didn't really work out that way. So I'd like to see how he does. I've just been called to action, I think, to edit an article potentially. So I might have to quickly hop off and do that. If you guys can hold the fort, I can... Oh, it's Tommy's article. Oh, even better. Right, cool.
Oh,
brilliant.
Yeah.
I should
Yeah,
do
be
it
on the
now.
lookout.
Right.
I just wrote about the Phillies getting no hit last night.
Oh, don't tell Nick. Yeah.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I forget you're a Mets fan. God.
Woo! I will say I am a Mets fan by marriage. It was not by choice. I'm from Rhode Island. Originally grew up a Red Sox fan. For the most part, it was Red Sox, Celtics, and Eagles. I've been an Eagles fan all my life. I will continue to be an Eagles fan until the day I die. But the deal was my fiance, who's in the other room right now, I think recording a TikTok. Her family are all Giant fans. She does not really follow football. She doesn't really care for the sport. She likes baseball a lot more. So the deal was I will become a Mets fan by marriage, and in turn, she will become an Eagles fan when we get married. So for her, the parents and her grandparents did very strongly dislike this trade. I think it's a great freaking trade because the Eagles fandom has now grown. And yeah, okay, whatever. The Phillies are the third team in Philadelphia anyway. It's not really going to matter much. I'd rather be a Mets and Eagles fan from the get-go.
Yeah, I think you won that trade. I'm not unfamiliar with the dynamic. My girlfriend is also in the other room and also a Mets fan. So that has been last night. She's like, "So, how'd the game end?" Oh God, yeah, not great.
I was at that game. It was absolutely incredible. It was the first no-hitter I've ever seen live. Incredible experience.
It's got to be. I mean, just seeing a no-hitter in person has to be like pure magic. Wish it might happen another way, but that's Aaron Nola's first run-in with a no-hitter, so that's something. He'll get his own someday, maybe.
A couple of picks just now. Jalen Armour-Davis, the corner from Alabama, was selected by Baltimore, and the Panthers traded with Washington to get linebacker Brandon Smith. So a couple corners going down on this list, a couple linebackers and edge rushers as well. Isaiah Spiller still falling down on this class, which I think is a big surprise. Sam Howell is going to still be available. If you talk about the quarterback factory, if there's a time to pick a quarterback, maybe round 5 is it. I don't really like that idea, but to each their own. And Liam, there's one thing that you mentioned earlier about the draft classes and especially how they built in 2016 and 2017. When the team went to the Super Bowl in 2017, that was the best constructed roster the Eagles have ever had. It really was. Because you look at top to bottom, at almost every single position, the Eagles had the best core in the National Football League. Offensive line, defensive line, wide receiver was extremely underrated that year. You talk about the tight end position was fantastic. The running back group was fantastic as well, but a lot of those were done based on free agency. I think Howie Roseman's taking the look of what the Packers and Steelers have done for the last 20, 30 years and saying, hey, let's build that type of team in the draft and only go, best value in free agency. And I think that's a perfect combination when you look at what you're trying to do and when you're trying to build a championship level team. Because as you saw in 2017, the difficulty with building a team through free agency is those contracts run out. And you have to overpay for a lot of those contracts, whether it was Robinson or Big V or all these other different types of players or Nick Foles. Nick Foles was making $15-20 million as a backup quarterback in 2018. That hurt the team in the long run because he had to give him that money to that similar perspective. The Alshon Jeffrey contract was an albatross for years because of that, because they had to overpay him. With them, if they continue to hit their draft picks, they're going to be in that very flexible spot where they don't have to overpay, and they could still have a tremendously talented roster to field. When the Patriots were playing them in the Super Bowl, I could count on one hand how many times the Patriots had a better position group, and that was quarterback and tight end. Every other group was dominated by Philadelphia. Corner, safety, defensive line, even the linebacker position, because Hightower was hurt that year. Every other position Philadelphia dominated. If it wasn't for Tom Brady, Philadelphia probably wins that Super Bowl by 20. That's how good that team was. So you take it from that perspective and say, let's do that again. It's not about getting the best quarterback. It's getting the best team around the quarterback where you can get average to above average play at the quarterback position and still win 13, 14 games and win a Super Bowl based off that.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. And I especially love what they're doing this year, building from the inside out with the linemen, and even Dean can kind of sneak up there if he needs to. But there's been almost a pit in my stomach for half this draft, waiting for Kenny Pickett or Malik Willis to come off the board and just blow this whole thing up. But he's been very conservative in picking players I think that are going to be like massive impact guys right off the bat, really, even up to Dean.
We've also just been joined by Zach Cialvarella. Hello.
What's going on, everybody?
What's
We
up?
good. How are you feeling today?
Oh, doing fine. Keep feeling better. Got some good news about Joel Embiid, so just put something out about that. So check out PhillySportsNetwork.com if you want to read about Embiid's. It looks like he doesn't need surgery on his orbital fracture.
I'll pin it in the chat. I'll pin it in the chat. Oh, I love that LAP image. Straight away, I love that. What a godsend.
I've been all over that
Is it-
thing.
Zach, is it just a concussion?
It's a concussion and a fractured orbital.
But
However,
the fracture doesn't need surgery.
Orbital.
So the fracture doesn't need surgery, but it's still a concussion.
Still a concussion. It's the concussion right now that's keeping him out. Obviously, the fracture. There's a lot of swelling going on with orbital. You can actually see that at the end of the game, Game 6 on Thursday night. His one eye, he looked like Rocky. His eye was almost swollen shut. So it's definitely some time off would be good to get the swelling down as well. But basically, the biggest thing right now is the concussion as far as the requirement for him to sit. If it was not for the concussion, Joel Embiid would not sit for a game, just knowing his approach.
I'll tell you what, if they steal one in Miami, I think you could definitely see a path to Joel playing Game 3 in Philadelphia, which should be incredible.
Oh, sure. If they bring the series 1-1 back home to Philly, and that's Joel Embiid's debut in round 2, I mean that the arena's going to be as loud as it's ever been.
One really quick thing before we go back to Embiid. The Raiders have selected Zamir White, the running back from Georgia. Good player. But again, and this is part of where I'm starting to get a little excited here, Isaiah Spiller is still on the board.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And you look at a couple of these teams that are still available. Baltimore doesn't really need a running back because they've already drafted a couple. The Buccaneers don't need one. Packers, Tennessee, the Cowboys, the Steelers, all these guys aren't really in major needs of running backs. You could, again, see a path for the Eagles to have Isaiah Spiller available when pick, 154 comes around?
Yeah, it's plausible. I think that, and obviously, I mean, there are still a couple of developmental corners available. Like, if you're looking for the best players that are left now, Spiller's obviously up there. Khalil Shakir's still there. Josh Joby from Alabama. Tariq Woolen, Calvin Austin. If you're looking for a tight end, Charlie Kohler is there. It's nothing too great. Jake Ferguson out of Wisconsin. There's no one that, I mean, Isaiah Likely is the main one that everyone I think would like. Just because he's probably the most athletic of the tight ends available. Mario Goodrich at corner, I really like. So he's someone from Clemson that just stole the show for me on watching his tape. But yeah, in terms of like big draft picks that are left, we're getting into sleeper territory very quickly. There's quite a steep drop off for a lot of these positions, I think now. So we'll see. But yeah, Woolen's still on the board with 32 picks left, says Isaac. I love it. I will lose it if he ends up being an Eagle. I genuinely would. So we shall see. Tommy, your article is scheduled for 3 minutes time. A pleasure to edit as always. It is like a walk in the
Thank
park.
you. Appreciate it. Zach, we were talking about honestly, yesterday with the last 2 days, we'll say, the Flyers just kind of called it a season. Embiid gets hurt, and I would say the initial expectation was that he was done for the playoffs. And then the Phillies get no hit. Like, all we have right now is how well Howie Roseman is drafting. So let's keep rolling.
Yeah, no, that's been the constant. I definitely say you're right there. When you talked about the idea of Embiid missing the playoffs. The last time that he fractured his orbital, because this has happened before, it did require surgery, and he missed 22 days. So you think about going through a series without the Miami Heat. If you don't have Joel Embiid, that's potential sweep territory that we're talking about. So it's almost been the thing keeping Sixers fans alive right now. It's just the how well Howie Roseman has done in this draft, getting the Kobe Dean in the.
Spill is
Thank you.
gone. Sorry, Spill is gone.
Spiller's just gone.
Chargers.
Yeah.
And the Browns took Cade York.
Damn.
Who the Browns?
Browns took the kicker Cade York, and Spiller goes to the Chargers.
That's disappointing.
Well, that's unfortunate.
Yeah, I
But
mean,
even though, like, it's
and Jerome Ford's still out there too.
Hassan, what was it? Hassan Haskins from Michigan. I think he's a similar style to Jordan Howard. I would be okay with the Eagles taking a flyer on him, even if it's in the undrafted free agent mold, because he played so well in Michigan. You see that game at Ohio State. He was really one of the catalysts for how good that team played and ending that streak of what was it, like 10 in a row that Ohio State had beaten Michigan for. They had played pretty well. So there definitely are running backs available, and I think history dictates that Philadelphia is really good when it comes to finding undrafted running backs, because if you look at the history with Corey Clement and how well he played in the Super Bowl and how big and important that he was. You have a lot of those players that can definitely help this team in the long run. And already, I mean, I think you look at the running back position with Gainwell, with Sanders, even if Howard is there for 5 games and gets hurt, you're looking at a very strong running back group already. It's just a matter of finding another one to continue to keep that load. And if Jordan Howard were to go down, it's not the end of the world.
Yeah.
Do you guys expect this to be Miles' last season in Philly?
No.
No.
Really?
I would say yes.
I would definitely say yes. Yeah.
That he's after this year.
I'd say he's already had it if it was my decision, but
Yeah.
Here's why. Here's why. Because Miles is not going to, and I could very well see a case where Miles is going to want top dollar if he has a very good season this year, and I think it's definitely within the picture. But if Miles Sanders doesn't get the deal that he wants, I could absolutely theoretically see a part where Philadelphia gives him a 2-3 year extension, right around mid-top running back money, right around that mid-line, where they don't have to overpay him, but they still are going to have to give him at least a little bit of money. And there's also a possibility where they just do exactly what the Steelers did with Le'Veon Bell and franchise him for 2 years in a row and say, okay, you've given us everything you can, we'll let you walk. I could see that as well.
Sanders' play has warranted that personally. Yeah. I could see them very easily moving on and hoping to regain a comp pick for someone who will want to overpay him this season. You know, hopefully he stays healthy this year. That's hopefully for him, hopefully for the Eagles. And if that is the case, this is an audition for a lot of teams potentially looking for a running back in free agency. And unless you put Sanders on like a 1 year prove it, that'd be the only potential way that I could see him coming back. Because I do see the scenario playing out where maybe he doesn't see the numbers that he likes, Nick, like we said. Mm-hmm. But if that happens, I don't see a 2-3 year deal. I see a 1 year prove it being the only thing Philadelphia is willing to extend.
Very well could be the case. And I think if that were the case, if it wasn't a 2-3 year deal, I'm okay bringing them back on a 1 year prove it deal. I'm perfectly okay with that, because and it goes back to, I don't think there's a single team that's going to want to pay him the money that he wants. Like even a guy like Saquon Barkley, Saquon's contract's going to come up in a couple of years, and the Giants have a massive, massive problem ahead because they spent a second overall pick on a running back when they had Quentin Nelson, the greatest offensive line prospect of the last 40 years, available to them. And they said, longevity for Eli Manning, shiny running back, future Hall of Famer. We'll go with the running back. And that mistake has really been the reason why this team has sucked for a very long time. But even then, if Saquon becomes available next season, because they don't want to pay Saquon that money, and he hasn't been healthy, pretty much the same thing with Miles Sanders, you're looking at pretty much the same player on a very, really cost-effective deal.
Yeah, where you differ between the two is that obviously Saquon had the dramatic injury, but they both have that injury history attached to them where it seems like each year it's a different injury for Miles Sanders, unfortunately, and so that definitely is going to affect his price tag. But I kind of think that's one more reason where unless it's on a small 1-year deal, I just don't see Philadelphia re-upping with him. Might be just better just to cut bait and move on. And that's where you could see a running back being drafted next season, or at this point, with the committee, you're looking for types. You don't even necessarily need a top end quarterback in their field. When you're looking at a power runner or a receiver out of the backfield, if you can just get an ensemble of running backs who can do one kind of niche factor in a above average way, working those 2-3 backs, possibly even 4 backs into each game, I think that's more so going to be the Eagles' philosophy, and there's no need at that point to put any type of big money towards Miles Sanders.
The other thing as well to, I think, bear in mind with Miles Sanders is so I look at it this way. I think Zach's kind of hit the nail on the head with the way the committee worked. Sanders went down against the Raiders, then the Eagles' rushing offense started blowing up. Right, and they did it without Miles Sanders. If Miles Sanders was out for the year, the Eagles still would have led the league in rushing, I think. And if you go from just a very neutral perspective and ask, what does Miles Sanders do well? Run through massive open holes very quickly. That's it. That's their job. That's what running backs do. What does he struggle with? Everything else, like pass blocking, ball security, vision, patience, just wanting to bounce everything outside. So yeah, I would take Jordan Howard to storm through the the trenches, hit a hole. If there's not a hole there, it doesn't matter. He's going to hit the pile anyway and push it, and that's what you want. I understand that Miles Sanders will go off for an 80-yard run, and he's loved because he's from Penn State, and everyone's very high on him, and he's a local kid, and he's a nice, easy to root for running back. But at the same time, nothing's changed in 3 years other than the fact that he now can't stay healthy, and all of these other issues are still there. You've now got Kenny Gainwell, who can catch the ball out of the backfield and run just as well in open space. You've got Boston Scott to be the versatile option, and Jordan Howard to be the more physical downhill runner. So I don't really think from an Eagles perspective that keeping Miles Sanders is worth anything. He hasn't lived up to second round potential, in my opinion. He's been,
and then even still the fact that there are still needs on this roster going forward. Safety has still been identified. Even if they go after Matthew, that's likely going to be on a 1-year deal, I would imagine. So you're gonna have need at corner. You're gonna have need at safety. You're going to need to fill in odds and ends here and there. You've just committed all this money to AJ Brown that's going to kick in next season. Why? I don't see the need to spend a good chunk of change on a running back, especially one who's a home run hitter, which, while exciting, that's probably the least important ability a running back can have when you talk about being able to, power over guys, or if you're talking about a reception ability out of the backfield. I'd rather have a Kenny Gainwell type at the amount that we're paying him. I'd rather have a Jordan Howard type at the amount that we're paying him than to put a bunch of unnecessary money into a guy who's going to run 10 times, and maybe he runs for 50 yards one of those 10 times, but he gets a cumulative amount of 12 on those other 9 running attempts.
But let's be fair, though. Jordan Howard, I don't think is a dependable player. And I mentioned this earlier in the stream. I think it was really early, but when you look at a player like Jordan Howard, he does not have the frame of a Jerome Bettis or power back that was able to have a 10, 12-year career. This dude has 5 weeks of really good downhill running football, and the way he plays, he lowers his head. That is prone to neck injuries. That's prone to concussions. Very similar to what's happened over the last 3 years. I can't rely on Jordan Howard to sit there and say, he's our power back, everything's going to be fine. I would rather say, hey, a Miles Sanders and Kenneth Gainwell combo, I trust a lot more than a Jordan Howard and Gainwell combo, because I know for a fact Howard is going to get hurt. I still think there's development there for Miles Sanders, whether it's next year or the year after, that I can say, okay, he's definitely got that breakneck speed, and he can be able to be elusive enough to make people miss. let's use that and let's go after that instead of a Jordan Howard who's going to be there for 5 games.
Yeah, I think you bring up a valuable point with Jordan Howard because obviously he does have a little bit of the injury bug as well, as you've seen, and it's the kind of situation just like you said. He lowers his head and so he puts himself in these situations. The one thing I'd say is that this is why I specifically said Jordan Howard type. When we're talking about this season, you're gonna have Sanders, you're gonna have Kenny G, you're gonna have Boston Scott, you're gonna have Jordan Howard, and there's gonna be injuries. We just know that going into it, especially with that crew that I just mentioned. So moving on after this year, I will say I'd be shocked if Jordan Howard is back next year too. To be honest, I was a little bit surprised he was back this season, but I'd be shocked if he's back next season. So it's more so that you're looking for, and especially if you can find someone like this in the draft this year or next, if you can get a younger power back or even just somebody who has a little bit of that bigger body, like you mentioned that Howard does not, Nick, in free agency, even if it's closer to training camp or the end of camp, I think it's more so the type that you're looking for than Howard specifically.
I still wouldn't mind, before we completely give up on Rager, seeing him back there. Just give him like 4 or 5 carries a game. It's something that he did at TCU. I know it's faster. I know. It's faster, but
I'll tell you this right now. I'd much rather do that than pay Miles Sanders.
Yeah,
Right?
agreed.
Oh, God. What are we doing here, people?
well, it's funny.
Sanders, that's what we're doing.
If you look at the side-by-side of some of the plays Rager ran in college with some of the stuff they've tried to do with him in the NFL, a lot of them mirror each other. And literally the only difference, it's going to sound obvious, is that he's not faster than everybody anymore. So, I mean, throw some of the wide receiver sweeps out, line them up back there. I'm talking 5 carries a game. Nothing crazy, but I don't know. Would you?
Tommy.
Can we split Jordan Howard and Rager's carries? Is that gonna break the bank?
What are we? Come on. We're talking. Okay, let's give him 5 carries. We gave him 2 last year, and it'd be a net gain of negative 10 yards. He can't play. He can't kick. He can't return punts. He can't return kickoffs. He can't catch.
But he
can't get
walks
off
like
the line.
Rihanna.
He runs timid. I've never seen a guy run a 4.5 and run timid on an end around. You know who looked good on end arounds? Deshaun Jackson. When Deshaun Jackson ran end arounds, he looked like a guy who was reading the defense. Rager takes an end around and says, I don't know where I'm going. I don't know where I'm supposed to go. Let's just go out of bounds. Oh, we lost 5 yards? Okay. Half this offense last season was stagnant.
Inability to understand when and when not to go out of bounds as well. He doesn't have any capacity for understanding managing the clock, and we've seen that happen. So Miles Sanders, who has those similar types of issues of not understanding when and when not to go out of bounds, you want to pay him?
Yes. Why? Because I'd rather pay him than Rager. Because Jalen Rager net yards per rush is -2.
Cut bait with Miles Sanders.
But so would Miles Sanders be if you took out all of his 80-yard runs. If you took out the
What has
3
Rager
big
done?
runs.
What is the big play Rager has? Rager has 1 big play in his career, and it was a 50-yard bomb on the first drive of his career with Carson Wentz. That is it. There's nothing else.
You're not going to have to pay Rager big money like in that scenario you mentioned with Sanders.
Oh,
I mean, if you're talking about re-upping with Sanders at the price points that you were throwing out, like that's a huge difference than just Rager for next year at whatever amount.
I'd rather ship Rager off to Siberia,
Very
see
quickly,
him in the snow, and be fine.
What the hell is going on NFL Network?
Oh, Blue Man Group. You never seen the Blue Man Group before?
Not on the NFL draft.
Oh, they're in Vegas.
But why?
Because that's where they live.
Oh, do they?
That's where the Blue Men live.
Oh.
Man,
For
you
all
guys
the
are
shows.
sick.
All the
It
shows.
is 1 o'clock and you've already set me off. This is ridiculous.
Yo, the chat agrees with you. The second I said that, people were like, "Shut up."
Well,
But
just nobody wants Rager, and I think that's a fair feeling to have. I mean, if Jalen Rager were not on this team tomorrow, I think the Eagles would be better for it. But
You ship him for a washing machine.
sure. And then,
Honestly,
we can get a comp pick we can use on a copier for Miles Sanders next year. Yeah.
Talking of washing machines, does anyone want a funny story about Liam being an adult and moving out and discovering adult things?
Oh,
So So like, yeah, I don't know what it's like in America, but like obviously washing machines, there's like a plug that's like in the wall,
Yeah.
right? And then
That
there's
is
like, yeah, and then
America.
that's set like a black box, like it's called over here. So like, so you just flick it in the kitchen, that puts the washing machine and stuff on because it's too powerful to have its own. Anyway, so I didn't know what that was. Plugged the washing machine in to the plug in the back of the cupboard where this black box was, and it wasn't turning on. And I was like, oh, that's not good. So I bought an extension lead to plug in from the living room like into the kitchen to put the washing machine in. Same with the fridge, because the fridge had the same thing. And Lizzie was like, oh, you should phone like your landlord and say, look, these power points aren't working. My friend came round 2 weeks later. Was like, oh, let me take a look at it. So started unscrewing all the plug sockets to see what was going on. And I was like, oh, that's for the washing machine, is it? And he was like, well, yeah. And I was like, oh. So I turned that on, and then it all worked. And I was like, okay, that was lucky. So I learned how plug sockets work. That was good. That was my escapades last week. But apparently it's UK only. Oh, okay, that's good to know. But even so, if you ever do come to England, there is a separate plug for a washing machine that I didn't know existed. So there you are.
It sounds like we got more electricity in the U.S.
Yeah, I mean, this is the man that's entrusted with running Philly Sports Network can't operate a washing machine. So I don't know. I don't know what to tell you guys. All right, look, we're doomed in some areas. That's all I can say.
As it's the learned skill using a washing machine.
Oh, I did break it. I wasn't sure how much. You have pods, don't you? Like Tide pods and stuff.
Not after TikTok.
Yeah, not after. Yeah. So we have like powder, and I wasn't sure how much powder to use, and then it started foaming out at the bottom of the washing machine at one point because there was too much in there. So there's a whole process to learn with this. I'm not used to it at all. So well, maybe I should just live stream that if you guys want more PSN.
Do you not have liquid over there as an alternative?
We do, but like my mum bought me the powder as like she was like, oh, you need that, and I just had this massive box with like no scoops. So I was putting like tablespoon after tablespoon in, and it's like drooling out of the mouth of the washing machine. I'm like, oh, okay, it's just not ending well. None of it's ending well. Charlie Calara's gone to Baltimore, so that's happened, which means I'm assuming Isaiah Likely will be next.
Jake Ferguson went.
Jake Ferguson for the Cowboys select. I'll tell you what, guys. I think the Giants' first day is over compensating for a really poor second and third day for the Giants. I did not like their pick with Wendell Robinson. I think Washington's been okay, not great. Dallas's draft has just been an eyesore for the majority of this group because they don't have a number one receiver outside of CeeDee Lamb. They're still paying Michael Gallup wide receiver 2 money, and he's not going to be available for the beginning of the season.
Yeah.
The offensive line isn't solved after this selection of Smith. I look at the Cowboys draft, and I see a team that could very well be taking a major step back next year.
My buddies in Texas are telling me that the players that the Cowboys want are being picked just before it gets to them. So,
well, I think that was pretty clear in round 2. Not that Sam Williams doesn't seem like the perfect Cowboys pick because, of course, he does. But when you look at who was selected within the top 5 right above, George Pickens, Alec Pierce, and Sky Moore all went. I definitely think that they were going to be targeting one of those 3 players, assuming that they fell. They just did not, of course. Now, I don't know, looking at those teams as well, I don't know if any of them would have taken Cam Jurgens. I would have loved to have helped the Cowboys out for a benefit and led to extra picks. But at the same time, I feel pretty good about them getting Sam Williams and not George Pickens. So,
and there's no guarantee Sam Pickens works out because their history on defensive linemen in the draft class, not that good. Randy Gregory is an okay player. He has not produced like a Pro Bowl player that he got the money for. And I think that's a big distinction. They gave this massive contract to DeMarcus Lawrence. Taco Charlton was an absolute bust. Yeah. This draft, and I know the Cowboys historically have had a very good draft the last couple of years. We talk about CeeDee Lamb, obviously Dak, Zeke was a good pick. Tony Pollard was a good pick. Trayvon Diggs had a very good year last year. Micah Parsons. But overall, especially in the later rounds, and this is where you're seeing the difference with Philadelphia. Philadelphia has struggled in the first couple of rounds, but has nailed the later portion of the draft. Dallas has really good first and second round picks, really first rounders only. And they have really struggled in the later portion of these draft classes. And you're seeing really the makeup where Philadelphia is right behind Dallas, and in a lot of ways, I think, above them in terms of overall talent now because of all the people that have left the Dallas Cowboys. Dallas hasn't replenished those guys. They don't have a replacement for Amari Cooper. They don't have a replacement for Cedric Wilson either. And Zeke, as much as everyone wants to say he's a good player and when he's on, he's great, that contract is probably the worst in football right now. That contract, and even the contract to Dak Prescott, because as many people want to talk about the Dak versus Wentz debate that prolonged the late 2000s, neither quarterback really worked out. Dak has one playoff win. He has one playoff win, and you can say, well, he played well, in spurts against San Francisco. No, he didn't. You put up 17, 20 points. That's not a good playoff game for a quarterback. The Cowboys drafts have not been as good as people realize. And even this year, there's a lot of issues with this class. I don't think the Cowboys are going to be as good this year as people will say just because of Dak being on the team.
Yeah, and even just to kind of go alongside that point, because the real root of the importance of what you're saying there is that they're not going to be as competitive against Philadelphia as many believe. And so when you look at how Dallas has improved or how little Dallas has improved compared to against how greatly Philadelphia has improved over these past few days, this seems like a real chance to win the division now for Philadelphia, assuming that Jalen Hurts takes the next step that he's expected to do.
Yeah, just quickly as well, apologies for the bot spam that was in the chat. We got rid of it. We do not condone bestcams.fun. However, what I assume has happened there is that they have seen the Eagles draft so far, and they have gone, that's adult content. This is now an adult content stream. We can promote. So they've basically gone, Howie Roseman's making an OnlyFans, but for draft picks. So let's promote our content. So I respect the hustle from the bots. Unfortunately, Kento says I condone it. We'll just put him on like a bonk timeout, like just to think about what he's doing. So we've got it all covered, luckily. Guys, we are almost at round 5, which means the Eagles are kind of almost on the clock. We've been live for, I don't know what, an hour and a half? We're getting there. This
About an hour and a half.
That's okay. There's only like another 8 to go. This is fine. 40 of you still here. This is absolutely brilliant. And thank you for hanging out with us on this Saturday afternoon. Hope you're all having a lovely weekend. We're also on 40 likes, so we can push 50 by round 5. That's good, right? We can add 10 likes per round. We can push that to the moon. If you guys are new in and you haven't liked the stream yet, make sure you do. It's the best way to support what we do. Also subscribe if you haven't, so you know when we upload. That's also kind of important. But yeah, wow. That's where we're at. So there hasn't been a punter off the board. Jordan Stout. Here's my handle. Here's my Stout. He is now gone. But Matt Arietta is still there, which is all we really care about at this point. So, yeah.
Also, Hassan Haskins, the running back we talked about from Michigan, just selected 131 with the Titans. So Titans go heavy on the skill position for this draft class. I'm stunned that Stout is the first punter off this board. And in round 4, no less.
Yeah, it's a bit weird. I'm stunned that it's not Arietta. I thought he would have gone a little bit earlier. If there's already a kicker that's gone as well, like didn't the Browns just take a kicker?
Yes, they went. Hold on, Cam York. Yeah.
Yeah, so that wouldn't surprise me at all.
They also got Perry and Winfrey, though, the defensive tackle from Oklahoma. I thought he was going to go in the second round. He didn't. So that's good value for the Browns.
Winfrey had I guess it was some impromptu interview or conference that he did over FaceTime or something with multiple reporters, and let me tell you, he was fired up. I mean, this man is. He's made, or rather, 31 teams have made an enemy out of him. It is very clear. So it's going to be interesting to watch if that talk carries over, because the way he was talking, go out, find the video, watch it. But you're looking at a guy who thinks that he's going to turn this into a Hall of Fame career now, just out of spite. And I think it's awesome, to be honest.
Yeah, can't have a knock it. As long as he doesn't go Sharif Miller level with it. You know, there are two ways this can go. There is
Yeah,
either...
it didn't come across like Sharif. Yeah, no, it's a little believability behind it. You know, it also helps that he was, highly touted before the draft as well. Helps.
Yeah, of course. Brandon Moore said he's being dragged out by his girlfriend. Boo! Nah, it's okay. We'll see you later, man. Have a lovely afternoon. We'll still be kicking around. Kenzo says, I love watching you guys late in the draft because every round you have favourites. Do you guys sleep? Judging by my haircut today, no. So I went to bed I got home at about 6. And then I was like, I tried to have a massive lunch before. I was like, if I just I put 3 different types of pasta, loads of chicken, and was like, if I can carb myself up, I'll have enough energy. Then realised carbs don't do that, and that was a bad idea. So got home and had a pizza, and then passed out at 8 in the morning, and then woke up at 2, and here we are at 6 p.m. So we're back again. Apologies for the hair. I'm at it's getting to that stage. One more round of this, tomorrow. If there was a day 4 undrafted special, I would literally look like I've developed some sort of crack addiction overnight, which just wouldn't be fun for anyone. So we're surviving. We are surviving, Kenzo. We appreciate you hanging out with us. The over-under on likes, as Greg, is on 100. I'd bet the over on 100. I reckon we can push 100 likes today. We've done it 2 out of 3. History favours the trend, all right? We always bet the trend, and history says we're 2 of 3. So I would agree with that. Word is Ariata prefers raisins in his cookies. Look, if we tank Nakobe Dean to round 3 by putting all these rumours out that he doesn't drink coffee properly and that he ruins Game of Thrones and he loves Taylor Swift, I think we can push Matt Ariata down to round 5. I reckon we can do that as a collective.
Another punter selected, Jake Camarda for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers at 133.
Right,
Yeah,
trade
go
up.
Dogs, right?
Trade up and get him now.
I'm surprised he's not the first one taken. We have
me too.
We have 3 special teamers, kickers and punters taken in round 4. That is nuts to me.
Yeah, it's definitely strange. Romeo Dubs taken by Green Bay. That's a dub. Although I'm pretty sure it's Dubs or Dams, but we move. So who took the punter? Tampa Bay.
Camardo, hold on. Yeah, no, excuse me. Camarda ran 4.5. Whoa, he ran a 4.5 as a punter?
Wow. Hunter? Jeez.
Damn.
To be fair, I remember interviewing a long snapper once, a collegiate long snapper, and very quickly running out of things to ask about long snapping. I get that it's a unique position. There's only 32 of them in the NFL. But at the same time, I was like, you can't really separate yourself from other long snappers. I was like, how do you separate yourself from other long snappers? Just the speed of long. But you can't time a long snap with a stopwatch. It's so hard. But yeah, I feel like any kind of specialist position like that, punters, kickers, there's literally only 32. It's other than quarterback, it's the only position in the NFL where there are literally 32 and that's it. No one carries a backup long snapper on the roster. So you're competing with literally everyone. It's wild. Do what FTD do and talk about your music and food. I don't, so I'll get hungry. I've got, you can rate my meal deal. Here's what we can do for a bit while you can rate my meal deal that I've bought. I was stunned when I learned that America don't have meal deals. If you go to a service station or just a store, for $5 you get a sandwich, a drink, and a snack, essentially. Blew my mind. It's phenomenal content. Right, so we're planning heavy today. We've gone with what have we got? A chicken, bacon, and lettuce sandwich, right? At a club, essentially. I think it's more commonly known. Chicken. I didn't realise that. Chicken, lettuce under bacon. There you go. You learn something new every day. Drink, we've got a kind of sugar-free Red Bull because I don't want to be shaking halfway through the stream and give myself diarrhea, to be honest. I've had way too many energy drinks as it is this weekend. We've then gone for a bit of a wild card. Pepperami. Now, I don't know if this exists in America or not.
No.
No?
Is that a meat stick?
Yeah, we'll go with that. That's what it's like spicy sausage.
The wrapping kind of makes it look almost because you got the Almond Joy, the Mounds bar, and this is some third green version of it.
But I thought that, and then I'll just treat myself and get some little chewy Mento things afterwards.
There you go. Fine.
So there we go. So Kemp says a solid 7 out of 10. So I'd agree. It's it's a purpose-filled meal deal. It's not something that I would get daily. I would go for a pepperami and a sandwich. There's a bit too much meat there, but we move.
That brings up a great point. So we do have similar things at fast food restaurants where you can get like a burger, nuggets, fries, and a drink for like $5.
Oh, okay.
It's a bit, I would assume, healthier to get like a turkey club instead of a burger.
Yeah.
Every time you wanted a $5 meal deal, but yeah, we have something similar over here.
What you're describing is what I did for dinner last night,
There you
Zach. Yeah.
go.
I mean,
McDonald's has one now. Burger King has one now. They're just
do you have any idea how far $20 goes in McDonald's? It's obscene.
yeah.
And I mean, this morning was rough, but I'd do it again. I don't know.
All right, just a couple of late selections. Spencer Burford, UTSA, the offensive tackle, taken by San Francisco. We are 9 picks away from the 5th round. And Philadelphia picks 11th in round 5. Getting close to that point, closing in on around 20 picks left before Philly goes.
Yeah, I'm surprised I don't hear you pounding the table more for Woolen, Liam.
I'm biding my time. I've kind of done that thing again where I've took myself out of it because I also know Tay Gowan exists, and I'm okay with that. It's not like a desperate need. Like, I'm a big Tay Gowan fan, so it's like if they don't take a corner, oh no, my other crush gets accidentally forced into a starting role. I'd love Woolen. I would still lose my mind if they get him, but I could see it being tight end or punter. The way that punters are now suddenly coming off the board, it would not surprise me. But yeah, I'm gutted Spiller's gone. Woolen is my main guy now. We shall see if he can last a little bit longer. But we're almost, where are we? We're like 6 picks out of round 5, so we're getting there.
8.
How many Georgia players at this point selected?
80.
I feel like
I think we're at 10.
it's God, wow, what an honor.
I think the record. I think the record for total picks is the LSU squad in 2019 with Joe Burrow. I think they had something like 20 players drafted.
Jeez.
That sounds right. I think Bama's been up there a couple years, but it all just goes to show that the SEC is dominant over all other conferences.
I remember that LSU squad being particularly dominant in the draft, though, Nick. You're right.
And just going off of Tommy's note, I remember this as an argument and a debate in the chat a couple of weeks ago because I had written an article about how the Eagles should stay away pretty much from the entire Pac-12. And really, this is kind of why I'm saying this, because as good as Kayvon Thibodeau is going to be and should potentially be, I trust the tape and the development of these SEC guys more than the Pac-12. Like you have a guy like Drake London, who I did not want Philadelphia to even consider. And you look at Drake London as a player, like, okay, he played really well in the Pac-12. He was really good at USC. But do you trust him over a guy like Garrett Wilson or a guy like Jameson Williams, or even, let's say A.J. Brown? A.J. Brown was from Ole Miss. He was a really good player at Ole Miss as well, even though he was kind of shadowed by DK Metcalf. This is the type of players, like the SEC, the fact that Philadelphia has been very, very strong going in from the SEC, to me, just further compounds the shift they've had in these last couple of drafts, where they're saying the best available players, the most talented players are in the SEC. Let's stop with the charade of going, Washington State, in the first round, or TCU in the first round, and let's just go with the best players from the best conference.
I want to interrupt for one quick second, just to say Andy Reid is a total vibe. I don't know if anyone's watching the draft right now, but they just showed the Chiefs draft room, and a figure appears. You don't see the figure's face, but you just see these bright blue jeans and the Hawaiian shirt, and you just know it's Andy Reid, and an absolute stud of a man. Long live Andy Reid. All I gotta say.
He's the best. I'm watching this stinking draft on Sling because I cut the cord, but I think I got picked behind you guys.
They got Joshua Williams, Kansas City did, from Fayetteville State. I I will say Hulu Live TV is probably the best purchase for if you're looking for not having to pay a large cable bill. If you're looking for just main streaming services. I know that Disney Plus has the new shows and everyone wants to see the new shows. Netflix, I'm not really big on. Even Disney Plus, HBO. I'd rather just have Hulu Live because they still have the Disney movies. They still have the Marvel movies that go on every single day because you're able to access TBS and FX and all these other networks. They're all there on Hulu Live TV. I think it's the best overall deal out of any of the cable spots.
I mean, really, if you you can almost think of it as like two separate things, though. Not that this is an advert all of a sudden for Hulu Live TV. This is not one of those Hulu has live sports commercials. But if you look at it more so as consider the Hulu Live as like your cable service, right? Fantastic, separate, easy bill, great service. And then you can get that triple package of the Disney Plus, the Hulu, and the ESPN Plus. And that's only like $15 a month for all three of those. So you can kind of have your cake and eat it too. Still watch those original Disney shows, the Marvel shows, the Star Wars shows, whatever. I like to watch the Summer League basketball on ESPN Plus. You get some good fights there as well.
Yeah.
So my recommendation.
We're probably a year or two from all of that being consolidated. They got to figure out how they're going to do it with the less kid-friendly Hulu stuff. But I mean, Hulu's the rights to so many shows that Hulu's has like kind of syndicated onto their platform. NBC's taking their stuff back. HBO Max, Warner, they're taking their stuff back.
Really, at the end of the day, just get rid of Netflix. Like I think that's what we can all agree on.
Yeah, Netflix just had a horrible earnings call.
And
now they're
so
considering
funny,
ads.
though. It was so funny, and it sucked because like obviously, I don't know how many of you guys follow the stock market and stuff, but like Warner Brothers Media sort of split off from AT&T, and they just launched their own stock. So it's just they're covering the like HBO Max and that sort of thing. And then you see the Netflix earnings, and you're like, it was clearly a pandemic thing anyway, where everyone's stuck inside, so goes on Netflix, gets a subscription because they kind of have to. So it was always going to be like a drop off, but there's just nothing on there. Like, I mean, the only thing I buy now, subscription wise, I watch more YouTube than I do TV. Like all I watch really is like AEW, so I buy like Fight TV for that subscription. It's like £3 a month, which is like $5 a month to watch 2 AEW shows a week and then get it live on demand. Like it's so good. And then like there's Sky Sports, which is like our biggest sports provider. Like £33 a month gets you every sports channel. So Formula One, the golf, the football, the rest, whatever it is, like all there. So like that's I don't really watch Netflix and stuff anymore. I think my girlfriend does, but I just sort of like, I go, I've got to work, and then just like type an article. I'm sorry. But
Liam, we haven't asked, how is Lizzie doing?
she's fine. We just had our 1 year anniversary, which I'm not sure if that's a key milestone
Congrats.
or not, but it's definitely the longest I've ever had. So that's good.
Well done.
But yeah, we decided instead of going for like a big meal, when we first met, it was like during the pandemic. So we used to go on like a lot of walks because it was all you were allowed to do. Buy pizza and just sit by the river. So we did that as like a little sentimental, just go by the river with a pizza and eat that. And then we're going away next weekend to celebrate my birthday that we never got to because I had COVID, and a bit of anniversary stuff in there as well. So yeah, all very wholesome. She's still as lovely as ever. And yeah, like now I've got my own place and we're not having to sleep in an office. Like it's good, you know, like it's all just, it's coming together nicely. So yeah, very wholesome stuff.
Well, we could, and again, I say this only because I move very quickly, but could we potentially in the near future see a question?
Do not put him on the spot here, Nick.
It's cross. I mean, like, she takes things very slow. I mean, it took a grind to get her to admit to dating me. And even now, she's like, we moved too quick. And I was like, no. I was like, are you happy? She was like, yeah. I'm like, then behave then. There's nothing to worry about. What are you on about? Like, we moved too quick. Are you happy now? It's fine. But yeah, like, long term, I could see it, definitely. I think she's bought into that as well. But I think it's more of a gradual thing, like, and that's why. So yeah, I suppose we got time, haven't we? When I moved out, I looked for a 2-bedroom place because I was like, I'd rather go out and have the extra space. So if she wants to move in, trial it, get used to it, then move out, whatever, get somewhere else down the line. But if I bought a 1-bed place and she moves in, then it's just everyone's running over each other and it's getting a bit tense and, annoying. Like, at least we've got our own space, there's rooms and whatever. So, yeah, like I could see it happening. I'd like it to go that path. I'd like it to all just be plain sailing and wholesome from here on out, which I guess is how it should be, just not really used to that kind of environment. But yeah, it's been a big year, I suppose. Had that, and then started therapy to try and. I think now everything's finally stable in life with me, of just like work, relationships, family, money. Like, to just sit down and be like, okay, well now I can maybe unpack like years of stuff that I've probably just gone, no, I've got to work hard and forget about it. So like doing that and trying to be healthy and proactive. It's been a year of self-loving and all good wholesome stuff, which is nice. So yeah, everything's good on that front. I could see it going the distance with Lizzie for sure. I'd love it to. Yeah, it's definitely crossed my mind, but we shall see. All in good time. If she hears this, I'm probably gonna get shouted at. So I hope she's not watching. But
well done. We do have some results from the draft. Just a couple of picks, but very wholesome stuff. For the Patriots, they selected a quarterback. It's not Sam Howell. It is Bailey Zapp.
oh,
Bailey Zapp, however you want to pronounce that. And then Pittsburgh at pick 138, wide receiver Calvin Austin, probably the best and most talented receiver left on this board. So two very quick picks at 32 and 33 of the fourth round. We are 5 picks away from getting into the fifth.
Pittsburgh has a history of being a real, just doing a real great job of drafting wideouts. And to get Pickens and Austin, I think that's going to look pretty nasty in a couple years from now.
Well, I mentioned this on day one, where like the draft story in 1974 with Pittsburgh and how they were debating between John Stallworth and Lynn Swann in round one. And the scouts for Pittsburgh were basically it was basically 4 hours of those scouts for Pittsburgh basically telling Chuck Noll, listen, John Stallworth is going to be available later on in the draft. Lynn Swann will not be. We need to take Swann. And one of the interesting stories is Pittsburgh made their pick with like 1 second to go. Dallas already had Lynn Swann written up at the podium, and they were picking right after Pittsburgh. So they obviously miss out on Lynn Swann. Lynn Swann wins the Super Bowl MVP against the Cowboys. It's a very interesting story about just waiting for the overall value. And you saw a little bit of that with Philadelphia this year, because in the second round, you had Juergens and you had Dean. The team announced, so they were the top 2 players on their board at pick 51. They felt that Dean could fall in the third round. Juergens was not going to. So you take Juergens in round 2, and Dean falls to you in round 3. It's just incredible value all the way through. For a particular pick like this with Pittsburgh, with Calvin Austin, he had a great combine. His intangibles are great, but it's also about the value. You put him in a receiving core with Pickens, and you have 2 different wide receivers being molded together to form a pretty solid receiving core.
No doubt. I mean, Pickens, again, I'm going to talk about Georgia, but watched him for years. And he, also has missed some time with injury issues. But when he was on the field, quite frankly, he was the only number 1 receiver I really remember Georgia having at the time. I've been following them maybe since A.J. Green. Like, outside of that, there wasn't this pure pass-catching receiver. It had been such a run-heavy offense with, like, your Gurley's, Chubb, Sony Michel, even all that, all the way down. But I'm excited to see what Pickens does. And good for Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh's just never going to be bad.
Well, if Pickett's any good, like that's going to be crazy.
But it's annoying because they're such like an unbuttoned franchise. Like all they ever do is like have controversies and stuff, but somehow end up being really solid every year.
They just draft really well. I mean, DeMarvin Leal, that's a great pick. I mean,
but that's kind of what they've done for the last 70 years. Like the greatest scout of all time is Bill Nutt, because he was the first scout in NFL history to look at the HBCU schools and say there are a lot of great players here. no, we're not going to give them the tape to any of these other teams. That's how John Stallworth was found. That's how a lot of these great players were found. And Joe Green is another great example. No one had film on Joe Green except for the Pittsburgh Steelers because it was Eastern Texas, whatever it was. But you're looking at a team like Pittsburgh who's drafted the same way for 60 years. Pittsburgh, like the one mistake historically that the Steelers have made on the draft is they passed on Dan Marino to take a nose tackle when Joe Green retired in 1983. And the reason behind that was Joe Green was the first draft pick for the Steelers of that era. So they built their franchise around the defensive tackle. Their thought was we're going to do the exact same thing. That's what Chuck Noll wanted to do in 83. So they passed on Dan Marino. 50 years later, here we are at pick 20, and they go, we're not going to pass on the Pittsburgh product again. We're going to take Kenny Pickett, and we're going to surround him with great talent, and they've clearly done that.
I hate to interrupt, but there's been some potentially bad news. Baltimore Ravens have selected Isaiah Likely.
Oh, that was always likely. That was always.
Yeah.
That's good.
Oh, we're rolling today.
Baltimore continues to have a very good draft.
Another team every year.
Yeah.
Question is, did they alienate their quarterback too much? Lamar is not happy with the trade of Hollywood Brown.
Hollywood Brown wasn't even that good. Like he'll be fine. Like they were just.
Who are the receivers? Who's he throwing to?
No, I mean I agree with that point, but still, I don't think losing Brown. I think you can bring up the point that they should have made a move, but I don't think that trading away Brown was that big of an issue. If that makes sense.
I think it's going to be a massive problem, especially if Lamar like look, they've had a great draft. I'm not denying that. I think you look at the 4 best drafts of the NFL so far this year: the Jets, the Ravens, and I think the Eagles are the top 3. And if you want to put Kansas City in there, you absolutely can. But with Baltimore, it's about the quarterback position right now because Lamar is the only one negotiating this contract with the Ravens. There is no agent in the middle. So he wants big money. The Ravens are going to have to give him big money. And when they do, that's basically going to take away any chance of them getting a number 1 receiver for him. You can't keep throwing to the tight end every single play. Mark Andrews is a great tight end, Pro Bowl tight end. That's not going to solve their passing woes.
I don't have any numbers in front of me, but.
Oh, sorry. Go on, Tommy.
Sorry, no. I don't have numbers in front of me or anything, but was he throwing it that much to Hollywood in the first place? Like, or is he just mad he lost a buddy?
Well, I think it's a little bit of both because he was their one consistent outside receiver, and the fact they had such a great relationship.
I mean, I don't know that I'd use the word consistent. I mean, maybe he was the most consistent, but I don't know if I'd say in a general sense he's consistent. But they have a young, interesting receiving core. I mean, you have Rashad Bateman, Devin Duvernay, and James Prochet. These are all players that could be contributors. So while I'd love a veteran there, if I'm Baltimore, it's not as though Brown, even though he's more of a veteran than those players, it's not like you traded away like a Larry Fitzgerald type,
He had 90. I'm looking at his stats now. 90 catches, 1,000 yards, 6 touchdowns. That's not a bad year. That's a really good year for.
That's not a bad year.
That's a really good year. You're giving significant capital away for the ability to have those other receivers and save that money for when Bateman and all those guys are eventually under contract and lose their contract extension. Lamar's contract is going to be a big problem.
But the other factor too is now you have Linderbaum to help keep him alive. So like that is a positive for
I agree.
Jackson.
Right, two points really quickly. So one, I was hoping the Eagles might end up with Isaiah Likely just because obviously last year they picked up a guy from Coastal Cal, and they seem to be targeting little pockets of players who all know each other and get on and are best mates. So I was hoping that sucks. With Hollywood Brown, why did they call him Hollywood? Is he self-called Hollywood Brown, right? Like his name's Marquise. No one's just gone. Is it like his parents call him Marquise when he's been a naughty boy and everyone else calls him Hollywood and it's one of those? Oh, your mic's muted, Zach. Hold on.
I thought I unmuted myself, but I guess I muted myself. Well, I don't know. It could just be a name that he got, either high school being hyped up as a prospect, or isn't he Antonio Brown's cousin?
Oh, is he?
He is. Actually, I got it right here because I didn't know either. But Gus Johnson called him Hollywood.
Really?
That's it.
Right, do you
I
know
don't
what?
know.
I was going to make jokes. I can't now because Gus Johnson is literally the greatest man to walk the planet ever. So I'm not going to argue with that, man.
I will say I've been scouring Twitter obviously because this is the time to do it. Honest NFL, the guy who is basically this anonymous former Eagles scout or in the Eagles organization, he tweeted out, "This is the first draft in 15 years. I've sat through, took inventory for each team like the insurance used to pre-Central Draft Network, but I can't recall one like this where you can make an argument between multiple teams coming out far, far better than when they started." A Eagles account said, "Eagles, one of them in your opinion?" His response, "Without a doubt, best draft haul so far since way before Andy Reid was hired in 1999.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
hard to disagree with it.
We have
Yeah.
to see how Dean looks, for the injury, but like just early thoughts. I mean, it's an above hit. Like I'm big on the Jurgen pick, right? I see that as a necessity because Jason Kelsey, I find it hard to believe that he comes back next year. He almost hand selected this kid for the Eagles.
Yep.
Like he picked this guy to be the heir to the Eagles center position. So. Looking at that, looking at Jurgen's ability, his incredible athleticism, I'm very high on him. If the highest you're willing to give him is a B plus, I'll live with it. But in my mind, that's even like we're in A territory with him. We're in A plus with Jordan Davis,
Yeah.
and especially with Nakobe Dean. So, and then if you factor in, obviously it's not a draft pick, but the trade of pick 18 for AJ Brown. Absolutely huge. Like so, everything that has happened. If you're just looking at the draft picks, it's been a great draft for the Eagles. If you're looking at everything together, it's been an amazing draft for the Eagles. So I don't think anyone should have a negative opinion of anything that's happened so far. To say it's the best since before Andy Reid makes all the sense in the world to me.
I think the closest one is 2002. And 2002, they absolutely nailed with Brown, Lito, Westbrook, and Michael Lewis. I think that's the closest comparison. The one thing that I will say with this particular class, and the reason why I love it so much, with Jurgens and really Dean himself, Jurgens is the pick that was not going to be around, and I kind of mentioned this earlier, where he wasn't going to be around in round 3. So if they were going to take him, it had to be in that second round slot. They take him, they have Kelsey's heir apparent. But the thing with Dean that makes it so important, you listen to the press conference with Howie, you listen to the press conference even with Dean, he's healthy. He's good to go. It's a pec. According to the reports, it's not as bad as some national reporters were saying. Some national reporters were saying, well, he's fallen because he may not even play this year because of a pec injury that he needs surgery for. If the Eagles doctors and Dean himself are saying that it's just a strain and he's going to be ready by training camp, we aren't talking about, oh, he's going to miss week 1, he's going to miss the first month. We're talking about him being an immediate help on the defense, and an immediate help in round 3 is an absolute steal.
Yeah, absolutely. You can't complain with that at all. Eagles are almost on the clock. We're almost in round 5. I didn't realise they picked that far into round 5. So they're only, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Pick 11 into round 5. So another CB off the board, Damarian Williams, which means that love of my life, Tariq Woolen, is still there at round 5. I would have taken him in round 3. So there's that.
Yeah, I agree. And again, we still have a long way to go. We have about 13 picks before Philadelphia is on the clock. I still have doubts that Woolen is going to be available.
Yeah.
But if he is, this was already an A draft, and you just got a project corner with incredible intangibles, very good tape. And if you get an older free agent corner, I think that could help out tremendously because you basically put the free agent in the spot as a starter right then, and let's say Woolen develops a little bit quicker that he's starting at the end of the year. Or, God forbid, he takes a full year to develop and he's the starting corner next year. A la Lito Shepherd and Sheldon Brown, you're looking at a good defense going from good to great.
Absolutely. We'll just get to some of the comments we've had in the chat. Philip accidentally, let the guy slip for a while, bless him. So apologies for that. Ron says he thinks Dean was rat fucked by someone trying to get him to falter later rounds. It was very, very weird. I wouldn't be surprised. I say I wouldn't be surprised. That wouldn't even be cool, but it was like I could see there being a possibility where he wanted to go to a certain place. He'd be there with Jordan Davis. It's like, come to Philly, we'll get it. I don't know. I'm not ever suggesting that because I think that's like barbaric, but I could see there being a logical swing. If he starts falling anyway, why not just make it worse so he lands at a place where he wants to go? Like, if he knows he's not going to be a first-round pick, not going to be a first and a half, and you're getting towards the end of the second, you may as well just try and push the issue. But yeah, Doug says that the trade will not be as big as you think. When they traded for Rager, Wentz made a career throw to Ertz, back to an earlier point, which is very true. But we shall see what happens. So the Eagles are around like 13 picks away at the moment from being on the clock once again. Let's have a look at who's left. Who are the players outside?
I bring up a name if we're going to talk about who's left real quick. We've talked about him a little bit before, but it's not exactly the first position of need that you think of. And yesterday we talked about this player a little bit as a potential third-round pick. And we talked about the wide receiver room and how it's a little bit clustered, and it kind of is by personalities. But so when you look at it, you really have I would say 5 wide receivers right now who are likely to be on the roster. Greg Ward is somebody who I could potentially see. Maybe I can't see the Eagles doing it because they have that Greg Ward bias, but just as far as play deserves, I could see. Basically, what I'm getting is that I'm not going to not draft a player to save Greg Ward's feelings, right? So, thinking that in mind, Khalil Shakir is somebody who, if he's available with the 11th pick, I'm very interested in. If Woolen is gone, I'd say I would definitely take Woolen over him, but Khalil Shakir is definitely somebody who's going to be on my radar at the 11th pick in the 5th round, and I think he's somebody who could make a special teams difference even this season. So I think that's one more name that we definitely should keep an eye on.
I love him. I love Khalil Shakir. He's the only other receiver in this draft that I love. And I remember we've had this a few times now, but I couldn't ever work out if it's because he was Boise State and that's where John Hightower was from, or if it's just because he does so much. But
this is the chance to draft John Hightower, but he's good. So imagine how great that could end up being that story.
It's a great concept. So I'd definitely be all about it. I mean, outside of that, Chris Paul, not that Chris Paul, a lineman out of Tulsa, he exists. So, but do you know what I love? Right, this guy, and I'm on CBS right now, and they give you, if you click on the player profile, they give you a pro comp. You can't even write this. Imagine being an NFL draft prospect, working your ass off through pro days, through workouts, through all these trials and tribulations, only for CBS Sports to compare you to Jamon Brown. You just sack it off. You go and work at Wendy's. You wouldn't bother. You'd give up there and then. There's no point.
Whose sister did you sleep with that you get compared to Jamon Brown?
Chris Paul, apparently. He's been called a long-term starter with a pro comp to Jamon Brown. So that's good.
Jake Okonwo, the tight end, is being selected by the Titans. We are now in round 5.
Did you say Giggle?
What?
Is his first name Giggle?
No.
Jake.
What?
Jake Okonwo.
Jiggle. Okay. All right.
Anyway, but Chigozie Okonkwo, he was actually a player that Morgan was pretty high on, a real athlete at tight end, somebody who he thought actually would have made sense for Philadelphia. So that's one more tight end off the board. I think that kind of takes tight end out of the equation for Philadelphia, but which is fine. There's still a couple quarters. Josh Jobe's still there. Obviously, we talked about Shakir. He's still there. Punters, definitely an option that they can go with. So there's still optionality for Philadelphia.
Sam?
Just going through some of these player comps now is out of sheer intrigue. Khalil Shakir is being compared to Golden Tate, ironically enough. So that could be
I heard Antoine Randall L, which I thought was interesting.
Yeah, that could be fun. I'd prefer that just over the after the Golden Tate saga. We've got a defensive lineman that's been compared to Javon Hargrave. Have they just looked for Eagles players in these comparisons? So weird. So weird.
So I will say one team that I think is going to surprise everyone. I think the Giants, they have 2 picks in the early stages around 5, picks 146 and 147. Sam Howell is still on the board. I would not be surprised if either Washington, Seattle, or New York takes Howell here in the 5th round.
Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if Carson Strong goes as well, because it could be a team that has Howell on the board. Howell comes off the board, and Strong ends up being the backup plan.
The Eagles could always run it back with Carson Strong. Just can't help themselves. Those North Dakota State quarterbacks.
Yeah, exactly what we need. Another quarterback named Carson. Let's get it over great. Okay, so apparently the Washington Commanders are taking Sam Howell.
And there you go.
5.
There you go.
Exactly like you said, Nick. Now we have to watch to see what New York does, because that was a great spot for Sam Howell to land. What do they pivot to?
Maybe corner.
Well, you can imagine with the talent that's available there, sure.
Corner, I would say maybe O-line again. They're desperate need of O-linemen.
Honestly, that wouldn't be a bad idea. Just go with quantity over quality, and quantity, and hope you find quality. You know.
I'll tell you what, though. I think.
Sorry, voice is gradually going in. Big Huff.
This is what that was.
Yeah. Big Huff said that let's go Woolen or McCullum, and I'm assuming he means Zion McCullum, the cornerback. Wouldn't mind that either. The only concern I've got is that, I think he ran like a 4.3, I want to say, at his pro day or the combine, and he just doesn't look that quick on film. He just looks a little bit rigid, a little bit slower, much bigger strides, which is fair, but at the same time, if it's intangibles the Eagles are going off and there is 4.3 out there, then they may well look at it. So, especially if they do want to go corner and Woolen goes. But yeah, he's very tall as well. He's a giant with, he's like a giant with little arms, like a little T-Rex, I would say. Just sort of runs around. Little arms, a bit slow, but apparently runs a 4.3.
Jalen Ramsey just tweeted out, I can't wait to tweet about our next move, LFG. It depends on what's going there. Obviously, they drafted a corner just now, and he could be inferencing that. Or it could be a play on the Honey Badger.
What's going on our network now? What? Oh, that's such a commies move. Anyone have any idea? What this Washington franchise is or what they're doing? Why is she wearing pajamas? Who is it? Monica Bailey? Oh, she's a season ticket holder. Great. Brilliant. Lovely. Well done, Monica.
Carson Wentz is just going to retire at some point. He's like, guys, stop being so mean.
Oh, I'd retire after that. Jesus, it's not good. And I love how Sam Howell's been compared to Baker Mayfield. Is that just because he looks a bit similar?
Well, speaking of Baker, with the Panthers taking Corral, could we very well see Seattle trading for him later on in this draft or even afterwards?
Who, Corral?
No, Baker.
Oh yeah. I was gonna say that would make sense.
It sounds like they genuinely like Drew Lock, and I don't know how much you want to believe that, but
Drew's got the intangible. The thing with Lock was he was in a very difficult division, and he had to outplay some of the best quarterbacks in football over the last 2-3 years. And I don't think the team around him was very good, and the offensive coordinator was very good on that. And that's why you saw the head coach get fired. The thing that I will say, though, is the fact that with Seattle, the Cleveland Browns are probably the biggest asshats I have ever seen when it comes to this quarterback position. I don't like how Philadelphia handled the Carson Wentz saga with Jalen Hurts and everything that happened there. The Cleveland Browns took that to another level. Not even just going in there and giving the largest contract to a man that is currently under is still in court for sexual assault allegations. Not one, not two, but 22 different allegations. But the fact of the matter is, people and NFL analysts have driven me crazy with this, because you look at the Browns and everyone's like, well, Baker Mayfield's a child. He acts like a child. What exactly has he done that makes him the child? What exactly has he been? Is it because, he wants the team to do things a certain way and he's continuing to work in a certain pack? Like, this dude had a torn rotator cuff. He had a torn rotator cuff and played throughout the entire year because he wanted to play with his team. I can't fault that. He didn't play well. I think that's in large part due to the injury. But then everyone kind of just forgot about that and said, well, he sucks as a quarterback. He sucks as a leader. He's a child. And the Browns saying, well, we want an adult at quarterback. Deshaun Watson's an adult?
Well, I think it's the Colin Cowherd thing too, where he said Baker's in too many commercials to be a good quarterback. Where it's you hit a point where there's so much visibility in terms of your public profile that more and more people start rooting against you, and it doesn't take very much for someone as I'd say confident as Baker, like for people just to be like, oh, well, I was rooting against you anyway. And I don't really care if you're injured. Everyone's injured. It's easy to make these sort of arguments and kind of pick on the guy.
Oh, bestcams.fun's back again. Emergency.
We do have a player trade. The Rams are trading for Troy Hill, the Browns cornerback, old Rams player. So I think that's the move that Jalen Ramsey was talking about. But Troy Hill going back to LA for the Rams as the latest spot. And the Chiefs just took Darian Kennard, defensive tackle from Kentucky. Tick, 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 tick. We are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 picks away.
Let's go.
Bestcams.fun. If they want to chuck us $20 for this advertising, that'd be great.
Yeah, at least throw a like in there.
Exactly. Yeah, at least subscribe, comment, subscribe. Bestcams.fun. Come on. I think we should make a PSN jersey that as our title sponsor, just across the middle. just bestcams.fun.
Best draft ever.
Alright, where are we at? So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 away. Ariat's supposed to link to his favourite campsites on live streams. He knows he's coming, so he's just, he's preparing us. That's all he's doing. We're also at 45 likes, guys, so thank you so much for everyone who's dropped a like on this stream. We're nearly pushing 50. We're pushing P. We're getting there. We get to 50 before the Eagles pick. That will be amazing. We will see how we go. But, yeah, we're definitely getting there. Some fun names left at the moment. There's a couple running backs. Matt Ariatta's still there. The offensive line landside starting, says Duck. This is going to be a very strange few picks now. I wouldn't mind Shakir. I think Shakir would be great. I'd love him. I'd really, 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 really love Woolen. Josh Joby would be alright, but I prefer the athletic upside that Woolen brings. That I think Joby tends to be a bit of a PI machine from what I haven't watched your tape in ages. I watched a few games, but he just seemed to be a bit I would call it alligator-y, just snaps at everything and just he's a bit like that. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, there's a couple of options here, but I think definitely Matt Ariatta is probably the most appealing one, oddly.
I'm not going to name drop, but somebody in the Eagles PSN Slack mentioned the name Darian Kendrick. Is anyone here a Kendrick fan?
Kendrick Lamar?
I thought it was Kennard that he was talking about, and I regretfully said, nope, he's already taken.
Well, I'm just not a big no. So he played at Clemson and then most recently in Georgia. I don't know. I feel like he's the kind of guy who can slip into the UDFA pool, and maybe if that happens, but he's taken. It's such a fall from grace that he's seen. I don't know if I'm interested in his player profile at this point. I think that there's just better corners available. Speaking specifically of Woolen.
I'm not going to jinx it. I would because I don't think he's going to be available, but Woolen here would be the icing on the cake for this draft.
Yeah, it would be the perfect end to what has been. What is going on now? There's a cat being thrown around.
Is it a magic show? Is it a dog show? I don't know what.
Is it a dog? It's a dog. And a man dressed up as that. Is that the I'm a Snake guy? You know, I'm a
I
snake.
thought he was a lizard man.
Oh. Oh, I don't know. What happens in Vegas stays in Vegas, right? So maybe they're just taking that and going with it. I'm not sure, but very confused. Oh dear.
Just waiting on the Giants. First of two back-to-back selections. Philadelphia, what is it, 8 picks now away?
I think they should host a draft in England. If these are all Vegas shows, put the draft in England. Put it in London, and then just have, like, I don't know, really
I want them going
iconic
back to
British
New York.
memes come out.
I want them going back to New York. I think it would be a great spot.
The New York was always fun. Liam, have you ever been to one of the Wembley games?
Yeah, I went to the Eagles one in 2018. It was really good. Really enjoyed it. Oh, look at that. That guy's doing the vertical. Look, that kid there is doing the vertical. That is where I found out I had a 38-inch vertical. So, look, average vertical of a college athlete. That's all I'm saying. This guy's got nothing. Look at him. Bum. Get off the machine. Let me have a go. Alright, move it up. Yeah. Move it up. Yeah, you got nothing. Shocking from this guy. He's going to miss it. Wow, well done. Yeah, you're odd. I'll knock him out, don't worry. Liam got interviewed a lot during that game. No, I did do a podcast, though. I did a podcast, got invited into that. That was fun. That was a Giants fan with red and blue hair. Okay. I think NFL asked all the casinos for a show. Kemp's only just realised what undrafted free agent means. He thought it was some sort of college. I love that.
Very cool. Yeah.
That's funny.
Giants took Micah McFadden, linebacker from Indiana.
Okay. If they can do a pick from Munich, then they can do a pick from Barnstable, England. Exactly. Thanks for doxing me on stream, though, Kemp. Jeez. Thanks for just, giving out my... I'll send them my address next time, shall I? Yeah, we're getting close now. We're getting close now. To Eagles territory. UTSA, UDFA close enough. Exactly. There's not much separating, and they're basically the same plays anyway.
DJ Davidson is the second pick from Arizona State. I got to tell you, the Giants obviously nailed the top picks with Thibodeau and Neal. Ever since then, though, I have been less than impressed with their draft.
Yeah, not a Scooby-Doo, if I'm honest. Started out really well. The second they took, was it Robinson? Just randomly?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Honestly, I'm surprised they didn't go after you here as well.
Yeah.
They're going to be looking to move on from Tony, and Sterling Shepard is just not long for New York. I really thought they'd double up on wideout at some point. All right.
6 picks away. 6 picks.
It says Barnstable, England under your tweets. Oh, does it? Oh, never mind. I mean, I don't live there. I don't know where that is.
Years off. Went to Buffalo.
Who did?
Khalil Shakir.
Oh, of all the places in the world to go.
That's okay.
Yeah.
That's okay.
Damn it. It is for him. He's going to have a whale of a time being thrown at by Josh Allen.
Here's the thing, though. At the beginning of the day, the number one name everyone was talking about for Philadelphia, for Eagle fans, was if Woolen had fallen and somehow gets to 5, Philadelphia should run and take it.
Sure. I still agree.
But it would have been nice to back up. Still 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 picks before Philly goes. That could easily be Woolen. I mean, at that point, so Woolen's the number 1. Who's the number 2?
I have no idea anymore.
Yeah.
Trade back.
Trade back. Go for Jerome Ford. Tyler Algieri.
Bless you.
I mean, Doug says McCullum. McCullum's still a viable option for sure. Yeah, I mean, McCullum, again, only thing with McCullum is just that he's just game speed and his film speed look two different things.
Yeah.
But I would still take him over Josh Joby because Joby just... Yeah, when you got Castro Fields there, Penn State, we haven't had a Penn State player yet. That seems like an inevitable pick, right? That there's going to be a eventual Penn State player.
I mean, Tyreek Smith could go if you're looking to get a D end. He's the kind of guy that he seems to have a lot of good traits. He just, for whatever reason, has a problem putting it all together on the field. So you kind of just draft him with the hope that he's going to be a better pro player than he was a college player. But there's a reason he was so highly touted coming into Ohio State, and everyone thought he was going to be the next man up there.
Yeah, absolutely. Are there any British blokes? I don't think there are any British blokes to begin with, Kemp, unfortunately. No J.J.'s this year. Although J.J.'s voice used to really grate on me because it was that half. Is that James Corden level half English with an American twang that just doesn't? It almost feels like it should be Australian and just full send it and go all out with it. Yeah, very very odd. That's why I think my worst worry is going to Philadelphia for a bit and coming back sounding like half American, half British in this weird nasally voice. It's already bad because I was just spend most of my time talking to you guys. So whenever I'm talking, I'm like, oh yeah, man, yeah, of course, dude, just normal, conventional stuff. And I'll go out to eat with my friends, and the waiter will bring over the food. I'm like, oh, cheers, man. And all my friends, oh, cheers, man, yeah, cheers, man, cheers, man, just to take the piss. And it's such a joke. It's a nightmare. So it's already bad now. I'm dreading what it's going to be like if I actually do go out there.
When are you coming over? When are you making it official?
Hopefully August. That's the plan.
Okay.
Just to try and get him some
preseason. 3-on-3 tournament?
Huh?
Is that when we're doing the 3-on-3 tournament then?
We're gonna have to if you want the smoke. I mean, if
Oh, wait, are we not on the same team?
Coming on the preseason.
I'm a
stream.
competitive man. I would say. I'd say.
With or against you now? This is an interesting thought.
I don't know what the teams. Who are the teams?
For allegedly having a 36-inch vert and allegedly being 6'3". I can actually see if this is true in real life.
Exactly. It'll be great. And then I find out I'm 6 foot flat with a.
Man, I'm Escalade out there, So if we are on the same team, I'll be throwing you lobs. This could work out. It could work out either way.
I get scared of dunking. I'm tall enough to dunk. I get scared of hurting my wrists on the rim. I'm such a baby. I'm just
all right, so I'll play against you then. So we probably should. You know what? We should probably have teams set up. Eric has a team. Ricky will have a team.
Yes.
You have a team. That's 4 teams right there. You can do a small tourney just like that.
Yeah, no, that'd be amazing. That'd be so good.
I've already claimed Sean Bernard, so that is everyone listening now. Sean Bernard is on my team. So
verified Sean is on Zach's team.
Washington takes Cole Turner, tight end from Nevada.
Cole Turner, that's a good pick. I was listening to Ray Didinger this morning, actually, and he was talking about the Jurgen pick, and I believe he said that Cole Turner's name for some reason came up and was someone that he actually liked for Philadelphia. So seeing him going to Washington, I hope Ray Didinger's wrong about him.
17 contested catches, in 2021.
Straight up.
4 picks away.
Houston is just traded up though, and the pick is in.
Oh no!
Don't be willing. Just.
Oh no!
Come on, Ron's right. We're near 50 likes. We're 1 away. And we've hit that milestone just as the Eagles are about to be on the clock. So that is a monumental dub from all the PSN boys making all the noise. We love to see it. I'm just hoping... it shouldn't need to get a corner at this point. I'd like to think.
Well, they have Stingley. They got Stingley and Petre. It'd be very strange if they went corner here.
Yeah.
50, there it is, nifty 50. Well in, gents. Three days in a row we passed 50. That's a huge dub. Massive thank you to all of you for the support. I'm getting a bit tense now. Atlanta feels very.
Yeah, Atlanta was the one I was.
Don't like it.
I think Seattle as well. Seattle would be one.
That's another. Well, that's kind of the problem that we're in is that you can almost make the case for any one of these teams. I mean, Houston being the least of those, but could see a scenario where any one of them would want him. Thomas Booker
Never heard of him.
at Stanford. That's who Houston took.
That's fine. That's okay.
Yeah, great.
Now,
That
now it's past Atlanta.
that prolongs the pain for a little while. That's okay. Right. I'll get the link tweeted out just for everyone to hop in.
How does this always get so nerve-wracking so close to the pick now that, we're even in the 5th round now, but just with Woolens managed to still be exciting?
I know.
Yeah. Get this woman off the screen. Just announce the pick.
Nah, she's kind of hot though. I'd say we keep her up now. I'm joking.
Get her on
Love
best
me a
cams.
cowgirl.
I'm gonna hit a quick bathroom break here before the pick.
That's all right, mate. No worries. Oh, pasted it twice. Duck, behave yourself. We'll have none of that slander in the chat, regardless if it's correct or not.
Oh, Lord.
Are you just that's where you will come and find out. Cool. We'll get that.
Pick is in for Atlanta.
Just don't be Tariq. Just not now. I can't handle it. I'd almost rather another team takes him so the Eagles don't have the option to break my heart, you know? Like, just take that.
We're going to do a Tariq Woolen jersey giveaway.
I would if he gets drafted. We're absolutely doing it.
Oh,
Absolutely.
that's a good pick. Tyler Algier.
Oh.
That is a good pick for Atlanta. And a great pick for Philadelphia.
It's getting there. It's slipping. I can feel it. The moth has spoken. We're so close to drafting Howell. We were so close to drafting Howell. What's about Ariatza and Woolen are available when it comes to the Eagles pick, and we trade back only for the Cowboys? Don't you right? Block that man from the chat. We will not tolerate that sort of horrible comment. There is no need for that sort of declaration. Shocking.
Yeah, put him with bestcams.fun.
Yeah. But you're going with bestcams.fun. Actually, you probably like that. That's the worst place to ban anyone, is bestcams.fun. I always get worried like BYU have like the Yahoo logo on their helmets.
All right, 2 more. I don't think Denver goes corner here, but...
Yeah, stranger things have happened, you know?
Big Hugh saying Denver doesn't need a corner. I agree. However, this isn't really based on need. It's about, best available player now as we get into round 5. So It's not just that they don't need one. It's they could definitely get the best available corner, which I think is Woolen on board.
I mean, maybe they try and continue to build up the O-line. They just brought back...
Election is in.
I don't know if they go with a running back at this point, but...
Is that a Wentz jersey?
Yeah,
I love it.
I'm back.
I got the AJ Brown already. He had it,
Yeah.
I know, I'm gonna have to. I have so many jerseys. The Kevin Cobb jersey I bought, the Wentz jersey I got to wear like twice. I mean,
You should buy a Sam Bradford jersey though, unlike me.
Perfect. Love it. Love it.
They might have. Oh my God, they could have him fall to him. Oh my Lord!
Nick, that Seattle was the one to worry about. So let's not.
Come on, Seattle, do something stupid.
Oh, I don't like this. I don't like this. Is too much. This is the one draft crush I've had this year. I've only had one. I normally have like 3 or 4. I've only had one, and he's somehow here like 2 rounds later than he should be. Just get him in. Bring him home. Barbar Black Sheep, have you any woolen? Yes, sir.
Very
Yes,
cool.
sir. Just bring him home.
He was drafted by the Seahawks.
No, he wasn't. Shut up. No.
Yeah.
Oh. Oh, I could cry. I could cry. I could cry. Okay, just get Ariatsa. Just get Ariatsa then.
No, I think you trade back now.
I would trade back. Yeah.
That's annoying.
Damn.
You can trade down and still get Joby, or I guess if you like Kendrick.
Oh, of course they're gonna get Joby and his little arms.
Just in a little lower down.
Why is Pete Carroll topless?
He always is. Jerome Ford's still around too. Somebody I would hate. But I mean, come on. Drake Williams 6'4" and 1/8, and he ran what was it? A 4.
I think it was a 4-4. 4-3 or 4-4. Oh, 4-2-6. There you go.
Unbelievable.
He's a crazy athlete. That'll be the one that I think might come back and haunt them. Is like they could have got that guy there.
Always seems to be the Seahawks.
I know. Yeah, it's
God.
DK all over again.
Yeah, DK, Russell.
Yeah. Oh, man, they just live rent free in Howie's head.
I would have moved 237 to get up there.
Yeah, but we're gonna.
It's okay because now we get Matt Ariatsa.
No, you
Next
trade
pick.
back. Trade back.
I don't know. I wouldn't mind that punter.
That's what I'm
Not
saying.
even-
Bring him in. Bring in the punt god.
It doesn't sound like he's very accurate, which may be why he's dropped.
Nah,
I'll
just,
take McCollum. I'll take
don't worry
McCollum.
about that. Just
Don't worry about that.
I would go McCollum here if they don't trade back. I'm okay with that.
Come on, this is it. It's a failure on the clock. Okay, right. No one spoil it until it comes out on the TV.
Yeah.
That's how it is. That means Brian as well. If you're watching this after last night.
I'll say a woo or a boo, but I won't say who it is.
You say what? A woo-ba-boo?
A woo or a boo.
Oh, okay. Oh, right.
Yeah.
I'll say a woo-ba-boo. I was like, oh, is that a prospect? I just don't know.
I am really surprised. I'm really surprised Seattle double dipped with Kobe Bryant and Woolen today.
Yeah, same.
I mean, it's pretty good though. It's
It's a great haul. It's a great
Yeah.
haul, but I'm surprised they double dipped there.
All right.
oh
Eagles are on the clock, and they're going to select a woo-ba-boo.
This is good luck. Weezer's playing before the pick. This is going to be a great pick.
I just want to get in a woo-ba-boo jersey now. Weezer are playing. No way. Oh, that's the best thing to happen in this draft.
Weezer off the screen. Just tell me who we're drafting.
That's
This
so
is going to be
sick.
a great pick.
I love
This is it.
Weezer.
He's playing the melodica. This is going to be perfect. This is going to be a great pick.
Why'd they say Weezer for the 5th round?
I know that's really day one kind of.
Yeah.
Yep, they traded out.
And they traded back.
They've traded out. No. How far back?
If they weren't going Woolen, they were going to trade out.
Damn
The
it.
Jags are on the clock now.
Yeah. No word on the haul yet, but I mean, it may have even traded back just like 4 spots, but
What have they got next? Like what? A 7th? Like would it be like a 6th or a 7th?
That tells me they wanted Woolen, and they were really hoping that he'd fall out.
probably traded that 5th for Miles Jack, I would assume.
Seems fair. I saw somebody tweeted.
Picks
Sorry, go ahead.
188 and 198.
Okay. I'll take it.
What was it?
I think
Pick what? Sorry.
188 and 198.
All right, that's not too bad. So what? They drop back 30 spots and then get 190. So they get a 6th-round pick that they would have lost yesterday.
Yeah.
That's not okay. If this pick is Matt Ariazza, I'm ending the stream here though. Because there's just no need for it. Also, I forgot I didn't make a schedule for Saturday because I know how chaotic it gets. So, if anyone wants to write about the prospects, you're more than welcome to. If not, I'm happy to do it. Whatever works best for you guys. I guess now there's 3, we could do one each. We shall see. It's so heartbreaking though. So we're completely out of the 5th. Yeah, I presume so.
Oh, so it's 2 6th-rounders. It's not just a 5th. It's not a 5th and a 6th.
Snoop Connor. Interesting. Running back. That's who the Jaguars took.
I don't know why they felt the need to jump that far up.
Yeah.
The Eagles, the Eagles could have done. The Eagles could have done. That makes sense actually. Yeah.
But I don't think Snoop Connor's the running back that's on the mind.
No, definitely not. But yeah. Damn it.
Look, I still think this draft is going to be an A, just because of how great the first 3 picks were, and the Woolen miss kind of stings. But we're now in the midst of, this is going to be best available player, probably going to be a project, whether it's offensive lineman or defensive lineman. I don't think there's going to be a corner available to really sit there and say, oh, he's going to play for us right away when the season starts.
Yeah, for sure.
Josh Joby, Bama is still available, still out there. Carson Strong still out there. Justin Ross. Like the run on corners happened this round, and clearly with Woolen taken, they weren't gonna reach for someone.
Yeah.
Tell me again, what they get in return for this?
188 and 198, 2 6th-round picks.
Got it.
Yeah, so it might make sense just to do like a 6th-round recap then instead of going in and doing like individual plays, because by the time you write one, yeah, you'll do that. That's fine. It's so annoying. Such a long wait as well now, because now you're watching another player hoping he falls somehow to this. If they can get Ariazza in the 6th, that'll be fine. Then if they can get Ariazza in the 7th, it'll be fine.
Well, you get an extra player. Like that's the positive here. Like, yes, not getting Woolen stinks, but you get an extra player. You know, instead of 2, you're gonna have 3. You know, you have to trust the development of the coaching staff and how well a lot of the younger players played last year. Even some of the later round picks, like, you know, Watkins being a 6th-rounder, developing as well as he did last season, that's on the coaching staff as well. He played really well. You look at some of these other players, Driscoll, we mentioned before, he played really well before he got hurt. There's talent on this team that's still young that you have to trust the coaching staff to be able to develop. And early on, the returns are showing that the coaching staff is able to develop that talent. So I'm okay with trading back here.
Yeah, it's okay. It's not the worst thing in the world. It's just also not the best, which we're not used to from Howie Roseman this weekend. It's just been nothing but the best imaginable, which is probably why it's knocked us for 6 a little bit, I would assume. By the way, guys, now we're not picking till the 6th round. If any of you would like to go on a lunch break or have a sandwich, you're more than welcome to. I feel like an actual boss saying that. That's awful. That's so weird. But yeah, if you feel free to have a little munch on stream, or get a drink or something, or toilet breaks.
I might take you up on that. I still have not eaten today.
Yeah, get some food. I mean, I think Nick said he was adamant he's not going to move for like 7 hours and he's just going to sit there regardless.
Oh, it's how. Listen, I've done a draft stream, whether it be with PSN or the radio show at 887 RHU. we did draft shows for the last like 5-6 years, and it would be pretty much just round one. But I would sit down right in front of the mic, and it would be 6 o'clock. We do a pre-show at 7, and from 7 to 1 o'clock in the morning, I wouldn't move. So I am well versed in these draft shows. I am well versed in preparation here. I'm not moving. There's no need.
But Ben says Liam's a real one for scheduling lunch breaks for the crew. I mean, I try. They don't really listen to me. I'm not assertive enough as a boss. I need to talk to my therapist about this. I made a whole schedule. There's a lovely little... You'll be able to see it very well on the stream, but I did make a little spreadsheet. It was colour coordinated. It was all very lovely of when people can take breaks and when people can relax and who's going to write each article. Within a day, no one pays attention to it anyway. So, I mean, it's the draft's just that kind of event where it doesn't really matter what you say. Like, it just takes its own path and you kind of roll with the punches. So, my main thing is that everyone's actually okay and is able to have food and relax and also, you know... take some time off, because this is all pretty much voluntary. Like, you know, this is something we just do an extra. We could just do written content. Oh, bestcams.fun again. Go away.
Holy shit.
I don't understand. Why? I mean, look, yes, I'm stressed because the Eagles didn't get Tariq Woolen. I'm not going to bestcams.fun to release that tension yet, okay? After the stream, bestcams.fun. Hit me then. Then we'll talk.
They keep sneaking in.
It's shocking. I must have banned about 4 of them.
When we get the store back up and running, that should be a T-shirt.
Well, bestcams.fun.
Fun, yeah. And then we'll get goodbets.biz.
I was going to say, it feels so similar to that. It's just Eric just trying to maliciously spam the chat or something.
That probably is Eric's YouTube account, yeah.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me. The Eagles should take Sincere McCormick, says Ollie Kemp. Right.
Nick, you should go to see if it's Eric.
Yeah. What could you say about him, Kemp? Give me the scouting report on Sincere McCormick. If this is right, I don't want to live in a world where Kemp is right about an Eagles pick.
Sorry, what's going on?
Well, Kemp's saying the Eagles should take Sincere McCormick, so I'm gonna.
I've never heard of him.
Yeah.
I will say NFL Network.
There he is.
Who I prefer.
I will say NFL Network just did a segment on which team has improved the most in the draft. Maurice Jones-Drew, he said unequivocally it's the Philadelphia Eagles. Mentioned Jordan Davis, mentioned the trade for Cam Jurgens, and then having a first round top 20 linebacker fall to you in round 3 is just unheard of. The Ravens are another team that were mentioned, and obviously the Ravens are really good. But this is kind of in line with what we've seen for the last couple of days, where the main 3 winners of this draft have been the Jets, who are done for the day, mind you. They've already had their press conference to end the draft. But the Jets, the Ravens, and the Eagles. And yes, they only have 3 picks, but you count A.J. Brown, and it's a 4th pick. And the reason why I count A.J. Brown, it's the same thing we've said before, because the A.J. Brown is not a 29-year-old, 28-year-old wide receiver. He's a 24-year-old wideout. That is pretty much around the same age as a lot of some of these other receivers are in this draft class. So you've got a Pro Bowl receiver at 24 years old in this draft as well, on top of a tank in Jordan Davis, on top of the replacement for Kelsey and a starting linebacker. That's as good of a first couple of days as you're going to get. So I agree unequivocally with Jordan Davis. With Maurice Jones-Drew.
Yeah, so Kemp is giving us the lowdown on Sincere McCormick, saying he's a running back and he's good at catching and can block, which, look, I'm not going to go against such in-depth analysis. So I'm all in on Sincere McCormick. CBS have him as their 266th rated player. So a smaller compact back who gets the most out of every bounce with the talent he has. Vision's mostly good. Barely used in the receiving game. It doesn't have bricks for hands. Naturally talented runner. Slightly limited athleticism. Won't run away from NFL defenders. Decently elusiveness. But not intimidating in the hole as it pertains to how he can make defenders miss.
Really quick, Ian McCollum just went to the Buccaneers, so he's now off the board.
And I think Seattle just took Ford, the running back from Cincinnati.
No, he was actually taken by
Browns
right before the Buccaneers.
Okay. Right before.
Damn.
But they did just trade back into pick 158 Seattle. Tyreek Smith. That's a potentially big pick. Like I said, he struggled a lot in college, but the tools are there, so there could very well be an NFL player in there somewhere.
Do you know what? What's Alec Lindstrom still on the board?
Yeah, I kind
I
of had
don't
a
think
feeling.
it's needed now, but yeah, it's interesting in hindsight to look back at.
Wide receivers, and then also the player. You also have.
Oh, that was a fine. When are the Eagles picking? 188 and 198 now, and we are on pick 158. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. That's absolutely fine. That's okay. Everyone's fine. We're not losing our sanity just yet. We're all okay, I think, somehow. But yeah, it's been a very quiet day for the Eagles so far, unlike the other few.
Hold on, Tyreek Smith there? Oh, wait, no.
So we had no receivers in the NFL last
I was gonna say.
There were no
Why isn't Dominic Robinson being taken? I don't know. Who is that?
Yeah.
That's
The
defensive
name
line,
that
isn't it? Yeah.
potentially interested at if the Eagles are looking to add edge depth. I think his floor is higher than Tyreek Smith, but it's the ceiling for Smith that likely sold Seattle.
Excuse him. Well, that's the first yawn of the day. We lasted a round and a half, so that was good. Colts are in at pick 159.
Eric Johnson the second. MSU. Yeah, hopefully we just keep flying through these until we get to 188.
I'd like to think so. I mean, it'd be.
We still got a while to go though with in the 5th round.
Oh, I know.
Yeah, we got like 20 more picks to go.
Yeah.
Sit and be happy. We got a while to do.
Yeah, Matt Arias is still there. That's fine. Kyron Williams. I just don't like Notre Dame players just because it's Notre Dame and they annoy me for existing and not wanting to commit to a conference, but that's a different thing entirely. Josh Joby's still there. I could see that being the pick as well.
Kingsley and Igbari.
Castro Fields, I mentioned before. Right, see if you can just find good name players.
Line, or do you think that they're pretty confident with who they have?
Where, sorry?
O-line.
I think that'd be pretty sound now. Yeah, there's no need to force the issue. I think if they're gonna keep Dillard and allow Herbie to kind of grow in at guard as well, then you've got 2 years worth of stuff there now. I don't think there's a need to push for it.
So when we look at the backups, obviously there's Jurgen, there's Dillard. As far as at guard, I guess we have. Well, it depends. What's going to actually happen with the starting rotation? Because Sayamalu should be healthy by the start of the season, and does that mean Herbig is your swing guard off the bench?
Yeah, he has to be. You're not gonna sit Dickerson after last year.
No, absolutely not. And you'd think Sayamalu would get his starting job right back as well.
But that's why I said Sayamalu should be on the block, because they don't need him anymore. Because you've got Herbig, you've got Opeta, you've got a lot of different options at guard, and there's he's only played 15 games the last 2 years. He's had injury concerns.
I mean, it depends on what you find on the block, because he may end up being worth more getting a comp pick back instead.
Yeah.
But it's definitely a name. I mean, to have him on the block, I think makes all the sense in the world. It's just a matter of, hopefully someone sends you a deal worth taking,
Yeah.
Tito Ogbonia to the Los Angeles Chargers.
Yeah, I don't know what they're going to do on the offensive line at this point. I part of me saying, from Howie's perspective, it would make sense to give Sayamalu the starting role for this year, then know that you've only signed a tender on Herbig, lose Sayamalo and go, oh no, well we can't pay you a lot of money because you haven't done anything for a year, and we'll give him a cheap contract, and then they get quids in on a player who's very capable of being a starter. Like, that would be the smarter way to look at it. But it's just whether Nate sees that come in and, you know, tries to get a deal elsewhere. Because they have tendered him 2 years in a row, and he might get a little bit pissed off if he gets shortchanged again. But yeah, we will see what happens. Is it Otito Ogbonia for the Chargers? Another defensive tackle off the board.
You know, I got to be honest. It's going to be really easy to start hating on Kayvon Thibodeau. He's well-spoken. He seems like a nice guy, well-spoken. He also has that big-headed Strahan type thing that you hated. I think it's going to be really easy for people to hate this guy.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, I mean, at the same time, though, you'd hate him anyway because he plays for New York, like whoever they took at that point. Like, they took 2 franchise players with those 2 picks with Evan Neal as well. Oh, Alontae Taylor's gone. Oh, no, so that was round 2. Oh, that would explain that. I just saw his name flash up with the Saints, and I was like, oh, that was a really good pick. Then I realised that was their pick just like 3 rounds earlier. Yeah, damn, it's just getting to that point of deliriousness now where I don't know who's on the board, who's left. Oh my god, it's back again. Bestcams. I can't be arsed. I don't understand how. Alright, no worries, Tommy. Tommy's going to have a quick food break, and we're gonna hold the fort for a little while longer. I feel like this is like a happy hour. We had arms in the air. Is there anyone got a little bit hungry just yet? Do you want to have a nice filling breakfast?
He has to handle his business on the field first. Some of the inconsistencies that I saw on the field.
Oh, great. So Jalen Ramsey's recruiting Tyrann Mathieu, apparently.
Yeah, Lord. I don't know how they're going to be able to afford him, though.
Rams thing ever.
I don't know how they're going to be able to afford him.
Well, they haven't got any draft picks, have they? The Eagles should take Mario Goodrich. Yes, Kemp. There you go. There's analysis I agree with. He would be my favourite corner left on the board. I've mocked him to the Eagles a couple times before. Clemson boy, very physical. Not as twitchy as some of the other guys in this. He's not the freak athlete that Tariq Woolen is, but he's a proven competitor in a much better conference and a much better team. He's going up against better receivers. Like, he's good in press, quite aggressive at the line. He's got a nice jam. I like him. I wouldn't be mad at that at all. If they can get Goodrich in the 6th, that would be huge. I'd like that.
The one name I haven't seen, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I interviewed him earlier in the off season. Alec Lindstrom. I'm a little surprised I haven't seen his name.
Not really sure what happened.
There were some measurable concerns with him. So, I mean, really, around 5th, 6th is where I expected him to go. Just with those measurable concerns. Because as much as people talk about Juergens being small, Lindstrom had seen those issues as well, and he's not athletic as Juergen is. So, I think it's about right. I don't want to say it's like unfortunate. I think the argument will be made by people that you could have waited for Lindstrom this late and gone with a difference maker in the 2nd round. But I'm very happy to have gotten Juergen all the way around.
Yeah. No, I don't see an issue at all with the Juergens pick. I like it even more after finding out what Kelsey said, and the fact that it was Kelsey that was the one that kind of recruited his entire name into the fold. I am a little surprised that Lindstrom has fallen, just because he was extremely successful at Boston College, an all-ACC pick. He's got the brother connection there, the brother being an Atlanta first-round pick. A little surprised on that end. I get the measurable concerns, but he's also, he's no slouch when it comes to speed as well.
Sure.
Yeah.
There's a lot to like about him. Something that's like I even had him mocked to the Eagles, and I don't remember if it was my 5th round or 6th round selection for them, but there is a lot to like about him. It's just you have to take the good with the bad, and so right around the 5th, 6th round, I do think it makes sense for him.
We're seeing some love there for Greedy Williams, saying that the Eagles should. Well, what is that? Can you hear that? Can I?
Yeah. Was there a crash?
No, just someone being a dickhead. That's the only thing, because my office. Sorry for the language, because my office is in the like the high street, so it's just all the boy racers going up and down after hours, thinking that they're fun and really popular. Yeah, we get it. You spent £80 on a lovely exhaust. Well done. Yeah, but anyway, back to the actual point, which was Greedy Williams and a Jalen Reagor trade. I don't think anyone is going to be...
Yeah, 162 I had Lindstrom going, actually.
Yeah, I can't see it being a thing, really. I'm not really high on Greedy Williams either. Like, I didn't mind him coming out of college, but it just hasn't really... Yeah, done too much. I'm not the biggest fan.
Oh, here's a good question, because we've talked about the winners a lot, the Ravens, the Eagles, and all that other stuff. Who are the biggest losers in this draft? Because I think one team that we haven't really spoken about that I think kind of missed a lot in this draft are the Jaguars. And I think it's compounded by taking Walker over Hutchinson. But I'm not a big fan of their draft. They've had a lot of picks and a lot of high picks. But even like Snoop Connor, like I don't see that as a good pick for them because they literally have, 4 different running backs on their team right now that are already playing.
Yeah.
You get Lloyd and you get Muma, and I think those are 2 good picks, but they're both linebackers, and it seems like every year the Jaguars are drafting multiple linebackers when they have Jack there. So while like those are good players, it also like doesn't make sense. So I kind of agree that it's and this is part of why I was saying that the Jaguars should have traded down from the top spot because you could have made an argument that they weren't going to win with the number 1 overall pick, whether they selected Walker or Hutchinson, and I think Hutchinson would have been the better pick. But unless Walker really takes off, this is looking like a losing grade draft. So I definitely have to agree with you, Nick.
And it feels it's kind of shameful, but let's play a little hypothetical here. If the Jaguars don't win next year, and Trevor improves but not by a lot, and we're going into year 3, and people are starting to call for Trevor Lawrence's head because the quarterback position is an overrated position now, where we expect a quarterback to save a bad roster every single year. If the Eagles have as much capital as they have and Trevor Lawrence is available in a couple of years, I think they should be running to make a deal if it ends up being that Jalen Hurts isn't the guy. I'm still a very big proponent, and Jalen Hurts can be the franchise quarterback. I think he showed a lot last season. I think they're in a very good spot with him this year now. But even if he doesn't and Trevor Lawrence continues to not perform like the number 1 overall pick because of how bad the Jaguars are, yes, please.
Yeah, I mean, I think the only way that happens is, like you said, if the team doesn't improve, Lawrence only takes a small step in the right direction, nothing large, and the Jaguars find themselves in a draft spot where they can get one of the top quarterbacks next year, and they fall in love with one of those quarterbacks. Yep. At that point, maybe there's a chance Lawrence is moved. I don't know if it will be the Eagles at that point, but it would be something I'd be interested in pursuing rather. But it's the longest of long shots. But if it happens, I'd definitely be interested.
I kind of agree, but it's just the thought of like, I loved Lawrence coming out of college. I thought he was a better prospect than Andrew Luck, just because of what he was able to do at Clemson and how he dominated for that long. And really all you need to know about how good he was is the fact that the minute he leaves Clemson's program kind of takes a pretty big, dip in production and overall winning.
Oh my God.
It's an interesting hypothetical because yes, the quarterback class next year is great. The quarterback class the year after is going to be good. And then you talk about positioning yourself for the Arch Manning class, which is coming in 2, 3, 4 years. It's definitely hypothetical. I don't think we're even really planning for it because of how behind Jalen Hurts the team is. But I think it's a really good backup plan in the worst case scenario.
Yeah, talking of a backup plan, bestcams.fun seem to have plenty of them because they are back again, so apologies for that in this never-ending cycle. It's unbelievable. There's some nice messages in the chat, though, that we've seen. Matt Fitzpatrick, who I'm assuming isn't the PGA Tour golfer, but may well be, so just in case. I think I've made that joke every time he's ever commented. Hurts is gone by next year. He isn't the guy, and I'm tired of hearing that. We'll get a new QB next year. I think we find out one way or the other this year, right? Like, now that there is this much help around him, we will find out, for better or worse, whether Hurts is the guy. And it can't really go wrong. If he is the guy, great, he's the guy. If he's not the guy, you haven't really lost anything. You just get a new one, and it's that simple. Like, it's not like Jalen Hurts is going to hold this team back. It's that this team is in a transitional period still of building this new base, and they now need to work out if the quarterback is going to be the guy to champion that forward. And you're only going to find that through time. So it's not exactly a bad thing if Jalen Hurts isn't the guy, and it's not exactly a great thing if he is either. Like, it's just happily trundling along no matter what, and we'll go from there.
Well, I always laugh at the people who are just adamant in saying that Jalen Hurts isn't the guy and he didn't show enough and he didn't do enough and he's not a good quarterback and everything else. It makes me laugh because in NFL history, these same people would be waiting and hoping to trade Peyton Manning after his third year when the Colts went 6-10, and these same people would be trading Troy Aikman and getting rid of him after his third year in Dallas and they didn't make the playoffs. And the same thing with Terry Bradshaw, and the same thing with Joe Montana, and all these guys who did not perform right away but grew into excellent quarterbacks. Terry Bradshaw is a franchise quarterback, and he did not start. He was not the week one starter of the 1974 season when the Pittsburgh Steelers won the Super Bowl that year. That it's not a simple thing of, oh, he's going to hold this team back. And I'm seeing Matt's comment here. He holds the team back in the past game. It's why we went to the most heavy run game the second part of the year. Yeah, that's true. But who's to say that he doesn't improve next year? He's improved every single year as a starting quarterback dating back to college. Like, it's absolute. To me, I think it's the most moronic take out there to say a player cannot improve at the ripe old age of 23, 24 years old. Yeah. It's an absolute moronic take. And when you talk about a quarterback like Jalen, where he has improved even in college every single year, and you saw the growth not just in college, but in his first 2 years of the NFL, you saw that growth at the end of the year, and you saw that development. That game against Washington, they don't win that game against the Washington football team if Jalen Hurts is not the quarterback. They don't win that football game. And, you talk about it, well, he should have done this, he should have done that. There are a lot of positives with Jalen Hurts, and there are some negatives. To sit here and say the Eagles have or don't have a franchise quarterback after year 2 is a moronic take, because it completely ignores the fact that most franchise quarterbacks, almost 98% of the franchise quarterbacks, aren't shown in the first 2 years. It's usually in that sweet spot of the third and fourth year where you start to see that development. Donovan McNabb didn't develop as a quarterback until 2001. People forget that. Hugh Douglas was quoted saying this, and how in 2001, when the team won its first division title in like 10 years, it was because of McNabb learning how to play quarterback, and he was in year 3. He also played only the last 5 games of the season in 1999, the full year in 2000 when they made the playoffs. It's almost an exact same career trajectory as what Jalen Hurts is right now. To sit here and say he isn't the guy is a moronic take to me.
Yeah, it's still a little too early, I think, for sure. But we will see what happens in the next year. Either way, I think this is going to be the most high-pressure situation for him, because it is very much boom or bust now. And yeah, pressure makes diamonds, or probably breaks the rock, either or, but we'll find out. And I think the nice thing is we're going to get a definitive answer. There won't be any ifs, buts, or maybes. There won't be, well, it's because of this. Well, the line sucked. Well, he didn't have a receiver. Well, he didn't do this. It is going to be a case of Jalen Hurts show us who you are, and that's it. Zach, are you reading Metro there by any chance? Are you...
I do have a Metro, but no. As Nick was going about his point, I was just taking a look through the circular real quick.
Oh, okay. No worries. I wasn't sure if you were doing like a really subtle advert or like.
No. I do have. I actually have like 5 stacks of like my first article. I tried to get. So here's the thing that I noticed, and this is really exciting and really frustrating at the same time. So, for those who don't know, we have our. How would you describe it, Liam? Relationship with Metro?
Yeah, so we're owned by the same company that own Metro, and essentially being positioned
is the
to
best
provide.
Way to put it.
Yeah, so we provide their sports coverage essentially. Like that's the long-term aim. So that whenever you buy or whenever you get a Metro Philadelphia newspaper, that it's our sports coverage inside it.
Yes. So picking up a copy of Metro, the train station, not too far from my house, where I could just go pick up a copy, be on my merry way right after, and it was great for about like 2-3 weeks. And then what I have noticed, Liam, and I think there's a correlation, and so this is really exciting and just unfortunate for me, there are no copies left anymore.
Seriously?
There's still copies being delivered. I do know that. But now, normally when I'd be able to show up at like 2:30, 3 o'clock and pick one up, and there'd still be like a stack there, now they're gone before noon.
Oh, wow.
And the only thing that I know that has changed is our increased sports coverage with Metro Philadelphia. It is a super exciting thing. But if you want a copy of it, it's got a kind of a early bird gets the worm kind of situation at wherever you would locally find your Metro Philadelphia newsstand.
That's so mad, though. I love that. I'll tell Josh next time we talk here. He'll love hearing that. That's so sick. That's made my day. That's really cool. Love to see it. Kem says, will Braxton Jones drop? I don't know who that is, if I'm honest. So potentially. I'll level with you. Like, I think that's the thing. I'm never going to like lie and pretend I know about a player when I don't, because it doesn't. But I've just found a player called Big Cat Bryant, and the fact that's his name, I want him. Defensive lineman.
Is Big Cat still like? Is he this year?
Oh, it says he's in the draft. I mean,
he was talking about coming out last year. That's why I was surprised. And then Reed Blankenship is back in is in the draft pool this year. He was a name that people were talking about to the Eagles last year.
Yeah.
At safety.
Duck says, Zach, it could also be because more people are going into the offices recently.
Well, Duck, let me dream.
Yeah, and they want to go into the office to talk about sport, and they get their information from Metro. See, best of both worlds. Look at that. I know that guy. So Amika Imizi is the one that Morgan likes, I believe. Who's this guy, Kemp? Braxton Jones. Right. Give me a sec. What do we say about it? Braxton Jones, there he is. He's an offensive lineman. Quick first step, great top end speed. Apparently good. I'm reading this off CBS. Good athleticism, control pass pro. Would like to see him show some variance in his punch timing, hand usage and adjustment once engaged can improve. He's compared to Sam Tevi. So that's a thing.
Who?
Ask Kemp. Kemp knows.
Who?
Who's Sam Tevi? Sam Tevi is a free agent. Was drafted by the Chargers in the 6th round in 2017. So that's gone well.
Yeah.
So that's...
It's not significantly better than a.
It's literally Jamon Brown all over again. Why are these poor guys being compared to bums, man? It's so upsetting.
Well, I mean, I guess it's better than like every single, like if you get a running back that's mocked to be picked like the 6th round player comparison, Barry Sanders. I guess it's better be a little more realistic about the level of play they're gonna have.
But
But
it's just the
just
confidence
art-
to pull
like-
out this bum again. Yeah, he reminds me of that guy. Remember that guy does nothing and got cut? Yeah, him.
Who's the guy that plays the same position that sucks?
Yeah, it's such a. I wish like PFF was like that on the Draft Network, where they're just like, this quarterback coming out reminds me of Mark Sanchez, and you'd be like, all right.
Hey, let's be a little kinder to Mark Sanchez. He's the only quarterback of the last 10 years to beat Peyton and Brady in the same playoff. It's true. How many quarterbacks are you looking at that have gone to 2 consecutive conference championship games in the AFC?
But it is Mark Sanchez though.
It is, yes. He still has more playoff wins than Dak Prescott and Josh Allen.
Game manager.
And what did you say, Zach?
He was a game manager, but yeah.
Still won those playoff games, man. And you look at the game against New England when he was in Foxborough. Hey, hold on. If you look at the game against Foxborough, he absolutely outplayed Tom Brady in that game. He absolutely outplayed Brady in that playoff game in Foxborough. And
Tom Brady gets outplayed by the weirdest quarterbacks between Mark Sanchez and Nick Foles.
Flacco.
His thing. Flacco, Eli.
Sam Bradford.
Sam Bradford. Remember that time that Clayton Thorson just kicked Tom Brady's ass? They weren't even playing football. They're just in a bar. Jerron Bland now going to the Cowboys.
I don't know who the hell that is.
Ah.
We're getting to the point now where I have no idea who these players are, and I'm just going to comment based on positional value.
Yeah, I want Kemp to find us more sleepers because he's 2 for 2 on future Hall of Famers right now. And it'll be scenes if they actually, turn into something, though. Jazir Taylor at Wake Forest. Reed Blankenship. I know that name.
Oh, yeah, that's the guy who's talked about last year. Multiple injuries over his career, which is part of what kept him out of the draft last year.
Gotcha.
But
That Bama corner is still out there, right?
who?
The Bama corner.
Yeah, Joby? Yeah, he's there.
Why is he falling again?
Because he's bad.
Yeah.
Nah, I don't know why he's falling, but he's just very alligator-y. I don't know. He's alright.
Yeah.
I won't be mad at it, but if you're gonna draft Josh Joby, you've got Josh Joby at home, and his name's Tay Gowan, so there's no need to go above and beyond for him.
That might even be a little bit of an insult to take Allen, honestly.
Yeah, no, true, very true. What do these say about him? Let's see if I got my analysis right. Light-footed corner with the quicks to reduce in the slot if needed. Very patient. Blah 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 blah. Likes to help out in the run. Plays bigger than his size. Tends to get grabby down the field. See, I told you he's an alligator. When in most cases it's not necessary, especially in jump ball scenarios. Ball skills were alright, not great. Not a run-stopping monster. Longer arms but smaller wingspan. T-Rex. Oh, best fun camp. Stop it. Stop.
It's not me.
There you go. Well, now Tommy's back. I might quickly have my lunch, if that's cool. I don't want to, make loads of noshing noises onto the microphone, though. So if it does get a bit weird, just let me know. And I will just move the microphone over there. Don't know how I feel about 28 people just staring at me eating food, but we can go with it. I'll give you live food reviews.
I can hang with you guys for about another 30 minutes, then I got to put together a desk chair.
Ooh, nice.
I'm getting a lot of stuff done today.
What type of desk chair is it? Is it like a fancy one?
Yeah, we went in for a nicer wheelie kind of desk chair thing. I'm using just a hard wood right now. It's not super comfortable, but this is it's not quite a gamer chair, but it's a step below what that would be.
Nice.
So I'm excited, but it's not going to be easy. Might have to drink my way through it.
I literally got dining chairs from IKEA, but the seats don't stick onto the leg frames at the bottom, so there's a bit of wood that the seat just slides around the whole time. It's such a nightmare.
Yeah, IKEA stuff's hit or miss, man.
Yeah.
I've been learning that
Mm.
since I moved in here 2 months ago. We're just putting all this stuff together, and it's like, I mean, I'm not the best at this sort of thing, but half of it's just like, all right, let's just order something else.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, this fifth round is just dragged.
I was gonna say it really slowed down, hasn't it?
It's like these teams wanted to get a certain player, are happy to get a certain player, and now everyone else is just, oh, we don't really like this class.
Well, I was gonna say it kind of feels like the draft just ran out of players.
Yeah.
Like it's kind of felt that way pretty much like right around when, maybe a little after Woolen, probably right around that Jerome Ford, Tyreek Smith area.
I mean, the second Kemp started pulling out players' names out of his ass and with player comparisons to like 6th round picks that aren't on teams anymore, is when we knew it just get. I really hope he comes back with another name though.
Danny Watkins player comparisons.
I gotta be honest though, I really feel like this class is extremely talented and there's a lot of depth.
Sorry. I think Kemp developed a draft grudge for 20 minutes and he's gone. Oh, I don't know why that's so funny. Bless him. He just found a random name on a list and gone, that'll do, and he's gone like 3 picks later. That girl looks enthralled to be there.
Is that a girl? I don't think that's a girl, Liam.
Oh. Oh, no, it's not. No. My bad. Sorry, Jack. I get that issue a lot. Don't worry. Sorry. Moving on.
Braxton Jones just went.
Yeah.
Liam about to get cancelled. I hope not. It's not my fault. I mean, Neil Reynolds looks way too happy with himself as well, so. There you go, Cam. There he is. That's your boy Braxton Jones. Smoke Monday will take a lot of time to improve. I'm not smoking any day of the week. I don't do that. I'm not, we're behaving ourselves here. No best cams, no smoking on Mondays or Sundays.
We've got another 12 picks in the third and the sixth. What round are we in? 5th? Jesus.
Yeah. Still got a long way to go. So Smoke Monday has been compared to Josh Bledsoe. So let's.
I don't know who that is.
That's what I mean. I don't know who these players are. They're comparing to it. It's the funniest thing. American football safety for the Patriots. Okay, right. He's still in the league. So that's a start. He was round 6. It was a 6th round pick last year. He was placed on the non-football injury list at training camp, and it's done. That's good. Okay, so good start.
Ty Chandler off the board to Minnesota. Another running back. Ty Chandler, running back out of North Carolina.
Oh my goodness! I will say.
So we find a draft prospect, Liam, on the site you're looking at, whose player comparison is another player within this draft. I think that.
I love how, so Verone McKinley's being compared to a less physical Buda Baker. So not Buda Baker then.
Yeah.
If you take the physicality out of Buda Baker, you just got a 6th round pick safety.
Yeah, I need you to look up Carson Strong because I need to know if Carson Wentz is the comparison.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Who did he go to again?
No, he's still.
He's
Oh,
still
he's still
available.
there. Alright, let me have a look.
They say Carson Wentz.
This is more entertaining than the actual draft itself. And it really shouldn't be. Carson Strong, there he is. Compared to Ryan Griffin.
Oh,
That's
so
horrible.
obscure. I don't understand.
He profiles as Tampa Bay's 3rd string quarterback, right?
Yeah, it's.
He's probably not there anymore, but
I gotta be honest. I don't know what Steven really saw in Strong if he's now being projected to a practice squad or 3rd string quarterback.
Literally, this is so crazy. Oh,
There's
I'm
you,
trying to find
like-
other ones now. You're about
were-
to find a wide receiver ranked 339th compared to Liam Jenkins. I
Liam
love it.
Jenkins, BSN.
I have an interesting projection here. But with Dillard, Sayamalo, like a lot of these players still on the block, maybe they are looking to trade them for draft picks. Maybe they're looking to do very similar to what they did with Ronald Darby and Jordan Matthews, where, towards the end of the off season, beginning of the season, you're looking to ship Dillard for maybe a team with a lot of corners. Let's say an injury goes down to Seattle's offensive line and Bryant and Woolen are available on the block.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if one of these picks would end up being available then, but perhaps another young corner. It's definitely an idea that you could be targeting young players by holding on to Dillard or even Rager. I think if it's not that, I think it's one of two things. If it's not that, then I think it's similar to the Sam Bradford situation where you're just waiting for somebody to go down and that value to instantly rise, especially thinking of Dillard's case.
Oh, I broke that. Oh, no. There we go. So there's another one. I'm just trying to literally find people with obscure comparisons. This guy is just like spinning a roulette wheel with every pick, I think. So Nick Zakelj, who's an offensive lineman out of Ford, has been compared to Alex Lewis. And if you go on his profile, he was drafted in round 4, and then just bounced around practice squads for a while, suffered a shoulder injury in preseason, and then was carted off the field with a neck injury and nothing since.
I am honestly curious. Who do they compare to Kobe Dean to?
Good question.
Roquan Smith.
What, CBS?
That's too easy.
I don't know if it's
Did they?
CBS, but
yeah, no. Oh, you'd be surprised. They've compared him to Jonathan Vilma.
Oh,
Which, fair?
okay.
Let's try the first. I mean, the first round picks you'd like to think would be easy. Like, Trayvon Walker could have given Arik Armstead. Fair. Hutch have given Jared Allen. Stingley, AJ Terrell. All right. Gardner, Richard Sherman. Okay. Evan Neal was a bigger Andrew Thomas.
Oh,
that's good that they already have Andrew Thomas.
Not what Giants fans want to hear.
Thomas, I will say, Thomas didn't have a bad year last year, but it's still like that was the 4th overall pick.
Yeah.
Tyler Linderbaum, they compared to Jason Kelsey. That's the one I've seen where I agree with.
Oh yeah, but
then
there's
Lewis
also,
signed to
like,
Thornhill.
compared to Jason Kelsey this year between Juergens and Lindstrom also.
But the thing with that is that's where Kelsey's legacy will always be strong because it's the fact that Kelsey has completely changed what a center can and should look like in the NFL. And that's why I think he's a sure first ballot Hall of Famer. Because when you change a position and you change the outlook for a position group like this, as much as he did, it completely alters the league itself. I think it just shows just how good Kelsey's legacy will be 10, 15 years down the road.
Yeah, any undersized or overly athletic center is instantly compared to Jason Kelsey, and that's a real change the game kind of accomplishment right there.
I think I found the best one yet. It says a wide receiver called Charleston Rambo out of Miami, who has a chance to start, does a good job tracking the ball, works for an open quarterback, consistent producer, but needs to improve as a route runner. He's been compared to a wide receiver called Zach Rogers. His NFL history is one line. On April 13th in 2013, he signed with the Jets as an undrafted free agent. He was released on August 31st, 2013. And that's it. I don't get where these comparisons are coming. There's no way you watch a player in 2022 and go, this reminds me of a guy that lasted 3 months on the Jets and never played a snap. There is just no way that happens. Unbelievable. Someone needs to pull these guys aside and tell them to just watch tape or something. Find someone that's atrocious.
Really bad.
Oh well, it's a fun way to pass the time then. Welcome back to Brandon. He's returned. I'm gonna eat my sandwich now because I haven't done that yet. But what a vibe.
Is Cams.fun back yet?
Is what? Sorry.
Is bestcams.fun back yet?
It's made a few returns. It's been out like 5 or 6 times now. We have to put an over or under on how many times it's going to arrive.
When they come back again.
Why? What, have you got something planned, or you want to take him up on the offer?
Oh,
Let me know when they come back.
it's been the most interesting thing of the 5th round, though, is just them coming back again and again.
Yeah, I would make a joke about it on Twitter, but I feel like my account would get blocked for being a spam account.
Probably.
Yeah, so it's just not the most ideal thing in the world.
Did I ever tell you guys I ran into Sam Bradford once?
No?
And
Oh, here we go.
it was in New York when I was living up there. And I just saw this big guy and didn't recognize him at first, but the way he was holding and eating a banana on the side, like on a corner in New York,
Bradford.
it was so strange. It was like all the way unpeeled, and he was holding it like this with like complete banana out. And I was like, who the fuck eats a banana like that? And I looked up, and it was Sam Bradford. So it's my Sam Bradford story.
I cannot believe Sam Bradford was actually our quarterback for 1 year.
There's
There's one of the obscure.
Sam Bradford.
It's kind of the equivalent of what's his name, Jim McMahon. It's kind of the equivalent of McMahon being the quarterback in like the early '90s, and you sit there and you're like, what the hell are we doing?
I remember, so back in the day, many of you remember the long-term PSM fans, and I was a big Sam Bradford supporter and very adamant he would be the guy. And at the time, so I was at networking and stuff, and Teron Davenport, who's now the Titans writer for ESPN, amazing guy, been someone that I've leaned on quite a lot through the years, and has always, like, even when PSN got purchased, reached out to DM me and congratulate me. Like, he's so nice. And I remember I tweeted saying that Bradford was the most accurate QB in the NFL. And he was like, Bates, like, what are you on about? I went to so many levels of like advanced analytics to prove myself right that he was better than Drew Brees. And he just pulled me aside and was like, literally, it got to the point where he was just like, shut up. Just, what are you doing? You're embarrassing yourself. And I'm like, no, listen to me. Sam Bradford, the most accurate quarterback in the NFL. And he's just like, Liam, stop it and leave it. Because it's so funny looking back. But yeah. A lot of love for Teron. I doubt he's watching this. He's a very busy man. But it was really cute. He when we got purchased, he was like, the Titans playing Philly this year. And I was like, yeah. He was like, well, be there. He was like, just make sure you're there. And I was like, no. Even like all these years later, after my Sam Bradford stance, he still looks out for me. So a load of time for Teron.
A good person. They stick through you through a positive Sam Bradford take.
That's a real friend.
Yeah.
That's what I look for in a woman. You know, will she stick with me through that level of controversy? Kemp's found a player called Obina Eze. Let's find out.
Being easy.
A bit easy.
We are 6 picks until the end of round 5, ladies and gentlemen.
Hey! Halfway home.
I'm going to be so hyped come round 6 once we get closer to the Eagles' picks, but round 5, I'm just over it.
Yeah.
Oh, it's so long. 36 picks. And honestly, round 6 could be even longer because there's 43 of them.
Yeah.
These comp picks are out of control.
All right, so Kemp's found an offensive lineman that will be one of the longest offensive tackle prospects in combine history. Somewhat clunky tackle who understands his arms are his best friends. That just sounds like a summer on your own during lockdown, to be honest. Burst off the snap is good, not great. Despite his relative lack of fluidity, he blocks everything in pass pro. Can't teach his girth and length, and for his size, his overall movement and skills are pretty respectable. I've been told the same.
It's a pretty erotic profile.
Yeah, I know. Someone's catching over him.
Just girth and length.
Not smooth. The feet are his touch heavy.
Girth,
Many of his reps are against pure speed rushes or last second wins. Wow, fair enough.
They say he's extremely vascular as well.
Girth and length, boys. Girth and length.
Who's his comp?
Landon Dickerson.
Chukwuma Okorafor?
Who?
Chuma Okorafor. He was starting tackle for the Steelers last year. Tackle.
Yeah.
Yeah, right tackle, I think.
Yeah, he was really good. I think he rated right below Andre Dillard.
Yeah.
He's
thought you said Jaleel
worth
Okafor.
30 million,
Like
so-
starting in the league at least. Like that's a pretty big step up.
Yeah, but with the Steelers' offensive line as bad as it was last year, do you really want to say, "Oh yeah, I'm the starter for the Steelers"?
That's better than Jamon Brown. I mean, come on, what are we talking about here?
We're not going to talk about Jamon. Jamon Brown might be the biggest waste of resources, time, money, interest. Anyone who wrote a story on him probably wasted a good 20 minutes on their life just because of how pathetic that dude was.
I think if you wrote an article about that one play where he tackled
He tackled him twice.
Yeah,
he tackled him twice, and there was once he pulled up and just adjusted his glove. I love him. He's such a hero. The fact that there was
the shark from the Suicide Squad, where he's just like, hand.
The first offensive lineman I've seen sacking their own quarterback.
Goes to the Bears.
But that's kind of why it took me a very long time to get off the Wentz wagon. And I was a big fan of Wentz before. I was a big fan of Wentz when he was in Indy. But especially for that game specifically, his game against Baltimore, that loss is not on him because he actually got them to within 2 at that point in that game, and he was being tackled by his own lineman. At some point in that 2020 season, I was like, this is just a bad year. I think if you draft a little bit better, the offensive line was decimated with injuries, they should be fine. And it was just an absolute avalanche of Jamon Brown, I'm going to tackle my quarterback because he ducked and dived under 2 pass rushers. Come on, dude.
You don't have to tell me. I was all in on Wentz. I literally bought this in 2020. So
I found them for sale for $30, and I was like, oh, he might be able to turn it around. And then he didn't.
Oh, it's sad.
Isaac brings up a good point. Then he took a picture with Lamar Jackson after the game.
I know. He literally might be my favorite Eagle of all time. It's just so...
Liam loves an underdog.
It's so NPC.
It is really NPC, you're right.
It's just like your controller disconnects mid-play and he just... I don't... There's so much... I don't know, man. I love him. What a hero. I wonder what he's doing now. I'd love to talk to him one day and just ask
Probably
him
flipping burgers.
what the hell was going through his head.
Probably flipping burgers or just in the Canadian Football League.
Yeah.
Flipping burgers or in the Canadian Football League.
Morgan's just there, clenching his fist.
Arthur meme going.
He won't be a happy boy. Won't be a happy boy.
Maybe the USFL?
Have you guys watched any USFL?
I have a little bit. The games aren't bad. It's just it's the normal stuff with spring ball. They don't have the players to do it.
Yeah. He could be Jamon Brown could be the new starting guard for the Philadelphia Stars.
I would rather drag my eyes through gravel than watch Jamon Brown in the city of Philadelphia.
I wouldn't. It's the funniest thing in the world. It's so good, but it's
but
almost
it's
wholesome
funny.
because he wasn't ever pulled out. You'd think after sacking your own quarterback, you get pulled out, but then it happens again.
That's part of the frustration.
But it's
That's
just
part of the frustration.
But he's so useless. I tweeted out the other day. I was like, how long could you play for the Eagles for without anyone knowing you're just a random guy? How long could you get away with it? If you just ran onto the field, ran on a Sunday, picked up someone's jersey and pads, put them on and ran out, how long would it take them to realise you're not them? Jamon Brown did that and made it a reality.
Depends on the position. A receiver, you can sort of get away with it for the whole game if you're not targeted.
Just run
running
around.
back, you can't. Running back, you can't. Tackle, you offensive line, defensive line, you can't. Kicker, definitely, if you can actually kick the football.
I gotta say, I do not think that someone could go out there and fool someone for a kicker. Like if they're on the sideline, like sure, definitely. But under the pressure of the situation that actually is kicking a field goal or an extra point, I don't think someone could do that. I think you're looking at someone who's going to get crushed.
Yeah, I
So
agree.
roughly one play. Now, if they're on the sideline, like a punter for an explosive team that never has to punt, I could see that person getting away with it because they just never have to do anything. Get away with being a backup quarterback, you know. It's another like body type at least that'll fit. But
boy.
I have the body type of a kicker. I could do it.
Oh, boy.
Best cams are back, Zach. They're back. There you go.
Yeah, because we started talking about wieners.
Oh,
Yeah. I love how Trash Panda for Jamon Brown was like, he's the kid you let go behind the wheel, runs into a telephone pole, and you say, "Oh, bless his heart."
No, I disagree immensely. I think he's the biggest waste of space Philadelphia's ever had.
No. Jalen Rager exists.
Like
Jamon
he's a,
Brown's better than
Here's
Rager.
the thing. Jalen Rager has a net yards of like -2.5, and that's still more productive than Jamon Brown tackling his own quarterback. Twice.
I love him so much. Cult hero.
You guys ever looked up the Freddie Mitchell Wikipedia? Just see what he's up to?
Dude,
It's pretty wild.
He's so weird. He's so. I've never seen anyone milk one play for their entire life. Like, I understand 4 than 26, like woo, and the other 89 plays, nothing. Biggest bum
here's the
ever.
thing, like, he is probably as big of a bust as like Derek Barnett was. Like Nelson Aguilar is a bust, but Nelson Aguilar produced in a certain way where he's a bust, but not truly a total bust. Like Freddie Mitchell did nothing in his career. He did absolutely nothing in his career.
worse than Barnett because he was out of the league before the end of his first contract. Like, but Barnett at least has he's back at least for one more year.
And that dude has the balls to like complain about McNabb, which I find the stupidest thing ever. Because like this is a guy who did nothing in his NFL career, got to play in multiple playoff games because of McNabb's greatness, and this dude's crying because McNabb had a bad Super Bowl. What the hell is this dude talking about?
Well, he literally ended up going to prison, so he lost.
And I truly feel McNabb is becoming one of the most underrated quarterbacks in NFL history because I feel no one really people are propping up Michael Vick in Michael Vick's career because of Madden more so than McNabb, which I think is wrong because McNabb was clear and away a better quarterback than Vick. Even when they traded him and Vick was the backup and became the starter, Vick's best season in 2010 was pretty much on par with McNabb's 2000 season, and McNabb's 2000 season was his third best of his career. Like, it's not close. McNabb is better than Vick. I truly feel that he's on the precipice, and he could be in the Hall of Fame once Ken Anderson gets in. But I feel like he gets such a weird and bad rap anymore because no one talks about him as some of the greatest quarterbacks of the 2000s. And from 2000 to 2009, he was a top 5 quarterback in this game. From 2000 to 2004, he was a top 5 player in football. When you're a top 5 player in football for 5 straight years, you kind of have to, let that go. You kind of have to give credence to that.
Yeah.
So Duck said, do you think McNabb will get in on the senior ticket?
I think he will. Because I think 3 quarterbacks who have gone to the NFC title game 5 times. And it's a combination of that and the fact that before Philadelphia drafted McNabb, they won something like 4 division titles, been to the playoffs like 8 times in the Super Bowl era. They had just come off one of the worst seasons in NFL history. He comes in, and in a year, they make the playoffs. They win a playoff game. And in 2 years, they're in the conference championship game and almost won the game against St. Louis. Like, they were not favored to win. They were, I think, underdogs by like 10 points. They lost by 5, and they were going in for the winning score. Like this wasn't a quarterback that was a bum early on, a bum later on, and whatnot. This dude was was second in the MVP voting in 2000, was in the conversation in 2001, got them to the NFC title game in 2002, and in 2004 was in the Super Bowl. Like that doesn't just happen to average players.
Yeah, for sure. I know you're one of, I think, McNabb's biggest defenders, and I'm glad he's got a little case sort of going for him. We are 3 picks away from round 6. We have been streaming for 4 hours. It doesn't seem like it. I think Zach might have just realised. He just woke up like stunned. But yeah, thank you guys for joining me on this adventure. I know, it's always chaotic on the last day of the NFL draft, but to the fans who've been with us since day one, absolutely honoured to have you alongside us. But especially to Zach and to Nick and to Tommy, it's great to have you on, and especially Tommy, who's I know he's on our Phillies team, to come on. I know he came on last year's draft stream as well. It's just great to have him on, man. He's a fantastic character at PSN. We love him to bits. And it's great that we have some more creative conversations, because imagine if we were all really boring, and we sucked. Instead, here we are talking about Jamon Brown and why he should be in the Hall of Fame, and that is frankly all that matters.
Yeah, this is not. I didn't wake up thinking I was gonna be popping in, but it's been fun.
We try our best. We tried to keep it fun. I mean, I don't know. There's definitely a niche of you can find serious analysis most places. You can find fanalysis, if that's the word, where it's very fan bias and everything's either rose tinted or not. So we can get in the middle ground and have some of the shithousery from fans, but actual depth of analysis, then we're cooking with gas, and that's what we've always tried to do. But we love watching with you as well, Duck. We really do. And to Greg, who even ran home from an event with his girlfriend just to watch this with us. I mean, that is, on a round 5 where the Eagles didn't pick, that is commitment. I mean, never question the commitment of Eagles fans.
I will say, if there's a name that I think Philadelphia is going to be tied to, especially in the 7th round, the name is going to be the quarterback, E.J. Perry. I had an interview with the quarterback coach for Brown University in this cycle. And I got to tell you, I think he's an underrated quarterback in this class. He had a great, Senior Bowl, East-West Shrine Bowl, whatever the hell it was. But he was really good in that. He produced extremely well at Brown. He's not going to go. I don't think he's going to go in this until the 7th. And he could very well be undrafted. But Philadelphia is definitely going to take a quarterback if one's available. And Perry's a project, but he's a pretty good project as well. He's got the same speed. He's got a good arm. It's basically Jalen Hurts, just a little bit less of an overall runner. But I think that's the name that you look at in round 7 for Philadelphia to target.
Yeah, Brandon says that I remember last year Liam was going nuts because that one dude had information on every single player. I think that was Sean in the NBA draft. Sean just is, verified Sean is an encyclopedia of information. I don't know how he does it, where he stores it, and how he's just so good at everything. But he is a true phenom, a generational talent, cornerstone, love him to bits. We're proud of Sean. Although his Embiid not for MVP slander article and clutch points didn't go down too well. That was he was like, "Don't hate me, I've got to write this," and we were like, "Ah."
It was the coolest thing though, because as much as it was a Jokic for MVP article, it had to be tweaked to be more Jokic for MVP. Is what I was told. So he does not compromise himself, is what I will say about Sean, which I appreciate about him. Even when you're told to write a Jokic MVP article, you still have to tell the truth. And that truth is that Joel Embiid deserves the MVP.
Yeah, love him. Big love for Sean. We've done well at churning out some wonder kids over the years, and we've got 3 of them right now. Nick, do you want to announce your news yet? Is that able to be a thing? Or not? Is it because it comes through final? Want to wait?
It has not come through.
Okay.
Well, I don't know. What do you think? Should we wait on it? Should we hold? What do you think?
Yeah, I don't want to jinx anything. So, you know,
All right. So yeah, we'll hold it.
we
We'll
can
hold
sit
it.
pat. That's fine.
I was hoping HR would send it, but it did not. So
That's okay. I mean, it'll be there in time. Don't worry. I'm sure
it'll be
there'll
there.
plenty of time to announce
Absolutely.
it. But yeah, I just it's been a hell of a roller coaster to get to this point, and hopefully plenty more opportunities like that can come up for you guys. And I was even talking with Eric the other day about it, which is like, just keep an eye out, just apply for everything, and you know, see what we can get out of it. But yeah, it should be a lot of fun over the next few years, I'm sure. And we'll see what-
Absolutely.
Oh, Kingsley and Nagbari just went to the Packers. It's the last pick of the 5th round.
We are in the 6th.
Come on, boys, 2 to go. We're almost there. Almost home and dry. I haven't had to write anything. I've been here for 4 hours and there hasn't been a single pick. I've been sat here for 4 hours.
Ugh.
So right now we are 8 picks away from the Philadelphia Eagles one. Is
If they
there
trade
any?
back again, I swear to God.
I think that it's a good possibility, especially if the corner isn't there. Are there any corners available?
Josh Joby.
Yeah.
Kendrick.
Ariatza?
Is it what was it? Kinley was another option.
I believe he went. McCullum, wasn't it? It was McCullum.
McCollum
yeah.
Yeah, McCollum's gone already.
But no, that's not the one I was talking about. Hold on. Yeah, Veron McKinley from Oregon.
Oh. Yeah, McKinley's still there.
I would take McKinley.
Mario Goodrich still there.
Yeah, I like Mary Goodrich would be a fun pick. At the same time, when you get to this level, though, I feel like the grasp everyone has on these players just isn't there, because, like, in all reality, I feel a lot of the websites, like the blogs nowadays, are like PSN, in that not everyone's full-time. A lot of it's like part-time employees, and a lot of it can be like even voluntary in some cases. So the level of analysis at the top guys is always really good, and you've got a really wide array of where you can get that information from and cross-reference it and watch games. The second you get to like the 6th and 7th round, no one's got time to watch like 3 games of 600 players and a bunch of 7-round picks. So you end up with a very loose grasp. To how we value players, again, teams might be on a totally different spectrum of that. So you guys will think 5th, 6th round picks end up going undrafted, and guys that weren't even on the draft board end up going in like round 5. It happens all the time. So yeah, we'll be interested to see what the Eagles do. It would not surprise me if they try and get like a 7th round pick for next year or something and move back again. But yeah, we will. Time will tell. We're almost there. It's getting closer.
I would say Castro Fields should be on the list too for corners.
Ariaza just
Yeah.
went to Buffalo.
Fuck.
Who's gone to Buffalo?
The punter.
Oh! This whole draft's
Oh,
ruined. It's a
trade
waste
up.
of time. It's been the worst day ever.
Philly traded up.
Zach just ran away. Zach's
What?
gone. That's what's happened. Look, Ariatza's...
Philly traded up.
What?
Philly traded up.
Hmm?
They are
They're
on the clock now.
They're coming for Carson Strong.
No. Gosh. Shush.
All right, so who's it for realistically now then?
I have no idea. No, I would say McKinley. I would say the safety.
Oh, I don't know.
I wonder. Okay, so it looks like they gave up 188 in this draft.
So that's what this is. Oh no, so they've got one more pick after this then. To move.
I don't know
up
if they
again,
gave up
right?
both 6th though,
It's what? Sorry.
because they have 2 6th-round picks. I don't know what they. Yeah, no. All they did was just trade up to one. Hold on. So they traded up to 181. They gave up 188 because it's showing on NFL Network they're no longer in the 188 spot. I don't know what they gave it up for though.
81. Well, Twitter doesn't know either.
Yeah, it's very slow on the uptake here.
Very confused. But we have movement. We have movement. The Eagles are picking. Oh, they've just tweeted. Trader picks 188 and 237. So that's it then, isn't it?
No, they got one more 6. They got a 6.
188 and 237. Yeah.
Yeah.
But then that pick will be here.
They have 180. Now they have 198. They now have 180. They have 198. And then
So that's 2-6 is what they've got left.
I would take McKinley.
Yes.
Go safety.
198.
Okay. Right.
Just get a safety or get your corner, whichever one you want. Just go DB.
Yeah, I don't know. If they're trading up, that's got to be a good sign they've seen something.
Yeah, or they're
Eagles-
just trying
they're saying
to
the Eagles
troll
are
the
giant.
Giants.
Yeah, they're saying they jumped the Giants for someone.
Yeah, good.
Whoever it is. Maybe it's I still think it's McKinley. Giants
The
need a
Giants
safety.
need offensive line, cornerback, edge, and linebacker. According to CBS, who also think Jamon Brown is a viable player comp. So I don't really know if we should take that with a grain of salt or not. But McKinley could be the guy. Mario Goodrich is there. Josh Joby is there. If I had to put money on it, I'd lean towards Joby. But I don't think there's a point because they've got Tay Gowan, and again, I think that's just the better prospect right now. Castro Fields is a PSU connection. Maybe a running back, but I think there are any really good ones left at the minute.
Not really.
Very, very interesting.
Kansas linebacker Kyron Johnson.
Oh,
Wow,
is that the
double
guy?
up- They double up linebacker. Wow.
That's worrying though, because that room's getting a bit stacked, I feel.
Unless they think he can convert to safety.
Let me get. I've not heard of him. So which Johnson is it?
Kyron Johnson,
Kyron
Kansas
Johnson.
linebacker.
So many Johnsons. Kyron Johnson from Kansas. There he is. Right. Behave yourself.
You said it.
So CBS comparing to Spencer Adkins. No idea. We can find that out now. Undersized linebacker is what he's been described as. I'll read the full bio in a minute. So Spencer Adkins, his player comp, is a former linebacker selected in the 6th round of 2009. I don't know where these come. He had 15 total tackles. There is no way that is a viable player comp. Either way, so it's Kyron Johnson, the guy they've got. Smooth athlete with good top end speed, good form tackler, mindset to be a key contributor on special teams. Stuff the stat sheet. More of an edge role he played at. Probably better suited to play weak side or an overhang role. So, okay, he led the team in tackles for a loss and sacks. So they're going very heavy on pass rush. It seems then. If they've got Jordan Davis in there and they believe he can get through, I know he's more of a run stopper, but when you factor in obviously Nakobe Dean's prowess as well, like they're getting a bit feisty. I don't know who he's going to take, like, because that would surely put him over Davion Taylor, no?
I don't know. A 6th round pick isn't always the. I think they made this move specifically for special teams.
Yeah.
I would tend.
So
Like I don't think he's gonna get any. Like I don't see him getting any playing time.
Right. So have I got time to write up a bit on Kyron Johnson, or is it worth waiting for the next one?
No, we got another 20 picks before, so I think so.
Okay. Right. I will do that very quickly then. Oh, mate. Get the old wrist back into action. I'll still be here. Barely. Oh, my charger's in the way. There we go. I'm still here. I'm just going to be writing in the background. So I'll toss it over to you guys while I type away like a madman.
Looks like this is more of a pass rusher, just seeing everything.
They're calling
I don't see the move to safety here with him. But it's an interesting pick. Eagles double dipped at the linebacker position. On NFL Network, they list him as an edge linebacker. So talk about the flexibility there. Second team all Big 12 selection.
Yeah.
What do you guys think? Let's give it a letter grade. What are we looking at?
Zach, go ahead.
Yeah, I'd probably give it. I'd give it a C plus. I think I like the idea of what they've done. I'm not overly familiar with Kyle Johnson. That's more my problem than it is theirs. But the idea from what I'm seeing is that you're looking at a depth guy who can be that stand-up edge rusher behind a Hassan Reddick. And it's that's just at the point we are in the draft where you have to try and find diamonds in the rough. I think there were better players on the board who also did fill a position of need. But as far as filling the specific role, I think that he will for the Eagles. I see the vision, and I don't hate the vision.
Yeah, I think I would say somewhere around there too, like a C. I mean, just from the couple clips they just flashed here, it looks like he's got a decent speed move off the edge.
Yeah.
But again, I could use a little more research on this guy, but I do like. I'm mimicking everything you're saying, Zach. I like that. When was the last time the Eagles drafted 2 linebackers in a draft at all?
2 years ago with Taylor and Bradley.
All right. Well,
apparently he played defensive end last year for Kansas. Which is
So
interesting.
you're probably looking at a lot of stand up. He'll probably be that 5th guy.
Yeah.
Out there on the line for Philadelphia. In a rotation, of course. He's not taking minutes from or snaps rather from Hassan Reddick or even the time where Josh Sweat might end up being that stand-up guy. But at least you have depth. Obviously injuries have been a concern on the line in the past. So you want that depth. Again, like I see where they're going with it. I just I need a defensive back some way.
At least one.
But a veteran probably is the better way to go about it anyway.
Just really quick, the Kyron Johnson RAS score is at an 8.43. So as normal, an extremely athletic freak. The undersize obviously is the problem.
Yeah, and we'll see. What ends up happening if that speed can outwork the size deficiencies. But I think he's very much going to basically just be a depth piece for him. And I think a lot of it's too what you said earlier, Nick, about special teams. I think special teams is a big factor for this as well, and that's part of the reason why I gave an above even grade. Just thinking about the special teams potential, because a guy as quick as he is, as strong as he seems to be, you definitely want that on special teams.
To be fair, he did apparently run really quickly. He did run a 4.4 40-yard dash, which would have ranked second among all defensive ends and linebackers at the combine. So that, again, it's another Howie level pick, isn't it?
I mean, someone who's going to push Patrick Johnson for snaps is basically what
I guess it's just a matter of whether or not you feel like it was worth trading up for, but I tend to say we're in the 6th round at this point anyway.
Yeah.
It could also even just be a matter of, maybe they were not intent on using that 7th round pick in the first place. Only so many roster spots anyway, so might as well move up to make sure you get the guy that you like.
I think it's also like when you look at it from the perspective of what the Eagles need and everything else. Howie, even yesterday, because he was asked about the secondary, and he's like, listen, the offseason isn't over. There's still a lot of moves to be made before September, which I think even going into day 3, we were expecting the Eagles to need free agent acquisitions, whether it's the Honey Badger, whether it's other free agents. But when you look at it from the perspective of, okay, this is what the Eagles need, now I think it's very clear. They got their edge rusher here. They got a special teamer here. Interior defensive line has been improved. The receiving core has been improved. The offensive line depth has been improved. It's really just the secondary now that's going to be the biggest question mark for the Philadelphia Eagles. And it comes down to if Eagle fans trust Howie Roseman to understand that and to make the necessary moves. And I think dating back to last year and what Philadelphia did with Steven Nelson, I think that's a perfect example of being able to trust Howie and saying he knows that they are going to need to make a move or two in the secondary. Whether it's the fact that they trust Marcus Epps to be a full-time player going into this season, or because let's put it this way, Marcus Epps graded very highly in Pro Football Focus in terms of overall safeties and in coverage and especially in front of the ball. If he goes out and gets a Steven Nelson type corner, I think you're looking at this offseason very differently as of right now in the draft. And I think the draft is still an A minus. And, adding the Honey Badger, adding in another corner in free agency in the next couple of weeks is really going to help determine just how far this Eagles team will go.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's all gravy at this point, right? The way the first 2 days of this went was as good as I think it could have gone. And so, sure, let's see what this guy looks like in the back of rotation.
Yeah, I think the one thing, big here, if I'm pronouncing that correctly, I mentioned the idea of trading that 7th-round pick in order to pick up Woolen. I think that's in everyone's minds, but the one pushback that I'd have to that, because, it would be great to have done that. With Seattle's selection of Kobe Bryant, and Nick, this is going actually back to something that you had said, I don't know that anyone was expecting them to double up and take Woolen. So I think the Eagles were sitting comfortably expecting that they'd have their guy, and then Seattle just kind of shocked everybody, which is it's going to tempt people to lower the grade on this draft for the Eagles. But just considering everything, I'm still in A territory.
Yeah, I like they did. Here's the thing. In 2019, when it was the Rager-Hurts draft, and I kind of said this last year as well, I had to force myself to think, okay, they had such a good day 3 that this is a high grade for them in 2019 when they got Rager and Hurts, because the first 3 rounds were just a disaster. Whether you like the Hurts pick or not, drafting him when Carson Wentz is there, the Jalen Rager for Jefferson pick and not trading up for Lamb was a problem. There were a lot of issues in that draft that really was very poor. I don't have to force myself to like this draft because it's just, the Davis pick made so much sense. The Juergens pick makes so much sense. The Dean pick is an absolute steal. And then you add in the fact that A.J. Brown came in this draft class. Like, it's very – you don't have to sell me on how good this draft class is going to be. Even, 6th, 7th round picks, you take what you can get. I think Quez Watkins being a steal and being an over – just showing that he can be really good is a great thing. And the fact they got him in the 6th round is a great thing. But even then, like we're talking about gravy here. We're talking about just a lot of positive looks for this team that you don't really have to sell Eagle fans on to be excited about.
Also, really interestingly, and I've just finished up this article, so I've done obviously a little bit more digging just for a base. Not only is he super quick, he has a 39.5-inch vertical, which is oddly an inch and a half better than mine, so let that be said. And he also has a 6.98 3-cone time. If he was used as an edge rusher, I think it was actually mentioned in the chat as well, that it is very reminiscent of like a Casey Toohill type pick. The other thing to, I think, bear in mind with it is if he's going to be used as an edge rusher, it gives Patrick Johnson a running mate, because there is no depth on that defensive end spot still right now. So he's going to come in probably, 3 or 4, edge 3 or 4 behind, obviously, Barnett, Sweat, Brandon Graham, and obviously Patrick Johnson. But outside of that, if you've got to play this versatile enough to be a stand-up edge rusher and get home and kind of get to the quarterback, you're talking about a player that is going to be learning from none other than Hassan Reddick. He arguably does that better than any other player in the league. So, not saying he's going to be Hassan Reddick, because that is quite the ceiling. But someone that can probably learn from Hassan Reddick, like, you could pick a worse player to learn from, like, that's a good spot to be If you're like, look, we want you to be this sort of player, here's someone who's arguably the best in the NFL, just learn what you can and take over that will linebacker spot in certain packages when we want to get home. I don't think Davion Taylor is a strong pass rusher. He's very good rangy at going side to side. So if you add in someone that can get home and is a bit more aggressive, it's a value pick. It is what it is, you know. But yeah, it's just interesting to see that despite being listed as a linebacker, most of the things seem to point to him playing on the edge, which is got to be, you know, worth something.
There's a question here in terms of our overall grade for the off season, and I personally think it's an incomplete grade right now because I don't think they're done. I think they know they're not done because they're in discussions with Matthew, and all these other problems that they have in the secondary. If they end up getting Matthew, and I think there's only a couple more teams still that are in conversation with him, but if they end up getting Matthew on top of, you know, a number 2 corner, you know, a veteran on a veteran minimum deal, you're looking at a really, really, really good free agent class.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm just getting this article up now, and then obviously pin it in the chat as soon as it's done. And yeah, then we can get back. Well, the Philadelphia Eagles are, 7 picks away? So that's not bad. We've got the article out in like 10 minutes. That's a nice effort there. That's a solid qualifying time.
Actually, 12 picks left.
Look at that. So he smashed it. Easy. Where's the next one? Trade up again. I'm ready. I dare you.
I am a little surprised that there hasn't been more discussions on the vets like Rager, Dillard. There hasn't been any movement there on that end.
Hold on. Give me 2 seconds. There we... cool. Right. Getting the article pumped out, and then I will be back to annoy you all again very soon. Yeah, it's a low-risk, high-reward pick. I think a lot of people are looking for a corner or safety. At the same time, we know that Honey Badger's out there. We know there's a lot of, obviously, ties to those two, at the moment, two parties. I think corner, to me, isn't really worth worrying about because you've got enough bodies in there to go right now. So yeah, like, why not? I'd like to see a tight end, if I'm honest. I'd have really liked to see a tight end. But beggars can't be choosers, right? We have A.J. Brown, we have Nakobe Dean. You come away with Jordan Davis. Can't really be too disappointed with what we've come away with here.
But even then, like, I know a lot of people are going to be big on the Eagles getting the Honey Badger. The way Epps played last year and the way that he's graded by Pro Football Focus, I think it's very clear that Philadelphia can easily say, listen, we have a very good player on our end right now. He just hasn't had he's just been playing behind 2 really good players in Rodney McLeod and Malcolm Jenkins. I have no problem with it. If they go into the season, and I don't know the free agent corners off the top of my head. Let me look that up. Free agent corner available. But, you know, you have a vet corner that you could potentially sign and stick with Marcus Epps. I'm okay with that, too, because Epps did have a very good season last year. And it's more the second corner position that I'm more worried about. I'm not more worried about safety. It's the corner spot.
Trey Waynes and Joe Hayden are two that stick out when you look at the available corners. So it's not the most encouraging, but it's not awful either, you know?
I would take Hayden, absolutely. Hayden had a great career in Pittsburgh.
There you go. So the Kyron Johnson story is up on PhillySportsNetwork.com. It's also pinned at the top of the chat. So if you're on this live stream and you want to read the article, you should be able to click that. It will take you to the article that I've just written. You can read a little bit more about the Eagles' latest draft selection. It replaced the old Embiid story that we had up about him not needing surgery. Really quick, do we have a preview for the Sixers stuff? Like, or do we need to get one up tomorrow? I can do the betting one for Game 1 tomorrow.
It's we're gonna have the series preview debuting tomorrow morning, bright and early.
Beautiful.
That's the entire series preview, and then the Game 1 preview will be Monday morning.
Oh, it's Monday morning.
Monday's when the game is. Yeah.
I thought it was Sunday.
No, it's Monday.
Right,
Yeah.
that my apologies then if it's seen a bit. I was like, if we got preview content and it's like a week away, you're like, no, Liam, we're fine. And I'm like, where's content? When did Liam write this article? 2 minutes ago. This is what I'm saying. Look, these hands work wonders, all right? Don't take that the wrong way, gents, but they do the business, and that's all you need to know. I have like, it's abnormal typing speeds though. What was that?
I said, don't take it the wrong way, but they do the business. Exact words.
Exactly. Nah, I mean, to be fair, I mean, my mum was a legal exec, so she like would just do a lot of time. Maybe that's where I get it from. I don't know, but I'm really quick at typing. Like, if there's a news story that comes out, I can get something up in like 15 minutes tops now, all SEO'd, all good and ready to go. It's a nice skill to have, I think.
Yeah.
I'm just there like pounding, and I always get really itchy, and I'm like, oh, does someone want to take this? And then they're like, yeah, I can do it, and I'm like, okay, but I know I can do it in like 6 minutes. So if it takes, I'm just anything after 10 minutes, I'm like, should I just jump in and help? Like, I can do it, and I'm like, no, Liam, just sit back. It's fine. There's no hurry. It's okay. But yeah, I'll blame the Red Bull. We'll say it was the Red Bull. There you go. That article was sponsored by sugar-free Red Bull. That's what we'll call it.
Oh, man. All right, boys. I'm going to go assemble this chair, but fun hanging out with you. Appreciate you letting me join from the Phillies team. But fingers crossed for this next pick.
Yeah,
Stay sane.
Thanks for coming on, man. Good luck
Thank
with
you
your
guys.
chair as well. Get us some pictures in the Slack chat when it's done. I want to see the masterpiece.
Oh, I will. Don't
Good.
you worry.
All
All right, boys.
right,
See
see
ya.
you later, man. What a hero. Love Tommy. Not Best Cams. No, it's not sponsored by Best Cams, Kev. I'm sure now you've mentioned them, though. Look, see, they're working. They're working their magic on you. All that free spamming has got free advertising. Also, we crossed 60 likes, so a massive dub there. We crossed another milestone. Well in, team. Absolutely fantastic support from all of you. Thank you for continuing to lend us that. I'll tell you, I think I might have got the first Kyron Johnson article out of any outlet. Because our views on it, we've got like 39 current viewers on it. I think we've beat all of them. Maybe. Might be my proudest moment. Who knows?
Locally, at least, yeah.
Yeah. If we can get Google going, get the Google machine trying to.
Good in Texas, but yeah, first Philly site.
Yeah, easy dub for the boys. PSN to the moon. That's what we do. Look at that. Hated, adored, but never ignored. Philly Sports Network.
Cool. I was just reading a scouting report for him, and Jenkins was quote unquote terribly short arms.
Oh, little T-Rex jobby again.
T-Rex kind of territory you're talking about there, yeah.
Am I going to do filmings for the draft class? Potentially, it just gets very difficult because A, you can't access college film, and B, when you get it, they often take the videos down. Like, it's anything draft rated on YouTube is a nightmare because there's one company that basically records all of the college games for TV, and the second they get hit with it, they just take all the money from it. So it's really tough. I'll try and like find a way around it, or if I can just give you my takes from it and use images or something instead. But yeah, it can be a little bit hit and miss. And now that we are owned by someone else, I don't really want to run the risk of, getting the channel shouted at and done for copyright or something. NFL is a little bit easier with because you just have Game Pass and you can get the all 22. Is Calvin Austin still available? No. Who did Austin go to? Was it the
Steelers?
Steelers, yeah, that's it because they have Pickens as well, don't they?
He went back in round 4.
Yeah, no, so Xander was asking. Tyrell Young says, let's trade Rager for Shasson. I wouldn't mind it. I mean, but you're not going to trade Rager for anything, though, realistically, at this point. Although, breaking news, Jalen Rager did post a picture of him lifting weights. So, there's that.
That's gonna help him get faster around the edge when we call the 8th end around for him.
He'll have to sustain the block a bit in the run game, though. You never know.
Muffed punt, -2 yards, a drop. And then the father tweets out. And then the father tweets out that we don't use him nearly as well as we do Devontae Smith.
Isaac says, Honey Badger and Tay Gowan complete this defense. Yes. I mean, realistically, all right, let's go defense now. Because I know the offense we know is stacked anyway. And there seems to be a lot of concern about the defense and the structure. So if we go just starters at the minute as to what we've got right now. Defensive line, it will be Brandon Graham, Javon Hargrave, Fletcher Cox, and obviously Josh Sweat. Beneath them, it's going to be Jordan Davis and Milton Williams on that second line. Fletcher and Hargrave's contracts expend 2023. That's when they're going to get that move up. Linebackers now, I don't know, because you've obviously got Kazir White as well. He's got to factor in.
Well, it's going to be Kazir. Here's what I think. It's going to be Edwards and Dean. It's going to be Dean and Kazir to start. And I consider Hassan Reddick. Yeah. I consider Reddick in that pass rushing number one role where he's going to play 50-60% of the snaps. So you've got that combination on the front seven. And as of right now, it's Slay, Epps, Harris, and then a combination of Gowan and McPherson.
And then with Maddox in the slot, yeah. Which realistically, I mean, the secondary, I mean, so if this is the one area we've got, I've said this before, safety's all right. We don't know what Jacoby Stevens is doing. He could also move him down to linebacker. Anthony Harris is solid. Marcus Epps, I think, gets a bad rap for the fact he's just been there for 3 years and made a bunch of bad plays with a couple of good ones. But for what the Eagles need from him, he's all right. He can get the job done. Again, he missed 6% of his tackles. The nice stat we gave is Tyrann Mathieu had his second lowest ever percentage of missed tackles last year at 9.5. And he's been in the league like 8 years. So that says how good that number is for Marcus Epps. I'm not saying that secondary is going to be world-beating and stop every potent offense under the sun, but I'd like to think it's competent enough to allow that front seven to get really creative and start feasting with some unique looks. And that's all they need it to do. They don't need world-beaters. They don't need to go and sign, a dominant CB1 opposite Darius Slay. I think Maddox stays in the slot. I think they've got to really jostle now is how much they push McPherson. Do they move him outside or let Tay Gowan fight for it? I'd like to think Gowan's going to fight for it. He's better suited for the role. Whether or not McPherson plays is I don't know. I could see McPherson getting it based on merit and the fact that, he had a draft pick invested in him. Who knows? That's what training camp is for, right? It's where all the fun and the fair begins. But, as far as the secondary goes, I think it's not the worst shape to be in. As much as we would all love a Kyle Hamilton, we'd all love an Andrew Booth or a Sauce Gardner or a Derek Stingley. It's not exactly the worst thing in the world to come away with nothing and just let those guys develop if you've plunged and filled other holes, which you have. Like, would you rather have, let's say, Stingley and Hamilton somehow, or probably that's a bit unlikely. Let's say Hamilton and Booth, that would have been likely, right? Hamilton and Booth at corner and safety, but then have project linemen, no insurance for Jason Kelsey, you don't get AJ Brown, and the linebacker's not fixed. Like, you're taking the most prevalent holes on this team have been filled, and the ones where you've got some kind of solution, or at least a short-term solution, are all right, and they're not needed. So that's where I'm at. Like, yes, it's not the perfect draft from that perspective, but what they've done is fill the most desperate holes, which is they needed an insurance policy behind Cox and Hargrave. There's a generational talent in Davis. They needed something opposite Devontae Smith. Instead of going for a young receiver, they pull out a real ace up their sleeve in AJ Brown. You then get to day 2 of the draft. Jason Kelsey handpicks his replacement. They bring in Nakobe Dean at linebacker, a position that people always have a go at the Eagles for never filling. They get a round 1 guy. So, yeah, I'd rather this draft than having they got, Hamilton or Booth. Corey Brown says Liam shags cats. I'm glad that meme still lives on. I thought we'd got past it. Unfortunately, we don't. We move. Zach looks like he's sat currently at like a fireside. Like your face was like illuminated orange, and you look so cozy.
No, it's just me resetting my fantasy baseball team for today.
Oh, okay. I thought it was just you turned the fire on.
PSN league. going on.
The other piece to that, Liam, that I think people kind of forget, they won a Super Bowl with oh my God, my brain is fried. It's been 3 hours. With Mills and Darby as the starting corners. Like, they won with two guys that were average to below average corners, and it was because their front seven was the best in football. Like, their linebacking core that year was probably the best they've had in a very long time, because it was Bradham, it was Hicks, it was Kendricks. It was a combination of a lot of very good linebackers. So you look at it from that perspective, where Philadelphia is going to get after the passer this year and defend the run a lot better than they have the last couple of years. Because even though they ranked well, that was probably one of their worst defensive years against the run. That should not be a problem anymore. I think they're going to be a lot better this year against the run, get a lot more pressure in the quarterback. And when you get that much pressure, you look at the schedule, there's not a lot of top quarterbacks that they're going to be playing against. Kirk Cousins is probably third on that list. You're going to face Rodgers, obviously, which is going to be a problem. But you're facing a lot of average to above average quarterbacks with that. If you just get pressure, they're going to make mistakes. They're not going to be able to just target the number 2 corner over and over and over again. So you could, in theory, give him extra help while also leaving Darius Slay on an island on his own, because he can play that press coverage with them. I think the Eagles are in a very unique and positive situation where even the addition of a Joe Hayden type player is going to help the team out tremendously, because you won't need to put him on an island. You won't need to give him double help. It's going to be a very, very interesting season. But this schedule also allows you to be a little bit more creative on the defensive end, where if you just get pressure, if you just get consistent pressure, you're going to be a top 10 defense, because the offenses they play are not world beaters.
Yeah, definitely so. We're also only 3 picks away from another Eagles selection. The last one of the draft. I remember like how chaotic mock drafts were in the run-up to this, where obviously 10 selections and trades, and it was non-stop action. Best Cam's Not Fun is back again. For anyone that had the over on that, it's cashed. You're welcome. Best Cam's Not Fun. Oh, why is it ruining my life today? Grow up. Oh, that's so appalling. So appalling. Apologies. I know a few of you are going to check it out. Look, they get more love than we do. It's like euphoria when they enter the chat. Like, everyone just bursts with joy. The Best Cam's Not Fun is back. It never says die. It's going to be Marquise Bell, easily the best safety corner hybrid available. At this point, probably. I'll be honest with you, I haven't watched any of his tape. I just vaguely know his name. But if you get it right, Lewis, that's a big dub on your part. I mean, Castro Fields is still there. Mario Goodrich is still there at corner if they do want a corner. Smoke Monday, I know he was getting some love earlier. What else have we got? Isaiah Thomas. This is a very NBA filled draft. We've got Isaiah Thomas, Chris Paul, Kobe Bryant.
I have a feeling they're going to trade back again.
Again? There's been 2 picks in like 5 hours.
Just one, but that's kind of the weird thing, though. Like, I don't think they'll be comfortable with just 4 players from a draft class. I really don't. But, like, you could get extra picks. You could get them for next year. I think it's clear that the Eagles felt that this draft class was very high at the top. And then once you got by a certain number, there wasn't a lot of good talent available, because, you're picking only 5 picks. The last time they've had a draft this small, they absolutely nailed in 2018 when it was Mailata and Goddard and Maddox and Sweat. Like, that combination is always good. I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, and any last bold predictions, or any players left that you'd like at this point that are somehow still on the board?
I would say anyone in the secondary, and I'll chalk this draft up to an A. I don't hate the Johnson pick. I think it dings it down a little bit to an A-, just because
You know, obviously missing on Woolen. They were going to trade that 7th pick anyway. Why not just give the 5th and 7th up? It's not a bad player. It's not a bad pick. But if they go out and take McKinley or a guy in the secondary, this draft goes back up to an A.
Yeah. Also, while I'm here as well, really, but you may have noticed I've totally forgot about this. So we've got the little Tailgate Sports logo down the bottom. So essentially, Tailgate is a website that has just been made by the company that now owns PSN. So they're just starting it up. Nick's got a lovely little smile on his face there. He's going to be affiliated with that at some point, I'm sure. And essentially, what we're doing is just trying to get some brand awareness for it. So they do have a Twitter. The tagline is everything you need to know before the game. So they want every game of every sport covered in like the best way it can. So it's an audacious task. It's one that has been taken on very early. There's such a great team of guys over there. I've been talking to them like most days. I'll put their Twitter in the chat. If you guys could just like drop them a follow and just say like, I don't know, PSN sent us or something. Like I'm sure they'd really appreciate it. But yeah, like they're doing a lot of good stuff. It's a lot of fun to work with them. Like we're building in the same way essentially, and we're kind of bouncing off each other quite a lot. So there's bound to be some overlap in the future. Some cool things coming, especially if you like sports betting content. That's probably like the better, or one of the better sites to go to at the moment. So yeah, I'm sure they would very much like that. It'll be a wholesome way to round out this evening of stream content. Also 68 likes, which means they won away from the fabled 69. If we get 69 for the 3rd day in a row, it's very on brand for the best cam situation, right? Like we have been spammed by adult site bots all afternoon. So if we get that to 69, that would tick quite an unwholesome box. Hey, there we go. All right, we're just waiting for best cams to come storming back in for their like 8th return of the day. And that would pretty much see this draft off. But we are now getting ready. We're 2 picks away from the Eagles being on the clock again. Parent companies should just start a sport gambling site themselves and make a bit of extra cash. It depends on, I guess, how they view it. Like, obviously, that depends, yeah, on a lot of things. But there'll be a lot of sports betting content, like, included on Tailgate. So, yeah, it's... I don't work with it that closely. I talk with the guys over there. They're a great team. And obviously there's a little bit of overlap. But as far as day-to-day stuff, like it's more... I think they'll see where it goes. But it's definitely got a lot of potential. And it's being built the right way. And in the same way as PSN. So can't complain with that. And then they've got some familiar faces over there as well. You had to be 69. Cage Kicker had to be 69. Oh, dude, no need for the delay at all. Sir215 wants Kingley. Or McKinley, sorry. Kingley. I'm getting so tired. I'm so happy Are we streaming this? We've got to see it out, right? Like we can't just end it after the 6th because the Eagles aren't picking. We have to go all the way.
Absolutely.
So I guess now's a good time to let you guys know that I will be dipping after the Eagles pick because I do have something to do, and I was thinking that we would be. I don't know why I was thinking it wouldn't be this long for this freaking day 3. But I do have to head out for the Eagles pick. I'm letting you know right now.
Rookie mistake. Anything nice?
No, I gotta go clean a building. So.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, hopefully that's a little less boring than this draft, at least.
I think it will be. You know.
Yeah, exactly.
I think so. Why'd they put Ice Cube on day 3?
I don't know, but I'm really annoyed because I did my grocery shopping on Uber Eats and they've just sent me a code for 30% off. It's like, bit late now. Done that. Thank you. Best Cam should have come back. They still may do. I have faith in them. I can't even type anymore. I'm sure Best Cams will be back, Brandon. Don't worry. They have to make one more appearance. I refuse to, end the stream until we have one more appearance from Best Cams. The greatest adult campsite in existence. Not from... See, out of context, if someone's just come on and heard that, it just sounds like we're plugging some awful, adult campsite. Unfortunately not. It's something that's been plaguing us all afternoon. Probably isn't even a real campsite. I'm assuming there's just some dodgy organisation there. But we shall see. I'm still annoyed Matt Ariaxa was taken one pick before the Eagles. That's frustrating. But the Eagles are now going to be on the clock as soon as Jacksonville are up. So Baltimore's
pick is in.
Picks in, yeah.
Jacksonville is up next, and then it's us.
There we go. And none of the needs overlap, so that's interesting.
Yeah, neither did it for Seattle.
Yeah, that's true. That's very true. Yeah, I don't know. So Tyler Beatty or Beatty, running back from Missouri, went to Baltimore.
Solid.
I still never forgive them for Devin Duvernay. He was like my biggest. Devin Duvernay was one of my biggest draft crushes as well. I was absolutely gutted. I think the Eagles are taking a tackle from Ohio State. Ooh, okay. I hope that's not the one that's also been compared to Jamon Brown. Do you mean, is it Ty Munford? Is that the one? Pro comparison Colton Makovitz. All right, let's see what this pro comparison offers. Anything of intrigue? He's currently he was a 5th round pick in 2020 for the 49ers and is still in college. Oh, sorry, still in football in the league. I can't talk. Voice is going. Little words do trick. We'll go full Kevin from the office. Why say more words when few words do trick? Yeah, you're not wrong, Brandon. I mean, what, 7th round picks? Are there any quarterbacks left? Oh, Carson Strong's still there.
Strong is probably the next best thing here.
Yeah, I'd go. I hate to say it, I would take Carson Strong. It would be a strong pick.
I mean, it's good value in the 6th round.
Yeah.
Nope.
Not a fan? No.
Just wait until he gets undrafted, then you take him. He can absolutely go undrafted in here. I don't think it's worth a 6th round pick.
I mean, he might if he reaches 7. I think he goes undrafted.
Yeah. We need to reload the QB factory. We do. It's not even like a factory anymore. It's like a warehouse, just with no machinery in it. Just a vacant building. Gregory Jr. from a Wichita Baptist.
Eagles
I
on
don't
the
know how
call.
teams like that's so good. I love like small school sleepers like that. I don't even know what GAC is. He's a 21 first team GAC selection, whatever that is. But it's 7 pass breakups. See, that's what you want. You want those like small school sleepers. Class. Oh,
I forgot Matt Hasselback was a 6th round pick. I forgot about that.
Ross from Clemson. Oh, just Ross from Clemson, is that okay? I'm assuming is that Justin Ross?
Yeah, Justin Ross.
Yeah. It just saying Ross from Clemson out of context. It just sounds like, hi, I'm Ross from Clemson.
Pick is in.
Mix. All right, final one of the day. Here we got then. Is it Carson Strong? Is it Tariq Castro Fields? Is it Josh Joby? Is it Kalia Davis? Is it Montarek Brown? I'd bet Joby, but it's a waste of time. Jake from State Farm. The only one I don't want is Joby because I feel they've already got a corner like that. Who's better?
Hello? When are you going to show the pick?
Give me something.
Hello?
I've even got a little tiny football, little plush football manifesting. It's better than the mob.
Commercial, I'm sure.
So, as you can see, Virginia is for all sorts of food lovers. So,
It's Best Cam. Best Cam from Fun University. Oh, I don't know.
Get the hell up, people.
Even now, I'm a little bit shaky. It's like what the 6th round pick, and I'm still a bit like,
No.
ooh.
We care, Liam. It's because we care.
I know.
Up the selection.
Is it in? Picks in. Okay.
Waiting. waiting.
We love is why we hurt. Exactly.
Dear Lord, people, just get on with the pick.
Tight end. Is it?
What?
Is it? Grant Calcaterra.
I haven't seen anything.
No, me either.
The chat said, yeah, there it is.
Grant
Calcaterra.
Wow.
From SMU.
That's new.
No, I haven't heard of him. I'll level with you. But I did say they drafted tight end. So, in the draft, not just then, but I did say they'd take one. So that's good.
Yeah, 6'5" brings good size.
It's just a project, isn't it, at that point?
Yeah.
He's comparison
Oh,
to
look
Jace
at
Sternberger. Oh, they're back! Best cams! Way! It's better than the actual draft, right? Let's let them spam the chat up. Just like, bruh. Well done, best cams. Look at that. I love how literally they stole the show. The Eagles just drafted a player, and all anyone cares about is that best cams are back. Like, for God's sake. Oh, I love you guys. Alright, well, Jace Sternberger is the comparison for the Eagles' latest draft pick, which could be worse. I mean, what, he's played, what, for the Packers?
Yeah, I mean, but it also means that JJ is probably gone, and it's going to either be Stoll or Tyrese Jackson as the third tight end.
Yeah, for sure. Right, let's. I will do an article on this really quickly. If anyone, I know we're gonna say goodbye to Zach. I'm assuming now, who has to go clean a building.
Yeah.
Zach,
It's
been a pleasure. Thank you for everything this weekend. You've been an absolute star.
Absolutely. Keep the show going, guys.
I appreciate you, man. What a hero.
Yes.
Nick, are you okay to solo wing it for a bit while I get this article pumped?
Absolutely. So, for those in the chat still watching, looks like we got 43 still watching. We are in the 6th round. One more full round to go. We have about 40 more picks in the 6th round as well, because God forbid these comp picks are made any easier. But let's get a letter grade for this pick. I know there isn't a lot known about him. Pretty good number 2 tight end. At one point, it looks like, I'm just looking at his overall draft sheet. He retired from football in 2019 because of concussions. Decided to return. Came to SMU. Pretty good story if that's the case. But what do you guys grade this pick? Me personally, I'll give it a C. I don't think tight end was as big of a need as many people were talking about. You see a couple highlights when he was at Oklahoma, which is cool. But quite honestly, it's not a pick of need. They definitely are going to be going corner and safety in free agency. Obviously not the biggest help in the world, but he does catch the ball pretty well. He's pretty good after the catch. His RAS score is an 8.5.
Oh, I was just going to ask that. You star. I just Googled RAS to get the menu up. You star.
Yeah, it's he ranks very highly. Obviously, this class is full of high-ranked guys. 6'4", good size. I think this is a solid pick. I'm not going to sit here and go against it. I'm not going to sit here and say this was a fantastic pick. I think this is just one of those depth positions that you can't really hurt against. But at the same case, would have loved the corner. Would have loved secondary.
Yeah, so overall, now that that's in the book, how are you feeling about the draft in total?
I still give it an A-. I think this is still a very good class for the Philadelphia Eagles. They make 5 picks. 3 of those 5 were nailed out of the park. A+ signings and A+ selections. I don't have a problem with Kyron Johnson. And I think a lot of people today are just kind of meh because they didn't go secondary. And obviously missing on Woolen 1 pick before they were up is fine. It's all right. And if all 3 picks of Davis, Juergens, and Dean turn out to be studs with accordance with A.J. Brown still being a Pro Bowler, this draft is still an A- to me.
Dun, 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 dun. Calcaterra.
Isaac saying I'd give this pick a C plus. We needed a tight end too, and he was it. I get that notion that the Eagles needed a second tight end behind Goddard. I get it. You know, you can't really trust Tyree Jackson after the surgery he had last year. But man, it confuses me because JJ Arcega-Whiteside, if he's going to move to tight end, you would think that's his last chance to stay on the roster. Because he's so good as a blocker. You know, he had like 10 catches last season. Those 10 catches came in nice moments. I look at that from the perspective of, okay, they need a tight end too, but if you're going to have JJ, just put him there. Like that. This is the part where I get a little, you know, okay, well then why are we moving JJ to tight end? Because we're just going to cut him anyway. Why would you waste a 6th-round pick and cut him? I know that Howie Roseman said to his scouting department to make sure that the undrafted free agents were going to be focused. But at the same time, again, like as good as that strong draft was, I'm fine with it. Evelvet, the hype and hoopla and lack of focus has ruined the draft. There's too many cooks, 4-man broadcast booth is all they need. Breakdown highlight reels and a report each one. You know, I actually like that idea, and for the most part, I think this was because of the draft being in Vegas and with different networks, you know, broadcasting. You have NFL Network, you have ESPN, you have ABC as well. And I know ABC is the college game day crew for the most part. I actually kind of agree with that. I think just dumbing it down and being simplistic is part of what made the draft awesome. I remember going to the draft in 2009 when Macklin and McCoy were drafted, and that was the year Matthew Stafford was picked number 1 overall. I really loved it. It seemed simplistic, and it was just a simplistic thing that everyone enjoyed. And obviously leaving New York was a big thing because you were able to get a lot more money, and I understood the NFL's point in that. But I obviously miss it being in New York. I think it should go back. Brandon Moore, only wish they'd go back to a 2-day format. I get that. Again, I totally understand where you're coming from there. But the way the first round is now, I'm very, very happy it's its own day. The first round of the NFL draft is a massive thing. These players are going to be future stars in the NFL. And with the depth of overall talent in the National Football League, you can have a team like Kansas City, like they had, where they were able to get Trent McDuffie later on in the first round at pick 30. Like that's awesome value, and you're not going to get a player like that when you're looking at Major League Baseball, when you look at the NBA, when you look at hockey. The NFL is a unique position where the first round you are going to get blue chip top talent, hopefully at every pick, and obviously there's going to be busts. But ultimately, I get why the day one is its own separate first round day. Carol Young, really need a punter right now. Yeah, I get it. Sipos did not do very well towards the end of the season. I think the weather had something to do with that. He had a really bad playoff game last couple of weeks against Washington, against Dallas. Really just did not play well. I get that from that perspective. But also, and correct me if I'm wrong, but Sipos was not drafted by the team, and even Cam Johnston wasn't drafted by the team. So you're looking at it from the perspective of, they need to draft a punter because punters are weakness. And I think that's the same sort of problem that teams have in the draft, where they draft for need and sometimes you're reaching at players that shouldn't have been drafted. To that perspective, I am okay with running with Sipos again, but I also understand that there's going to be, and I can almost guarantee this because it's happened the last couple of years, that they're going to bring in an undrafted free agent punter, and he's going to compete with Aaron going into next season. And I'm okay with that as well because of how well they've done in undrafted free agents over the last couple of years. You talk about Corey Clement, you talk about Cam Johnson, a lot of players they've taken in the undrafted, polls that have actually worked out pretty well. Lewis, thoughts on Rager being told he can look around for trades? I'm okay with it. I've said from the beginning, if you can get a washing machine, a vending machine, for Jalen Reagor, I take that trade right away. I think a new fur coat for Harry Roseman could go well. Getting a fur coat for Jalen Reagor, it's fantastic. If you can get anything for Jalen Reagor, it's a fantastic move. This guy was so pathetically bad last season. And I get what Sirianni was trying to do. They were trying to force him into the offense because he was not good out of his routes. He's not a good route runner. He can't get off the press. So they were literally trying to force feed him the ball to see if they have anything, and he just couldn't do it. The speed he saw at TCU in the Big 12 is not the same speed in the National Football League, and he hasn't been able to get the job done. It wasn't a good pick, obviously, and it's going to – he's going to be haunted. The Eagles fans are going to be haunted by that because of Justin Jefferson. But with Jalen Reagor being able to take a trade, absolutely. If you can get anything for him, run with it. Brandon Moore, again, tripping over a punter at the end of the draft is the silliest thing anyone can do. I agree. Going undrafted punter is perfectly fine. I have no problem with that.
Cool. Right. Article's done. Just SEOing it up, and it will be all posted.
Fantastic. Duke was saying NFL makes so much money on draft compensation from TV from all these channels. You're absolutely right, and I think that's part of why people like the Rams and teams like the Cowboys are so okay with taking free agents. The TV contracts that are about to be sold and about to go into the NFL revenue stream are just light years ahead of the other leagues. Like the NFL makes like $19 billion right now. Salary caps are going to skyrocket because there's going to be a massive TV deals with Amazon, with CBS, with ESPN, with ABC, and all these other different things. That it's going to be a massive, massive increase in cap space to the point that teams are literally going to be able to overpay for some of these quarterbacks and some of these wide receivers as well. Jordan, what do you think are the chances that they simply keep Dillard and Reagor this season for depth? I know they value backups. I know there's the talk that they could keep Dillard, but I go back to this conversation we had back in the fourth round. I think it was like 3 hours ago. When you look at the perspective of for Mailata, and if you look at what Jordan Mailata is right now, Mailata could become a Hall of Fame type player at left tackle. Andre Dillard, I think his ceiling is a Pro Bowl, very good left tackle. Jordan Mailata moving to right tackle is an average player at the right tackle position. He didn't play well last year against Carolina, and the spot positions and spot moves that he had to make whenever Lane Johnson got hurt. I would rather have your best players play at the positions they're best at. Moving Mailata to right tackle would be a mistake, and Andre Dillard can't play left tackle. So you're basically going to have him sit behind, Mailata for all 17 games because he's a durable guy. It just doesn't make that much sense to me. Duke saying Dillard is a starting left tackle for just about every team in the league. Yeah, I get that, but is he better than Jordan Mailata? No. And that's the thing. Why would you move Mailata if he's already a top 3 left tackle in the league? It just doesn't make much sense to me. And the fact that Dillard can't play right tackle is more of a problem than Mailata moving him and being average to right. It's just better value to keep Mailata at left tackle, ship Dillard for any draft pick compensation you can get, take the loss, and then be able to sit there in the next draft and draft a right tackle. Taking a look at some of the latest draft picks that have been made since Cal Katara, the tight end from SMU, was taken by the Eagles. Cade Mays, the guard from Tennessee, picked by Carolina. Sam Roberts, the defensive tackle from Northwest Missouri State, goes to New England. Keontae Ingram, the running back from USC, was taken by the Cardinals. Michael Woods, the receiver from Oklahoma, to Cleveland. And Treston Ebner, the running back from Baylor, goes to the Bears. Titans pick is in. We're just waiting on that. We still have about 20 picks to go in round 6. And yeah, we still have. And by the way, for you Eagle fans and you diehards that are still watching the stream, the Eagles do not have a pick in the 7th round. There are 43 picks in round 7. So we got a long way to go still before we chalk this draft up to being completed.
Yeah, we can't leave you guys out. We're sticking through to the bitter end.
Absolutely. Pascal Moore, Devin Allen make more than enough depth at the receiving end. A comment from Lewis. I agree. I think the receiver depth is no longer a problem. I think receiver position is no longer a problem with the addition of A.J. Brown. They've got, I think, a very solid 1-2 combo, one of the best 1-2 combos in the NFL. Yeah.
Cool. Right, I'm going to quickly go to the toilet. I've just done this article. I'm going to post it on Facebook. Drop it in the chat, run for a wee, come back, and then we'll finish this off. Finish it. Do you need a toilet break or anything, Nick? You've not moved in literally like 6 hours? I'm
telling you, I'm used to this. This is not this. There's no issue here. There's absolutely no problem at all. I'll take your comments, questions, guys. Liam goes to the bathroom. What do you guys think? What are you guys looking for going into the off season? I know Liam just typed up the article based on the latest selection. Let's see. What other questions we got here? Forever Be Haunted. Sir 215. I'll never be haunted in my life knowing that we took bus over 2 receivers that have 1,000 yards in the name. I get that, and I understand JJ and Rager are just such stains on the organization right now in terms of their overall draft. But at the same time, if you take Justin Jefferson, you take those guys, you probably still have Carson Wentz. There's still other those concerns. And I will say this, as much as Doug Peterson is going to be loved for his time in Philadelphia for winning the Super Bowl, that coaching staff was extremely flawed. They didn't really get their most out of rookie talents that have played very well. I think the number one example is Avonte Maddox. They kept forcing Avonte Maddox to play outside under Jim Schwartz, and he just wasn't an outside corner. This year they move him to the slot. He's a Pro Bowler. So there were a lot of problems with the Doug Peterson coaching staff, and it really had to center on Doug Peterson as well, because the offense got stale, the system got stale, and they just refused to change, which is a big problem in the National Football League. You can't just say, "Oh, I won a Super Bowl, so I know how to win and will continue to win this way." That's not always the case. So I think Doug Peterson and his staff, I think, definitely was time after the 2020 season, after that 2020 debacle. And I'm okay with this Sirianni group because they've clearly shown that they can get young talent and develop them. Ron K, good question here. So every draft, everybody is optimistic about the picks. Inevitably, some turn out to be busts. Out of our top 3 picks, which would be more likely to be a bust? It's a great question. And honestly, surprisingly enough, if I were to go with the more of the bust, I would say Jordan Davis. Only because as great as he is, as great a player as he is, and a lot of people are just over the moon for that selection, it gets to the point where you kind of look at defensive tackles, and I think it's the one position group that you get away with drafting busts because these guys are interchangeable, and if you get a top player, you get a top player. And if you don't, you don't. That's okay. You can keep recycling these picks because they just happen, and these players come out all the time. But again, as much as he's probably the most likely to be the bust, I don't think he's going to be. Because how many 330-pound defensive tackles run a 4.7 40? How many defensive tackles are so good against the rush, yet at the same time use the speed to be able to rush the passer like that? I don't think Davis's potential was shown in Georgia just because of how good the Georgia defense was. You get what I'm saying? as good as Georgia's defense was, they could allow Davis to sit on third down. That's not a problem to me, and that just means that Davis could be a 3-down defensive tackle in the long run. Brandon Moore, I think the biggest issue that Davis might have to deal with is going to be compared to Fletcher Cox early on. I can somehow see that just because of the overall, this is the replacement for Fletcher Cox and everything else. But again, comparing the same piece, you're looking at it from the perspective of you need Fletcher Cox's replacement. That's always going to be the case. When Brandon Graham was drafted, Trent Cole was entering his 30th year, year 30 for his NFL career. He's 30 years old when Brandon Graham was drafted. So we knew that Brandon Graham was going to have to sit behind Trent Cole and also at that time Jason Babin, and he ended up developing into a very good player. So I think that same similar thought process is going to be used.
Absolutely. There you go. I've returned. Hello. We're back for the final chapter as we're still in round 6. Good.
Got a long way to go.
Yeah, absolutely a long way to go. But it's been a journey. It's been a journey and a half, this NFL draft, and still a little bit left in the tank. I think we got 1.5 rounds to go almost. 1.25 at least. Best cams. I was really worried that I'd come back and that best cams would have flooded the chat, and obviously no one else has admin privileges, so it'd just be a spree of it in there. But they've definitely been the steal of the NFL draft, I think. Bestcams.fun. What a company. What a great legitimate company they are. 74 likes as well. Outstanding stuff from you guys. Thank you for making day 3 probably the most entertaining of the draft so far, for sure. I know the Eagles did all the hard work in day 1 and 2, but this has been, without you guys on day 3, I think me and Nick and Zach and Tommy Matt have all gone a little bit insane. So thank you for keeping us relatively sane at the very least as we get ready to just reel this one in and put the little bow on the present for another year, and then we wait until OTAs, which is the next thing, and then training camps. We'll see if we can hopefully get some media access for a change there and see what we can do. So I can't make any promises, but we might, you never know, end up with some training camp access with a little bit of luck. But if Davies does nothing but clog the running lanes, it's a win. Exactly. I mean, until he forces his teams to pass, and then we've got no secondary. I think it'll be. Excuse me. I think it'll be fine. I don't think the way this defense is set up very much benefits the secondary. I think we had this discussion before. I can't remember who asked it. It may have been Brandon. But the secondary is very much like a beneficiary of the defense, whereas before the beneficiaries were the defensive line, right? Like they were the stars of the show. They were the ones asked to blitz a lot, and the secondary were like the wailing blocks in the wind trying to keep it upheld. Whereas now it's sort of inverse. Now you've got this hybrid front, where you can have 5-2 almost instead of a 4-3 or a 3-4, and just cover so much space where the corners and safeties aren't being put on an island. So yeah, it's a weird one. I mean, I would definitely like to see more blitzing from Jonathan Gannon because he did very little of it in 2021. But outside of that, there isn't too much, I think, to worry about scheme-wise just yet. At least until next year. The main difference we saw was that Nick Sirianni adjusted and adapted. Jonathan Gannon really didn't. And that was the only, I think, concern people have had. So into this year, now he's got people like Hassan Reddick. Now he's got a Nakobe Dean. Now he's got himself a Jordan Davis. Are we going to see him open things up? And if he doesn't, that's when the alarm bells start ringing. But until that point... then yeah,
Liam, I gotta disagree on you with the Jonathan Gannon piece because, and here's why. I understand the Eagles defense pissed off a lot of people, myself included, at a lot of different points last year. But let's also be fair. For the first time in a very long time, the young talent clearly was developing in a very positive light.
Best Cams is back. Sorry, I have to interrupt you. An emergency interruption. Best Cams. Fun adult dating site is back, everyone. Oh, what a present. Oh, I actually hate how excited everyone gets about this. Anyway, as you were, carry on.
But that's my thing. As inconsistent as the Eagles defense was because Gannon didn't change things, Avonte Maddox's development, Marcus Epps' development, Josh Sweat having a very good year. Those three players are really the future of this Eagles defense and clearly shown. And also you mentioned Darius Slay, who had a great season, second team All-Pro. There were different points to this team and this defense that had developed extremely well. And I give Gannon a lot of credit for that because up until that point, Maddox wasn't playing in the slot. Marcus Epps wasn't playing a lot. And I remember a comment here. I can't remember who said it, but Marcus Epps was taking snaps from Ronnie McLeod. Like, he was playing a lot more towards the end of the season. Like, he deserves his chance to be able to play this year for Philly. There's a lot of development going on in the Eagles defense that I think Gannon doesn't get a lot of credit for, but I think he definitely should. I don't think it was all that bad last year with Jonathan Gannon.
Yeah, I mean, it's sort of a have your cake and eat it too sort of thing, isn't it? Where there are, I think, pros and cons in the same way with Sirianni. Like, had Sirianni not randomly decided to YOLO running the ball halfway through, then that year would have been just as disappointing. But yeah, I think Gannon gets a pass for year one at the very least because there were positives there. It just wasn't as evident as Nick Sirianni, where there was a change overnight and all of a sudden the offense caught fire. But yeah, he gets a pass for year one. Unit looks a lot better in year two. And I suppose we'll see what happens moving forward. But I mean, realistically, you want to give him, with this core group, like 3 years maybe now, to kind of grow with those players and keep some familiarity and, you know, just make sure that there is a direction that they're moving towards. That's the tricky thing, because that's where you're going to get where if they're not producing, when do you cut the cord or whatever. So hopefully we don't have to get to that point and all goes well. But yeah, I mean, I'd like to think that we'll see a very different with someone like Hassan Reddick alone. You're going to see a very different looking defense next year.
Oh yeah, but that's kind of why I sit there and say I can't really. When you say that edge rusher is a need, I don't necessarily agree with that because of the Reddick signing. The Reddick signing, like if you think of it on paper, you have Reddick, Graham, Sweat, Cox, Hargrave, and Davis, who will all be able to rush the passer. And I know a lot of different teams are now transitioning more into the 5-1 scheme, where it's 5 defensive linemen, 1 linebacker, and then you have extra safeties and nickel corners. You have 5 edge rushers already on the team right now. You have 5 guys who can rush the passer right now who could start for any team in the National Football League. That is a massive, massive plus. And if they can get some consistency there from last year, get that sack number up from last year, you're talking about a completely different defense where the secondary isn't going to be asked to handle so much like they did last year.
Yeah, I also just want to make a quick point as well. Let me just see if I can get the exact time on this. I think I can. Bear with me. This is going somewhere, I promise. I'm having a little internal battle. And where's this at? There we go. So my article on Grant Calcaterra posted at 4:42 p.m. BGN's posted 4:55. That's an easy win. I went for a wee. I came back. We had best cams. Like, we were chilling while they were still writing. That's the difference. That's what we do best. So there you are. There's an unrelated comment, but.
Ron K, we really don't know what we're going to get out of BG this year, old and coming back from an Achilles tear. I get that. I agree. We don't really know what we're going to get from Graham. This could be his last year in a Philadelphia Eagles uniform. That's why you have Hassan Reddick. That's why you have Josh Sweat. That's why you have Milton Williams, who can rush the passer from the edge. You have so many guys on this defensive line now who can get after the passer, where you don't have to play Brandon Graham 80% of the defensive snaps. You can play him in different moments that he's good for. 3rd down, 2nd down and short, all these other different keys. He's such a good run defender, you can play him for that.
Yeah, are we going to sign UDFA? I mean, they will. They're bound to sign. I think, how many are you allowed? Is it 12?
I think it's 12.
I think it's 12.
I think it's 12, yeah.
We can hope anyway. For the second, correct me if I'm wrong, but Slayer's in a contract year. I'm pretty sure it's next year, isn't it? I may be wrong. Let me double check that. I'm pretty sure it's next year. I don't know if I can spell a single word correctly when I'm typing mine. Let's have a look. Yeah, so next year. Yeah, I think Milton Williams will be on the cusp of a breakout. He's definitely one of the big winners from this draft, or this offseason, just because of who he's now got, alongside him. You got Hassan Reddick on the outside. You got Jordan Davis lining up next to him. Like, he is absolutely going to eat. I'm very excited for it. Very excited for it. He's one of the big players, I think, that went supremely underrated. I don't think anyone expected the Eagles to land him. They did. He gives off those in the Kobe Dean vibes, but obviously not to the extremes of Dean, where he slipped 2 rounds because of injury. But Williams has just been an absolute beast, and he's only going to continue to get better. So, yeah, very high upside for him. I think he's definitely one of the most exciting players that this team has right now. If you were to rank the most exciting players this team has right now, I guess if you exclude this, the NFL draft, because that's kind of cheating, because they'll all just be immediately there. Where we go. So Milton will probably be at the top. Let's work this out. Nate Herbig, I would put in there, I would say.
You're talking late round picks that we're excited for?
Sorry?
What are we judging? Are we talking late round picks we're excited for?
Just most exciting players to hit an upside, really. Like my Latu, I think, is broken out of that now. Like, he's just very good. He just is.
That was my first pick. I was like, my Lata's going from an All-Pro to a Hall of Fame. This dude is an All-Pro left tackle. The Eagles have gone from Thomas to Peters to Mailata in a span of 20 years, and you're just getting All-Pro, 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 Hall of Fame, Hall of Fame.
Yeah, it's stunning how they've been able to do that. It really is when you look at it. I mean, the left tackle spot alone, forget the rest of the offensive line. Just that one spot has been unbelievable.
And I think in part, I mean, we keep talking about Williams and the defensive line. We don't know how they're going to use Hassan Reddick. We hope that they're going to use him in a pass rushing mold, pretty much use him all over the field and let him be that 10, 15 sack guy. And if he is that, I mean, if he gives you 15 sacks, let's do the math here. Let's do the overall math. He gives you 15 sacks. Let's go 10. Let's go 10 sacks. Bare minimum 10 sacks. Let's say Brandon Graham puts up 5. I think that's a good number for him this year. Josh Sweat puts up, let's say, 10. He had 7.5 last year. Let's see him put 10. We'll go Hargrave and Cox go for 5 apiece, being low. That is already 35 sacks. Milton Williams, let's say, gives you 5. Another edge rusher. Let's say Davis gives you 3. I think Fletcher Cox gave you 3 sacks his rookie year. Who am I missing? Barnett. Let's say Barnett gets 4. Because he will give you sacks. He'll have more penalties than sacks, but he'll get you sacks. That is 10, 20, 30, 40, 47 sacks. Let's see what the league was last year. The league was 55. The league was 55 last year. If they get 47 sacks this year, they will be in the top 5. Can you get 45 to 50 sacks this year with a defensive line that you now have constructed? Absolutely. Just doing the math, this defense is going to be a lot better.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Yeah, you can see it's even something as simple as that will give you an overnight development like that. It's like an overnight step forward. You have to take years to see that. Are we at that point in the NFL draft where they try and give the camera guys random players to find? Because that's the best bit of the whole draft. As well, they'll just be I don't know, this guy out of Quintitia University, and they'll be oh, here he is, and they're way. Best bit of the draft, that is for sure.
I think so.
Love to see it, but yeah, we're almost at round 7. We're almost home and dry, guys. We started this stream at around 12 p.m. It is now 5 p.m. Who gets double teamed the most on the D line? I'd still say, I think Cox is going to see a drop off. He wasn't even double teamed that much last year. I don't think.
I don't think it's going to be a matter of double teams anymore. I really don't, because you're not going to be able to double anyone. And I think teams are going to look at it and say, we're going to dare anyone on this defensive line to win a one-on-one matchup because you're not really going to double Reddick because you have to trust that your right tackle can win, and you're not going to double him with with a guard. You're not going to double Cox anymore because he's too old. Hargrave trailed off towards the end of the year. You're not going to double him. You're not going to double Brandon Graham. You're not going to double Sweat. Like, you can't really double anyone on this defense.
Yeah, it's going to be fun to watch. And just to see, more importantly, how Jonathan Gannon is able to make the most of it. Like, how creative is he going to get? Like, if the excuse before was we didn't have the talent, now he's got the talent. So let's see where all this deception, all the misdirections, where dropping Cox into coverage, all this other stuff, like, where it all comes from.
Evelvet with an excellent question. Does Mailata become the best pure draft pick we've ever had? Maybe, considering we have got him and his lack of experience. I can see that him being one of the best draft picks. However, and I did a top 10 Eagles draft picks of all time. I'm not going to say he will be, even if he becomes a Hall of Famer, mostly because I think Jason Kelce is a surefire Hall of Famer. 4 first-team All-Pros as a center is one of 5 centers all time, and all the other 5 are in the Hall of Fame. But I still think Donovan McNabb is the greatest draft pick the Eagles have had because of what happened beforehand. We forget when Jason Kelce was drafted, what was it, 2012? 2012 was his draft. When he was drafted, the team was coming off an 8-8 season. It was disappointing because of the dream team, but the expectations were they were going to be back and make the playoffs. When the Eagles drafted Donovan McNabb, the 2nd overall pick, he had the pressure of not only being the franchise quarterback, but the savior of a team that went 3-13 and had one of the worst seasons in NFL history. I think McNabb developing into the franchise quarterback that he did, leading us to as many wins as a franchise as he did, deserves the greatest draft pick of all time because of how much pressure that he was under to that perspective. Like think about it. When he was drafted, Philadelphia was seen as a team that was basically just going to lose. They're perpetual losers. They're never really in a spot to win playoff games. They don't win a lot of games. And even when they do, they can't win the big one. Well, with McNabb, he put us in a position where we were in the NFC Championship game 5 times. Before them, it was only once. 5 times. I think it was close to 10 playoff wins from an overall perspective. Like, he is the greatest draft pick in in Eagles history. I'm not going to say NFL history. That's a mistake. But in Eagles history, there is no one comparable to what Donovan McNabb did as the number 2 overall pick for that team. Yeah. Brandon Moore, and everyone wanted a running back. Yep. The joke of it all, everyone wanted Ricky Williams. They booed Eagles management for not taking Ricky, and it ended up being the greatest move the franchise has ever made.
Sounds about right. Sounds about right, to be fair.
Yeah.
There's always something. But yeah, I suppose now this is all in the books, pretty much, from an Eagles perspective. Like, is there anything you would have done differently in this draft? Like, if you could go back, would you have taken Tariq Woolen there instead of doing what Howie did? Like, would you have changed that? I know it's very immediate hindsight, so like it doesn't really matter anyway until like a year or 2 from now. But yeah, it's intriguing to look at. Because I don't think I would have, every pick Howie's made has some logical sense to it, and there is some direction now, which is about all you can really ask for.
Yeah, and I think, especially with the way the Eagles build their team and how 2017 worked out, where the pass rush was so dominant that it made the secondary a lot better. Like, you had Jalen Mills and Ronald Darby looking like 1 and 2 corners because of how good that front 7 was. So I think they're trying to continue that mold a little bit, and I think they succeeded tremendously. I'm not going to sit here and say, I wish they did this, I wish they did that. If there's one move to make, I think trading above Seattle, giving them that 5th rounder, trading in for the 7th, and getting Woolen, I think is the easy pick. I think it's really easy to say the Eagles missed on the secondary, but I'm not going to sit here and say that this was a bad draft. They absolutely nailed this draft.
And in other news, apparently Clayton Dawson is having the best game so far for the Gamblers. He's much more decisive today. So it's a good day all round. Go on, Clayton Dawson. He will one day make his day back to the NFL and win a Super Bowl. Mark my words. With regards to division rivals, says Jordan, who scared you the most after this draft? Personally, the Giants first round scares me, laughable after that. Washington I can't take seriously, and Dallas meh. I think you genuinely summed that up perfectly. Like, the New York Giants smashed those first 2 picks. You couldn't have done it better if you physically tried to. And then they take, Wan'Dale Robinson, and then it all just gets a bit weird. So I just not bother with them. Washington, I don't know what they're doing, really. Like, I don't think anyone has a clue what Washington are doing at this point. They're just being commies. The Dallas. I don't think Dallas. Who have Dallas got? Let's take a look at Dallas. I haven't paid too much attention, to be honest.
Here's the thing. If we're going based on the draft, obviously the Giants draft is better because of Thibodeau and Neal. If we're going based on which team is still the team to beat in the division, I still think it's Dallas. I'll take Dak over Daniel Jones every day. I think Zeke in that running game is good enough right now. I think the defense will take a step back, though. But if you want a hot take, I'm going to give you a hot take. I think the NFC East will send 2 teams to the playoffs this year. Here are the 2 teams. Ready? Philadelphia Eagles, New York Giants. I think if there's a year for Dallas to implode, it's this year. And there's always a rookie head coach that gets into the NFL playoffs in his first year. Some people can argue it's going to be different than Dabble. I really like Dabble as a head coach, and I think it's going to 100% be the Giants. I'll give you another hot take. I think both New York teams, including the Jets, make the playoffs this year.
I mean, I'd love to see the Jets there. I mean, a hell of a thing. What we'll do really quickly is we'll go over the Giants, because I haven't actually looked at theirs, to be fair. Who we got? All rounds, teams. Dallas. Tyler Smith, offensive line. Sam Williams, defensive line. Jalen Tolbert, Jake Ferguson, Matt Waletzko, Deron Bland, Damone Clark, John Ridger. It's just mid. It's just a mid draft.
Yep.
Like, I don't think there's anything that stands out as particularly scary.
Yep.
So there we go. That's how I would I'd rate that. Oh, come on, paste. There we go. That's all.
Lucas, I don't think the Giants make it with Jones at quarterback. I don't even think it's about Jones. Like, you look. Let's think about this for a minute. The AFC is absolutely stacked with talent, but the NFC is pretty barren. You have the Packers, you have the Rams, you have the Bucks. The Saints, 49ers, Eagles, Vikings maybe, are all in the same boat of could potentially make the playoffs. Is it really that far-fetched to see a team go from last to first or last into a playoff berth like the Eagles did last season? I think it's worth it. I could see that definitely happening, especially in the NFC. I don't trust the Falcons or the Panthers. I think both of them are going to be really bad this year. You know, whether you think the Saints are going to be good or not is irrelevant, because do you trust Jameis Winston to win you a football game without Sean Payton as the head coach? I don't know about that one. The Lions, I don't think are going to be very good. The Vikings are the Vikings, but with a new head coach, maybe they get in. The Bears did not answer any position of need. The Bears needed receivers and an offensive line, and they didn't do any of that for their second-year quarterback. They didn't do any of that. The 49ers, if they trade Jimmy Garoppolo, you trade the guy that's gotten you to the conference title in 2 of 3 years, it's really, iffy if you're going to move to Trey Lance, because there's no guarantee that Trey Lance is going to be a good starting quarterback. The Seahawks are done. The Cardinals are a mess. There's no guarantee that the Giants can't make the playoffs this year. But I will say they're only going to be in as like a 7th seed. I think Philadelphia, the expectation for Philadelphia is going to be a division championship, multiple playoff wins, especially if they get the Honey Badger. If they get the Honey Badger, anything less than the NFC Championship game is going to be a failure for this season.
I'm trying to see if there's a way you can predict like the entire NFL season.
I don't think we're going to be able to. Yeah, I don't know if you're going to be able to until the schedule comes out in a couple weeks. But definitely,
true.
I mean, the win total before the draft was what, 8.5, 9? Like, that's gone up after this week. That's gone up. Davis, Brown, Juergens, and Dean, that has absolutely gone up to around 10. I think Matthew gives you another victory, another win as well. You're talking an 11-12 win team.
Jazir, what's he called? Jazir Taylor, Flipping the Bird's friend of PSN, has been drafted by the Chargers. So that's nice. There's some wholesome content for you. So if you're a fan of Flipping the Birds, there you go. He's been drafted by the Chargers. Very wholesome. Love to see that. Who's had a pretty bad draft? Who haven't we said much about? Dolphins. Let's have a look at them. Tyndall. They didn't have any picks, did they? The Dolphins. So they've got 2 7ths. So they've gone with a linebacker and a wide receiver. Erica Zukanma, who I'm pretty sure is the one Morgan liked. So that's intriguing.
The Cardinals draft isn't that good. I'm not a big fan of the Cardinals draft. The Falcons draft, I hate. I don't like
the Saints. Saints have drafted well.
Saints have drafted well, but again, it comes down to the quarterback. Like they've gotten injured a lot. There's a lot of injuries on the team. If Michael Thomas comes back, then Olave is going to work out because he's not going to be asked to be a number 1 receiver. Like there's a lot of problems on that Saints team outside of just, we need offensive line help.
Yeah.
And the other piece is this. Dennis Allen getting his second chance as a head coaching job is not surprising, especially after what he did as a defensive coordinator for the Saints. Do you trust him to be the head coach? I don't. Because defensive coordinators making the move to head coach historically have not worked out, especially if it's a second try.
The commies have always been a pain in our ass. Yes, they have. Yes, they have. I think, Baltimore, New York. I think Baltimore was really good. The Jets out loud just sounds like insane, though. They went Ahmad Gardner, Garrett Wilson, Jermaine Johnson, Breece Hall, Jeremy Ruckert, the only one. Questionably, you could have gone someone else there. Max Mitchell, monstrous. Probably one of the highest floor tackles in that range. And then I don't really know much about Michael Clemens. But that first 4 picks in the first 2 rounds, Gardner, Wilson, Johnson, Hall is a staggering one. The Ravens are really good. Can't lie. If you read theirs out loud, Hamilton, Linderbaum, Ojabo, Travis Jones, Daniel Falele, Armour Davis, Charlie Kohler, Jordan Stout, Isaiah Likely. Yeah, stacked. I don't think Baltimore ever drafted bad. The Panthers, Okonwu, Matt Corral, Brandon Smith, Amari Barno. I really like Amari Barno. Really, I didn't mind the Eagles at one point. He's really good. I like that. That's a nice pick.
If I were to go main losers, if I were going to pick 3 losers, I think Chicago is one of them. I think they've absolutely imploded this draft. They needed receiving help. They needed help on offense, and they just completely ignored the offensive side of the football for the most part. I think New England had a really, really tough draft. They needed speed at linebacker and corner, receiver, offensive line, and they just kept reaching for players and reaching and reaching and reaching. I don't like the Patriots draft at all. It's just bad. And then I think the Cowboys as well. I didn't like the Cowboys draft either. Last year, I was worried about the Cowboys draft. I thought they did extremely well with Micah Parsons and everything else. This year, I think it's the exact opposite. I don't like the Cowboys draft at all. I think they made a massive mistake with pretty much the majority of their picks.
Yeah, it's been a been a hell of a weekend. I think, yeah, the Giants, if you remove the first round, if we literally just name anything that isn't the first round, like, can I get them on here? Yeah. So you take out Thibodeau and Neal, so you have Wandale Robinson, Azeodu, Cordell Flott, Bellinger, Dane Belton, Micah Fadden, DJ Davidson. It just gets progressively more obscure as it goes on. Try and see, is there a team that's been got? The Niners. Drake Jackson's not a bad pick in the second. Davis Price, Danny Gray. It's been all right, really. You can't really complain too much. Who the commies done? Dotson, Mathis, Robinson, Butler, Sam Howell. Yeah, it's not gone brilliantly out there, is it? The Colts. Alec Pierce, wide receiver in round 2. Very classic Colts pick. I think that, isn't it? That's their Zach Pascal level, bigger bodied guy replacement. Jelani Woods, I like. Especially considering that their tight end picture is just getting progressively weaker over the last few years. Offensive line help, Nick Cross. We all know where that's going. I think long term. Some defensive line help. Another tight end in Andrew Ogletree. Yeah. Oh, Best Cams are back! Best Cams are back for another time. One more visit from Best Cams. Fantastic.
Lewis with the comment, Ravens had a great draft. I agree. I think if we're going to name 3 winners of this NFL draft, one of them are the Jets, the other is Baltimore, and the other is Philly. I think all 3 have been consistent winners of this class. The Jets didn't even really make a pick this day. The majority of them have been in the early rounds, and they've absolutely nailed all of them. Think it's pretty obvious. I think if you're talking about and looking for one, sleeper team that had a winning draft, I think it's the Chiefs. Sky Moore coupled with Karlaftis and McDuffie are an excellent combination in the first 2 rounds. I think the Chiefs are going to be very talented in the next few years. That defense has been reloaded with talent. I think Kansas City is probably my 4th team as a winner.
Best Cam's biggest winners. True. I mean, the fact that they continue to sneak in every round. What a draft pick they've been. Kind of going back to an old topic, but Sony Michel got traded for a 6th and a 5th. That can become a 4th. I'd say that's comparable to what we'd get for Rager. Yeah and no. I think the difference is Sony Michel's good, or was good. Rager just hasn't been at all. Like, Sony Michel, to be fair on that note, I remember the hype of Markin Michel when the Eagles brought him over from the CFL. And everyone was hoping he'd ball out, and that never happened. So that sucked. I genuinely feel like for Rager, it would be a 5th at most. It would be a 5th because he's done.
Yeah.
How do you sell it to someone? What are you doing? Like, can you give me an asset of yours so we can offload this? What is this? I don't know, but you can have it. Like, there's nothing credible there.
Well, my comical thing is with comparing Rager and Michel. Michel was an important cog in the New England Patriots winning their 6th Super Bowl. He was an important cog because he had a very good playoff run in 2018. Jalen Rager's biggest accomplishment is that in week 1 of his first NFL game, he caught a 50-yard pass. Since that time, he has been the biggest waste and one of the biggest busts in franchise history. There is no comparison. If you get a 5th-round pick, you send them off immediately. I don't think you're even going to get a 5th. I think a 7th is probably your best bet. 7th with a conditional 6th-round pick. This guy has not performed anything close to a competent wide receiver.
Yeah. LA Rams draft is awful, apparently. Let's have a look at that. I didn't have a day 1 pick, did they?
Or day 2.
Yeah, so they went Logan Bruss, Jacoby Durant, Kyron Williams, I get. Quentin Late. Yeah, it's not brilliant, is it? And they've still got 3 left in the 7th, so that's won't really matter because they'll all get traded for free agents anyway. I wonder if we can see a USFL player get a shot as a walk-on. Yes, we can. His name is Clayton Thorson. You're welcome. Yeah, there was a lot of talent in that 3rd round for sure.
Just to compare how bad Jalen Rager has been and just how terrible of a receiver he is. He is total. This is his grand total for his career: 64 catches, 695 yards, 3 touchdowns. Receptions per game is under 2. So he is catching at least 1 ball a game. Yards per game is at 17. So he has 1 catch for 17 yards on average and is never seen again for the rest of the game. Think how pathetically bad that is for a first-round receiver.
Yeah, definitely not brilliant. Thorson Mania is sweeping throughout the world. It absolutely is. Give it time. We were early. We were early when he was drafted by the Eagles, and we knew he would be a superstar someday. Little did we know. I wonder if he actually knows about the song. I wonder if he's ever seen it, 'cause he doesn't seem to have Twitter. I would love it if anyone that covers USFL could ask him one day, have you seen the song? You know, I feel like we are, as a cult for Clayton, more famous than he is for his footballing ability. Like if it wasn't for us, he wouldn't be in USFL. I think.
Evelvet with another. Rager puts FedEx in the Hall of Fame. Well, it's interesting because I actually pulled up Freddie Mitchell's stats. Look at his average per game. In 4 years, Freddie Mitchell, 90 catches, 1,000 yards, and 5 touchdowns. He averages a catch a game. He averages also 20 yards a game. So he gets 1 catch for 20 yards, and you never hear from him again. That is a better freaking average than Jalen Rager. How is that possible? Like, how?
We should do a Thorson Watchalong. We should do a Thorson Watchalong. We'll do a USFL stream sometime and watch King Clay. If they make the playoffs, if there's playoffs in the USFL, then we will absolutely all be Houston Gamblers fans just for that weekend to watch him thrive. How's the NFL draft getting on? I'm not gonna lie, I've just been sat on the CBS tracker. We're still in round 6. Good grief.
Round 6. We got 2 more picks, though, to go. 49ers actually just made their first of 2. It's Kalela Davis from UCF. So that's fun. 1 more pick to go in the 6th round, and then we're on the 7th and final round.
I'm going to really quickly get an article up, just like all you need to know about the draft class, just pre-raid. Like, obviously, they can still trade up and get someone. I doubt they will, but just in case they do, I just want to get an article pre-written for it. So I'm going to get on that now, and then it'll probably take me, like, I don't know, hopefully 20 minutes tops, I'd like to say. And I'll be in the background, I'll be in the side, I'm not running away. Just be worried about
good
content as per. So, why is that not worked?
Rager is greater than Marcus Smith. Agree from Jordan. No, I don't think I can compare either one to being greater. I think they're both pathetic busts that should not have been drafted and are a waste of roster spot. If your father has to go on Twitter to complain because the team isn't using you right and you're a first-round pick and you can't take an end around, that's pathetically bad. That's pathetically embarrassing. I don't think
he can't be happy bunny right now, can he, Monte? He's got to be ready to fire off some tweets.
Mike Mamula laughs at this talk. You know, Mamula was a really bad pick, absolutely, and I think he's in the top 5 of Eagle busts. But I also think that it's fair to say that the pressure for Mamula was different than the pressure for Rager, the pressure for Freddie Mitchell, and the pressure for a guy like Marcus Smith. Marcus Smith should never have been drafted at pick 26, but Chip Kelly wanted to do it anyway because Chip Kelly is the piece of crap that should never have been hired as the Philadelphia Eagles, and I think is my mortal enemy as an overall coach. Rager is just a terrible selection and never should have been picked in the first round, yada, yada, yada. We all know this. Freddie Mitchell sat there, complained about the quarterback, and then didn't get hired by another team because every other team said, why are you complaining about your quarterback? You suck. I wouldn't put Mamula as the worst draft bust in Eagles history. I wouldn't. I wouldn't at all. Because if we talk about top 5 picks that are busts that didn't turn out okay, then you look at, what was it, the 60, 69, 70 draft when the Eagles drafted Leroy Keys because they won the last 2 games of the year. But they for a history lesson, Philadelphia was on tap and it was expected to have the number 1 overall pick at the end of the year so they could draft O.J. Simpson when he was coming out of college. And they didn't because they won the last 2 games of the year, much to everyone's chagrin. And they ended up taking Leroy Keys instead of O.J. Simpson. Brandon Moore, Danny Watkins is worse than a lot of these guys, to be honest. Watkins is definitely on that list too. First-round pick, didn't really play, wanted to become a fireman. That's embarrassing as it gets. And still, I would not take him. I would still say Jalen Reagor is a bigger bust than Danny Watkins. Because at least everyone knew, well, Watkins needed a – Ron's absolutely right. Not Ron, excuse me, Evolette. Danny was a project going in, to be sure. He's absolutely right. That's why I don't put him above Reagor. Reagor was coming in to be the number 1 wide receiver, and he shit the bed immediately. He couldn't do anything. The only reason, and here's the thing, the only reason why I dislike him more than Aguilar, and I think Aguilar is very close to him, because not many receivers had a 2016 year like Nelson Aguilar. Nelson Aguilar walked in 2016 and was one of the worst players. Evil Vet. I'm sorry. I can only see the pronunciations. I do my best with pronunciations. Anyway, going back to Nelson Aguilar. Aguilar was awful in 2016, but he had 2 very good seasons in 2017, 2018. Jalen Reagor hasn't had a good game in his career. He hasn't had a good game. Like, it's just so bad.
Oh, to be fair, I'm not even being funny. If it was me trying to pronounce Evil Vet, I'd have called him like Evilve. I'd have gone with that. I'd have definitely gone with Evilve or like Evivale.
I do my best here with the pronunciation, guys. I apologize.
Oh, I'm just as bad, mate. Don't worry. Just as bad.
Ron K, who are the Eagles receivers 1 through 6? I would probably go Brown. A.J. Brown is the 1. Devontae Smith is the 2. Quez is the 3. Pascal is 4. Greg Ward is 5. And that's it. Everyone else gets cut. Everyone else gets cut, and we hold a parade for the people that get cut to get them the hell out of the city. It's just not a good combination. Well, we are in round 7, the final round. We have 41 picks. 41 picks to go through. So I would predict we've got another hour of this, ladies and gentlemen. What do you think?
Oh god. I think I want to go to bed.
Ron Kids, what are you saying? Is there a chance Reagor is back? I hope not. I think there's always a chance. Jordan, the thing is, as much as I dislike Reagor, I would put Reagor on the field before I would put Hightower. Here's a genius idea, right?
Right, baby, who said that?
Jordan.
He's getting blocked. That's criminal.
How about this? No. Let's be honest. If we are going to sit here and say that we would rather Reagor than Hightower, ingenious idea. How about neither? How about neither see the field? Because you have 3 quality receivers starting, and you have Greg Ward and Zach Pascal as 4 and 5 receivers. It's a very good receiving core. That's not a bad receiving core anymore.
Can't believe someone just tried to attack John Hightower like that. No reason for it. He's a lovely boy. He's not. Well, apparently he fell out with the coaching staff, but that's a very different story. But
Devil's advocate, he had some flashes. Who had some flashes? Jalen Reagor?
Hightower.
John Hightower. Oh, like the 50-yard pass he dropped.
Yeah.
against Baltimore last year.
So it's fine.
Yeah, he's fine. He dropped a wide open pass. That's
all
fine.
right. He's
Every
fine.
Eagles does that. Lewis,
hang
bring
on.
back Daddy Fulgham. Man, you people need therapy. You want to talk about something that grinds my gears. Anyone that uses Daddy in any way is just, it's so cringy to me.
So what you're saying, but no, you've made the biggest mistake ever. You've fallen into the trap because now everyone's just gonna call you Daddy Nick, and now you're gonna never hear the end of it, and that's now forever gonna be your name. Be it PSN and the people that read your content, Daddy Nick.
It's so cringy. It's
too
so
late.
cringy.
You've made your bed, sleep in it. Too far gone. You've made your own bed there.
It's so cringy. Jordan, the thing is, Rager had a highlight-worthy mini camp last year. Want to bet this happens again, and the media tries to 180 this. No, I don't think the media is gonna do anything. I think after last year specifically, it is well established that he is not going to get any opportunity because they tried it. They've tried to force feed him the ball, and he still couldn't do anything with it.
I think that should be it.
Ron K, you think it's kind of a mental thing with Rager? That very well could be the case because he has those flashes in minicamp and whatnot. But also, let's be honest, minicamp, it's very specific drills that you look at and say, okay, win a one-on-one battle here within the confines of a particular spot. It's not the same. It's not the same at all. Duke's saying Eagles allowed Rager to go look for a trade. They say a bag of chips and a cheesesteak for him. I would take a cheesesteak for Jalen Rager. I think that's fair. I think it's fair. Looking at the draft right now, we have 2 picks in the 7th round. Isaiah Thomas from Oklahoma, Monteric Brown from Arkansas, both selected. We are moving right along here for this final round of the draft.
Right, okay. That should be done.
So you think chips are too expensive? Yes, exactly, Joe. I think chips are a little too expensive. It's got to be one or the other. It's got to be one or the other because Rager, he might hurt himself while walking. He might cry on the way to the practice field. I wouldn't want that to happen to him. So, yeah, take a sandwich. Jordan, thoughts on Hurts? Love him, hate to love him, love to hate him. I think he's a very good quarterback. I think he can grow into a top 10 quarterback. I don't think he's there yet. But I was very encouraged of what happened last season. We have to remember that team, that 2021 Eagles team, was projected to win 3 games. 3 games last year. That was not a good team. And he had them in the playoffs. I think that is based on leadership. I think that's based on his overall heart and the way he developed as a quarterback. And I would love to see him take the next step. I think there's very similar work to what Donovan McNabb was like in the early 2000s. In 2000 Eagles, McNabb accounted for 70% of the Eagles' offense and then developed into a passer. I'd like to see that this year with Jalen Hurts going into this season as well. I have no problem with him at all. I hope it works out. Great guy to root for. And I think this year, if I'm going to make a prediction on him, I think this year he takes the next step with with A.J. Brown and becomes a top 10 quarterback. I'd love to see it. Ron K, does Dean start this year? Yes, he does. And I'm going to take that from his mouth and from the team's mouth. They said he's going to be ready for rookie minicamp, and they say he's going to be ready for training camp. It's just a pec strain. A pec strain is usually about a couple weeks recovery time. And to be quite honest, I would rather see Dean start in week 1 over TJ Edwards. A linebacking core of Nakobe Dean and Kazir White is an excellent linebacker core. I would love to see that on opening day. Whoever they play, watch out, because I think the Eagles' defense would be really good that day. Evil vet, J-Jaw approves of us ignoring him for Rager. Yeah. As bad as J-Jaw was, he does something well. He blocks. Is that embarrassing for a second-round pick to say that his best contribution is that he can block? Sure. But at least he blocks better than a first-round pick in Jalen Rager. At least he made some key catches last year, particularly against the Giants, particularly, I believe, against Washington as well on that screen pass. He did some good things. Lewis, Deshaun Bradley get a few looks as a regular linebacker this year? I don't think so. I think he's still going to be a special teamer, especially with the addition of Nakobe Dean. I don't think there's any room for him outside of that. Jordan, so we're just going to forget about Davion Taylor. Was never high on him, but still. Jordan, I think that's a good point, bringing up Taylor. I think he could be in competition with TJ Edwards for that third linebacker spot. But I just – it's difficult for me to see him take a starting job in that role right now. But, I mean, if he has a great training camp, I think you can absolutely get extra snaps, extra playing time. I have no problem with seeing that. I liked what I saw last year. It was a shame he got hurt. Does Joe Austin make the team? Probably not. Probably not, I would say. And I know a lot of people have liked him, especially what he's shown in training camp and in preseason games the last couple of years. But you just take a look at it. They're probably going to keep 5 receivers just off the bat. I don't think they're going to cut Greg Ward. I think it's Rager that's going to go, and I think it's J-Jaw that's going to go. They're going to keep 4 running backs most likely. They'll keep 2 quarterbacks with Minshew there. Already, that's what, 5, 4, 9, 11. You count the offensive line, they're probably going to keep around 12. So that's in the 20s. I'm not going to do the full math here, but I just don't see Austin making the team.
Right, that should be done. So there's a post up coming now onto the chat that just highlights this year's rookie. So I've literally just copied and pasted every brief description we've had from the weekend to cover this year's rookies. So that essentially, if you want to go and look over any prospect in particular, that you've got a little bit of information about each one. So there will be more in-depth stuff coming video-wise, but from an article perspective, that should tide us over until the undrafted free agents. We're going to have grades and analysis and all of that fun stuff tomorrow. But for now, I think, unless there's any big Howie Roseman surprise, that will allow us to breathe just a little bit in terms of content. So that's fun. But yeah, we are... Where are we at now? What pick are we on? Where are we? Oh, I've messed up.
228.
Oh, God. Oh.
We've got another 35 picks to go. We got a good question here. Gregory Moody. NFC East, who's got the best O-line and D-line? I would say O-line is the easiest answer on the planet. It's Philadelphia. The Eagles' offensive line last year was the best in football, let alone the NFC East. Defensive line, I like the debate between the Eagles and the Washington Commanders.
Yeah,
I keep thinking that I'm about to say Redskins, so I apologize, but that's just how the brain's been functioning there. But for the Commanders, I think they're the only comp to the Eagles. I love Jonathan Allen. Montez Sweat's a really good player. They've got a lot of good players on that defensive line. The only reason I would say Philadelphia in that is because I like their overall depth over Washington. But I think in terms of top players, I would pick Washington. I think Washington's got the better top players, but Philadelphia has the better depth. So I would say Philly gets the edge, but it's close.
Yeah, definitely. I'd agree with that. I think that's a very fair evaluation of both there. And yeah, as we go into the final countdown, that car's back again. Look, there's no need for it. There's no need for it. No
What happened?
It's like it sounds like someone's riding a lawnmower down the high street, but I'm pretty sure it's just some dickhead showing off in a car. So there's that, all part of the fun. But yeah, it's a nice class to look back on. Like we predicted, started out with some fireworks, then getting more mellow and more boring, unfortunately, towards the end of it. But that's often the best way, is that you don't want high risk, high rewards. Oh, the Eagles have taken a shot on this guy, and they've reached for this receiver, and they've traded up for this corner. Like, you don't want that. You want some stability, and that is what they've got right now. The positions they haven't addressed, they clearly have a plan for. And whether we agree with it or not doesn't really matter as long as you can see the plan. It's better than that than to go, why haven't they addressed this? What are they doing? There's literally no one there. Like, at least we can see, you know?
Yeah.
Since we're comparing division rivals, can we consider that Jalen Hurts would be the best running back in the division? Not a knock on him, just good running skills. I mean, yeah, but I also feel like if he was genuinely a running back on his own and not a quarterback who could also run, he probably wouldn't be. Like, I think Antonio Gibson, as Greg said, is probably the best running back in the division. Then it would be Ezekiel Elliott. Then it would be Saquon. Saquon before the injury was a different cat. I think now he's a little bit... well, we need to see what he can do. But bearing in mind, he was running behind an atrocious O-line last year, so who knows? And then whatever order you want to rank the Eagles in. But, I mean, even if you're going to rank Eagles running backs in terms of ability and upside, I'd probably put... It's Miles Sanders by a fractional edge because he's done more, but then it's like Jordan Howard, Boston, and Gainwell. But I don't think there's that much in it.
I will say this. If I were to rank the Eagles running backs, it would be Sanders, Boston Scott at 2, and then probably Gainwell and then Howard. But I don't think Hurts is anywhere near. It's just from a pure running standpoint. But I do disagree on one thing. I still think this is Zeke's division, and it's not Antonio Gibson's division. Antonio Gibson hasn't led the league in rushing once. Zeke is still Zeke. He still ran for close to 1,000 yards. He can still, kill you down in the long run if you give him a head of steam. I never like seeing Zeke. Zeke is always that player that for some reason is the reason the Eagles can't beat the Cowboys. I hate playing against him because he's that good. I think he's the best running back in the division.
Now, Tony Pollard, yeah, good chat to Jordan. Tony Pollard is... I remember we did a fantasy draft for PSN a couple of years back, and I selected Tony Pollard, and everyone mocked it. And then I think it was unfortunate because Zeke went down with injury, and it was kind of lucky that I got him, but he's carved out a nice career for himself. Howard falling forward still gets 5 yards. Yeah, Howard can just stand up and lean like Michael Jackson in that music video where he just leans, and it would still be a 5-yard gain for sure. Yeah, I don't know what the Eagles are going to do with running back. Like, I'm a bit surprised they haven't offloaded Rager or Dillard or Sanders. I thought one of those three was near enough a lock to be moved on from. The fact none of them are is a little, I wouldn't say concerning, but it's surprising. It's badly surprising.
I would agree. I thought it was going to be Dillard. I was hoping it was Dillard. But, yeah.
Well, they're probably the biggest winners of the draft, right? Jalen Rager still has a job. That's a win for him.
Yeah. Jalen Rager still has a job. I mean, Dillard's if Dillard got cut, he'd be the highest paid free agent on the market right now because of all the teams that desperately need a starting left tackle and everything else. But just from the overall standpoint of what they're looking for and what teams are going to be looking for, I think Dillard was the one that I thought was most likely to go. I thought Sayumalo was probably the surprise that was going to go. The thing is, I mean, you can't get anything for Rager or JJ. There's no value to them.
Yeah, absolutely. Jalen Rager to McDonald's for a medium Big Mac meal. I'll tell you what, right? I'm so excited. I've decided I'm going to treat myself as soon as we're done. I'm going to my infamous takeaway, and I'm getting a 14-inch Donna Meat pizza, and I'm slobbering it in garlic mayo, and I'm going to bury my face in it and just scream into the abyss. That is my plan for this evening. What about you, Nick? When it's all done, what's your plan this evening?
So I've got a birthday party for a mutual friend of Brittany's and I at 9. We are doing Outback. My anticipation is that this draft is going to end at 6:30. We're at pick 231, and we have another 31 picks to go. Jesus Christ! I am banking on within the next 45 to an hour, the draft will have ended, and Philadelphia, and I will be able to go to Outback and also at the same time get some gifts for our friend.
Oh, that's right. Well, if you need to go earlier, mate, there's no hurries. Don't you worry.
No. This is what I'm here for.
That's okay. Well, if you do want to go, I think you've done more than pull your weight this weekend. Don't you worry. So Evil Veve is seeing Vuvu Veve is seeing Tom Segura this evening. So that's cool. That's not. I've never. Is he in the comic? Is he the stand-up guy?
I have no idea who he is. Tom Segura.
I think he's a comedian. I might be wrong. He's actually some like folk singer. I'm like, sorry, my bad. You make dinner for the wife. Nice. I love that for you, though. I'm only just discovering how to do dinner, and I just keep buying frozen pizzas, and that's about as far as I get at the minute. So, I've been given a book for like just like basic meals to cook things in. I just don't really know how we're gonna do that. So we're getting there, baby steps. Anyone's got any simple meals to cook that aren't pasta or pizza? Let me know. Jordan says, "Hey man, if Jalen Ray gets traded for the last pick of the draft, wouldn't that just be poetic?" Yeah.
Comment of the night right there.
I'll check it out on Netflix. I'll do it tonight. I'll just be lying there half asleep, like drooling, like not over Tom Segura. I'm sure he's a lovely looking lad, but okay. If you see the New York Jets in the playoff, what's your AFC team playoff list?
Let's do it. So the division, because my hot take is the Jets make the playoffs. I have the Bills and the Jets out of the East. I have. Let's think.
Who we got? Let's pull them up. So yeah, Bills and Jets.
I got this. Yeah. I've got the Bills and the Jets. The Bengals out of the North. The Titans. And yeah, I'll go Colts. Titans and Colts. No, I'll take the Colts out. I don't think they're gonna make the playoffs. Chiefs, Chargers, and then one team. Yeah, I'll throw in the Raiders. I'll throw in the Raiders again.
If it was me, I would go Bills. I'll do the division ones first. I'll go Bills, Bengals, Titans, Chiefs. It's basically the exact same as it was last year. The two wild cards, I'd probably go
3.
Oh, is it 3 wild cards? In that case, Jets, Ravens, and Chargers.
I will say, Greg, I know you were about to say it for Broncos. Here's why I don't think the Broncos are going to make the playoffs. One, the West is an absolute crapshoot. And while the Broncos team was immensely talented, and you could argue a quarterback away, I don't know if Hackett's going to be the right head coach for that. Also, we don't know if Russell Wilson is going to be healthy enough for that. I get he's for the most part been an Iron Man, but for the last couple of years he's dealt with injuries, and that's going to be a massive problem. I don't see them making the playoffs in that division. Jordan, so Cleveland misses the playoffs. Interesting. Well, you got to remember something here. As good as the trade for Deshaun Watson is, and as good as that roster as constructed is, Deshaun Watson's going to get suspended by the NFL. He's going to be suspended. So the question will be for how long. If he's suspended like something like Trevor Bauer was just suspended for 2 years. That could absolutely, happen again. Let's say he's suspended for half the season, 8 games. Are they going to trade Baker Mayfield before? Are they going to trade for Baker Mayfield during the season? Or are they going to make him sit there and play for them? Which would be arguably the worst thing a franchise has ever done to a player like that who has not been arrested, has not really done anything to garner that disrespect. I see Cleveland as one of the biggest messes in the NFL right now for what they did. I see them as an absolute mess.
Yeah, I mean, none of it makes
Yeah,
sense. Their roster can be well constructed, doesn't mean they're not a train wreck and there aren't going to be ripples from that move
Yeah.
as well. A lot of the guys were bought into Baker Mayfield just because he's a good leader, like he's solid. There's never really been anything bad that's come out about him. He's always held himself pretty well. So there's going to be knock-on effects. And you've also got to bear in mind, this isn't just a Jalen Hurts, Carson Wentz move where some of the guys like Carson Wentz. This is also a move where you're bringing in a guy that has 22 sexual assault allegations that is going to then just completely... He's going to walk into that locker room and everyone's staring at him, looking at him, thinking something else. And Liam,
even to that point, my brother goes to Baldwin Wallace in Ohio. He goes to school there. My other brother lives in Ohio. He works in engineering. The talk radio in Cleveland is mutinous right now. They are furious at what they did to Baker Mayfield. The fan base is on Baker Mayfield's side more than the Browns.
Yeah.
If they start the season 0-4, or if they start the season poorly, or Deshaun Watson plays poorly out of the gate, that is a mutiny waiting to happen. I wouldn't be surprised if Andrew Berry gets fired for that.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Absolutely. Like it's just such a shame. And yeah, you've got to imagine if you went into work one day and you go, oh, by the way, we're bringing this guy in who's got 22 sexual assault allegations. You're not exactly going to go and dap him up and be like, hey man, heard you're really good at your job. Yeah, welcome to the team. It's probably going to be a, reluctance of try not to ask about them or hit him or, stuff like that. It's very
Here's
weird.
the thing. I blame Barry most of all in this. If you saw I don't know if you saw the press conference, Liam, but the press conference was one of the biggest shams I have ever seen in my life. They were asked by the reporters, did you talk to any of the women from the sexual assault allegation? And he goes, no, we talked to Deshaun, and that was pretty much good for us.
Yeah.
Think how bad that is. Like, that is just disgusting.
Yeah, it's definitely not a good look. Marshall Lynch is there as a brand ambassador for the NFLPA. Well done, boy. Pick 2, 3, 4. So we're sneaking on, getting there. There's still 12 of you left. I don't know how we are still keeping viewers on when the Eagles aren't. We could end it here because the Eagles aren't picking, but we want to see this through. It's not in our spirit to just chop something up because knowing our luck, we'll end it and the Eagles will make some big move to draft a backup tackle for no reason. So we've got to be aware of it. And we'll see this out until the bitter end. Despite the fact that in 4 rounds of drafting, the Eagles have made 2 picks. So that has been a very, very fun evening for all involved. But I'm glad you are all enjoying yourselves. Doug says PSM forever. That's all we can do it for. That's me energized for the next hour now. Let's go until let's add another round on. Let's do round 8.
Evil Vet with a comment. I mean, the Eagles sure like Michael Vick. There was probably with those skipping rope with dead dogs comment in camp. Michael Vick gets brought up a lot when we talk about the Deshaun Watson case, and I think it's very important to remember Michael Vick did go to prison for 2 years. He was suspended indefinitely by the National Football League. There were reasons Philadelphia and am I a proponent of second chances? Absolutely. I think everyone deserves a second chance. I think mistakes happen in life. And to a point, if someone is willing to show remorse and willing to be the bigger person and try to improve as a person, there isn't, much of an issue on my end if they want to continue, working and everything else. Michael Vick, when he came out of prison, was extremely remorseful. I mean, you saw the different person that he was when he came into prison and when he left prison. He's an advocacy for animal abuse now, trying to make sure that dogs do not share the same fate as when he was a younger person, and all those other things. But when you serve your time and you become a prominent member of society and a helpful member of society, I think that is commendable. That doesn't take away from what he did, but I think it's a completely commendable act for Philadelphia to give him that second chance and show how improved he was to that point. I think it's also fair to point out that Deshaun Watson from the beginning has declined these allegations, said he's going to fight them. So we are left to assume, but also wait until the court cases make their decision.
Yeah, no, Henry Ruggs ain't getting near an NFL team again. There's no way. No way.
Well, Jordan, wait. So let's say in 3-4 years, Ruggs get out. So homicide in Vegas, I believe, is 25 to 50 years. He's not getting out of jail for an NFL career.
Yeah. I remember reading that and thinking I was literally like dreaming or something. I was like, just what?
Yeah.
Like, what? So mad, man. It's so sad. More importantly for the family of like the people involved, you know, like it's heartbreaking. There's just no need for it.
Yep.
But yeah, there we go. I mean, that's what I mean. On a plus side, and there are very little plus sides to something like that. The fact that the Eagles don't have these kind of concerns anymore, not that they ever did to that extent, but they were linked to Watson for a long time, as we know. But it goes back to what we were saying last night, where these things beforehand, like where we had the Nigel Bradham umbrella incidents, we had strip club incidents, we had domestic stuff, we had Fletcher Cox with shotguns shagging everyone's wives, you know, like there was so much off-field drama, and now there's literally barely any, and it's a real testament to the culture change that we've seen.
And the culture change, the Sirianni and Hurts culture changes, I'll call it, because I think Sirianni has a hand in that. I also think Jalen Hurts has a hand in that, because as much as I loved Carson Wentz, he's nowhere near the leader that Jalen Hurts has shown.
Yeah. Well, he's just nowhere near a leader. I think we can go to that point. Yeah, I think the thing with Carson Wentz was anyone that I don't want to speak out of turn. I think anyone that he was close with and shared a bond with, be it through hunting, be it through religion and the AO1 stuff, he was very pally with. And from what I understand, there became a little bit of a fracture in guys in the locker room who didn't share the same life views and hobbies and stuff, and would almost be on the outside. Like Wentz would work with his guys and meet his guys and link with them, and not the rest of the team. And they felt a bit, you know, got their backs up about it. That was basically my understanding of one of the several issues regarding Wentz towards the end of his tenure, or even at the beginning of it.
I think it gets difficult when we talk about the demise of Carson Wentz in Philadelphia, because there's a lot of factors here. Some of them are on Carson, some of it isn't. For one thing, and I think this is also where some of the demise of Doug Peterson came into it. The anonymous sources came well before Carson Wentz. And I don't blame Carson for anonymous sources. I blame Doug Peterson for anonymous sources. The fact that those were coming in and Doug really didn't do anything to deny them and do anything to help the quarterback, I think is on him. I don't think it's on Carson Wentz. However, it's clear, it's very clear, the leadership intangibles that Wentz has is much different and not as strong as a Jalen Hurts type figure.
Yeah, no, I'm not Evil Veve, I'm not blaming Jesus for Carson. I just think there is definitely an element of Carson Wentz gelling with people who are very much aligned the same way. With the AO1 stuff, for instance, right? And there'll be groups of players that pray before games or others that aren't. And there are thousands of religious players in football who aren't the way Carson Wentz is. So it's definitely not that. But there is a point of like, it's like going into, if you go to a new job and you find out 3 guys there support the same football team as you, you start talking to them. And then the rest of the guys are going to be a bit, what the hell? Like, well, yeah, like, it's just, that's what I mean. It's all the same lifestyle stuff. But then the defense and the guys that don't go hunting and they don't maybe morally align with that stuff, like, nothing. And they get there a bit, like, weird. And they just have this weird, like, Carson Wentz section where the people that were close to Carson, well, I've never heard a bad word about Carson Wentz from the people I spoke to. And then I realised the people I spoke to were all close to Carson Wentz. And I was like, well, that's understandable. The discrepancies came from the people that weren't in those very small circles. And he couldn't gel. Yeah, literally what Doug said. He couldn't gel. Yeah, bang on. There you go. See, turns out I'm not telling porkies. I know what I'm about. Yeah, the 5,000 Doug's can't speak.
I think it's a little more complex than that, though, because the best way I can describe it is this. Would you rather Carson Wentz or Deshaun Watson? It's not even close. Because Carson has done tremendous things in the community. The AO1 Foundation is an excellent thing. And really just look at the friendship he has with Giovanni, that kid Giovanni. Like he's done a lot of great things humanitarily that makes you want to root for him. The problem is when it comes to football, you need to be able to communicate in a way that everyone can notice. And the way the Eagles were structured under Doug Peterson, where Doug Peterson controlled the offense, Jim Schwartz controlled the defense, and that was the divide, you are always going to have people that are going to be upset with a certain play. The defense blamed Carson. The offense, had all of these problems. Everyone was looking at the quarterback. No one was looking at everyone else. So you had all these finger pointing going around. The coaching staff was doing nothing to help the situation. So it was literally just a ticking time bomb waiting to be exploded. There was, in my opinion, I think there's very few quarterbacks that would be able to thrive in that situation because of how the Eagles were constructed. They needed a head coach and needed a coaching staff that was all-inclusive, willing to work. But dude, you're saying, yeah, but Hurts was able to get over that structure. Yes, because there's a new coaching staff. This isn't the same coaching staff. You saw Sirianni in a press conference last week say that he's involved in defensive conversations.
Well, I mean,
you see that
well.
change.
I think the other element is, like, if you look at even background, so Jalen Hurts throughout his career has gone through a lot of adversity in the way that you look at what happened at Alabama. He had come from a very strong program, then loses his seat in the championship game to Tua, blown out in a high school championship game, goes to Oklahoma, works in a different coaching staff. Carson Wentz had come out of a tiny town in the middle of nowhere, played for a school in the middle of nowhere where everyone knew everyone, and I'm not saying this, but like traditionally it's a very one-type demographic, right? You then go to Philadelphia, it's very, very multicultural, and it's a bit of a shell shock, and it's a bit different, and I understand that it's one of those things where I don't think he was a good fit just for the city. Like, Jalen Rose is a hard-nosed guy, he's a tough guy, he wants to work because of how he's been coached up, and even if that's in the middle of butt nowhere, in Alabama, like right deep down south, it's a heavy populated, football-heavy, football-first place, which is exactly what Philadelphia is, and you've now got a coaching staff that's going to work the same way. But yeah, it's just a weird thing. Carson Wentz is probably he's going to go down as one of the most perplexing players in NFL history, I think, to come out as a second overall pick with all the upsides, almost win a Super Bowl. He has got more ifs, buts, and maybes than anyone else in this league, with regards to the ACL, with regards to the back injury, with regards to a trade, sources, no matter what. It's absolutely fascinating. And there are so many, like you say, good things about him. And even on a friend level, I remember talking to Jordan Matthews, and Carson Wentz's dog had puppies, and he gave the puppies to his teammates. And it's another little thing that just goes under the radar. He's a nice guy. I don't think it's a little bit of everything. I just think Carson Wentz overall, as a guy, just wasn't a great fit, and has struggled to prove himself as a leader and a I don't know. It's we used to go around in circles, but yeah, it's just
Brandon, I think, is dead on in terms of the hot take. As big as important Super Bowl was for this team, it was the worst thing that happened to so many in the organization because how individuals respond to it. I absolutely agree. I think Doug Peterson, the worst thing Doug did, he wrote a book 2 months after a Super Bowl win, and he wasn't going to retire. Like, what are you doing? You still got a whole career to coach. Like, you are not this one victory. You got to keep winning. It was as if he, this is the greatest thing I've ever done, blah, 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 blah. It was a terrible idea. Jim Schwartz is another example with that. You look at all these other different people that were involved. If Wentz doesn't tear the ACL, and you got to remember something, the Super Bowl DVD, there is a quote in there where Doug Peterson looks at John Lynch and says, as long as we don't screw up Carson, he's going to be a great quarterback. And he tears his ACL, and Foles comes in, does his job, and all of a sudden begins that debate. If Wentz doesn't tear that ACL injury, Foles never gets the chance to start, and the outlook of the 2017 season is much different. Wentz probably wins the Super Bowl because the team was just better than everyone else. He is the savior of the franchise. They erect a statue in his name because he's the greatest, one of the greatest quarterbacks the team ever has. It gets to that point where you sit and ask yourself, if he doesn't tear the ACL, is he still the quarterback today? I think there's a very strong argument for that because they give him a much longer leash than just 3 years after it. Like, they traded him 3 years after the Super Bowl season. Think about how crazy that is. If he doesn't tear his ACL and they win it, he's still the quarterback to this day, and I believe that.
The other thing as well, and this is why it's so perplexing, because there are literally like 18 different angles of, oh yeah, but this, but that, but this, but that, but this, and it's genuinely fascinating. And we haven't even touched on what he does on the field, which is just this egotistical Superman level boneheaded play that was masked for 3 years. It was masked by the offensive line, it was masked by the receivers bailing him out. The second that changed, the second injuries caught up, and if you play 8 hands of blackjack in a row and you win 8, eventually you're going to lose one. You can't win 50-50s all the time. And he kept gambling, he kept losing. He then goes to Indianapolis, and in the biggest moment of all, the Colts choked their playoff spot by purely no other omission than Carson Wentz being Carson Wentz. It was dumbfounding.
Here's the thing, though. I'm not going to sit here and point that only on Carson Wentz, though. But that's where it gets tricky for me. That's where it really gets tricky. Because I don't blame Carson. I don't solely blame Carson for the Colts debacle of the last couple of days. Because if you look at that Jacksonville game, if you look at the game against the Jaguars, that wasn't just, Carson played bad, so the team lost. The entire team sucked. They were giving up 20 yards passes to an offense that couldn't move the football all season. They couldn't run the ball to save their lives. That offensive line, one of the best in football, got their asses kicked that day. And yes, Carson was a big problem with it. He made a lot of boneheaded plays, and I'm not absolving him from that. But there's a big difference than him being the reason and him being one of the reasons.
Yeah, absolutely. Indy was a mix of Wentz rubbing one person he shouldn't have. Yeah, I'm really glad. As awful as it panned out, I'm glad that it took the GM literally 8 months to go, no, not doing that, and just get rid of it. Like, fair enough. We are getting to the point now where we're near the end of the draft. Kemp, we don't have another pick. It is just vibing. We did it 80 likes, though. Right at the bubble, we've hit 80 likes. We've got 80 people left, just all vibing, chatting Eagles. It's a good vibe. We're seeing this out just because my OCD won't let me end this before the end of the draft, unfortunately. I won't sleep at night knowing I have. But yeah, guys, let us know what you're doing in the evening. I know, like we said, we've seen a couple people going out for concerts, going out for parties. I'm just having a massive pizza and a couple of beers. I don't know outside. I'll probably play some PGA 2K21. Like, I've already had it on the Nintendo Switch. I bought it on the PlayStation 5 because I wanted to play it again. So I just remember Pittman saying fuck off with regards to giving him number 11. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, even the Michael Pittman pick's been a bit of a weird one, though, isn't it? Like, that's been another selection that hasn't exactly gone brilliantly. But it's so annoying because, like, I think the Colts are forever going to be their own mortal enemies. Really, just that they're constantly trying to find the next Peyton Manning. And they had it with Andrew Luck, didn't give him the offensive line. Like, if Andrew Luck had the team Wentz had last year, they would have gone to a Super Bowl. I genuinely believe that.
I disagree.
Why?
Well, here's why. Because the team got hurt. Quentin Nelson only played like 9 games.
Yeah, but 9's enough to get 9 wins, though.
And the receiving core, not that good.
No, it definitely needs a little bit of juicing up.
The Colts had other problems outside of quarterback last year. Like to be fair, they had a lot of other issues outside of quarterback. I'm not going to sit here and say that it was only just the quarterback that was the problem.
Right, it's a good question there from Lewis. Any guys we should take undrafted? I'll have a look, see if there's any names left. See who we've got left on the board. If you guys stop chatting, I've got to do laundry. Hey, we can't make promises. John, what part of Europe are you in? What part of Europe? Because my sensible bedtime will be mudded now because, I don't know where I'm at. Let's see who we've got left on the board at the moment. Rashid Walker's still there. Carson Strong's still there. Justin Ross still there. Mario Goodrich is still there. Smoke Monday. Skylar Thompson. I like Skylar Thompson. I had him in a mock draft with the Eagles. I think that's a very low-risk pick. He's an athletic QB with a big arm, not much else. If they want a pocket passer, I think he's a good guy to develop. He's got a kind of bit of Jalen Hurts to him where he sort of like jumps about a bit. He's a bit skittish in the pocket under pressure. But undrafted free agent Skylar Thompson out of K-State, get him to the Eagles. I think that's a big dub. Belgium. Jeez, fair. That's crazy. Oh, that's a lot of commitment from you, Jordan. A lot of commitment from you. I really respect the hustle, man. Thank you for sharing that experience with us. It's definitely been a roller coaster. I'm glad we can make it a bit of a memorable one. Any other names? Marquise Bell. I know he had some love earlier on. Who's oddly been compared to Camu Grugier-Hill, apparently. So that's worth noting. Any other? Yeah, what QBs are left that we know? So Strong, Thompson, Jack Cohn. I think Caleb Ellaby I've looked at before. EJ Perry's been mentioned. Dustin Crum I've not watched. Derek King I've not watched. Yeah, that's fair. Oh wow, Cole Johnson's got a player comp of Dan Orlovsky. Interesting. We'll go through them all. Carson Strong, as we know, has got Ryan Griffin. Skylar Thompson's got JT O'Sullivan. Right, okay. Jack Cohn's got Clayton. No way! There's a quarterback with a comp to Clayton Dawson. No way! Jack Cohn from Notre Dame. And I've mocked him to the Eagles before. This is the greatest moment of my life. Get him in. Clip this. Get him in. Undrafted. Trade up. Get back into the 7th round and bring him out. Jack Cohn. Oh, wow. This is incredible. This is the best moment of the entire draft. I'm so happy. The legacy lives on. I beg Philadelphia get him. I don't ask for much. I'm a simple man. But please, give me a quarterback prospect who is compared to Clayton Dawson. I will be so happy. It will be the most shithouse thing ever. Just for the sake of it. Go on. For me. Oh, I need that so much. Can I get a clip from that? Oh, I don't know where we're at.
I'm really, really hoping that doesn't happen. I'm really, really, really hoping it doesn't happen.
No, I don't know what you mean. I need that as a clip. I hope that works. Let me try and find it, and I will try and get a link and put it on Twitter. That's the best thing I've ever seen. So happy about that. I'm going to go record that in a sec and tweet it, because this might be the greatest development. The 7th round has been waiting for something like that. Begging for it. I am the happiest man alive. This is better than any draft pick that could have been possibly made. The fact that this man exists, and there is a chance the Eagles need a developmental quarterback. I will be right back. I'm going to go sort this out. I will be 2 seconds. Take the wheel.
Oh, dear. Jordan, since we're talking about quarterback, what's the Minshew situation? We're going to keep him as a backup. Yeah, I would hope to keep him as a backup. I think he's a perfect backup option for Philadelphia and right behind Jalen Hurts. I think he is a complement to Hurts' skills as well. If Hurts were to go down for a game, if Hurts needed a game to recover, being a scrambling quarterback, I think you can trust Minshew to win one football game he starts. I think it's a great move to keep him. I like the option. I think it's a perfect spot for him to be in because of how well he played last year. It's a no-brainer. It's a no-brainer to me. Yeah, Evil Vet saying, potentially trade Minshew. I get it. And an injury to a quarterback goes down could definitely spur a trade. I know there were some discussions earlier today about potentially moving him for a draft pick, but I'm okay with whatever they do on that end. If they keep him, they have a great number 2 option, one of the best number 2 options in the league. And if they don't, you get a good draft pick for a guy. Like, you'll get a really good draft pick for a guy that in a team that will be desperate for a starting quarterback. I think it's a no-brainer. Jordan, isn't that lowballing him? No. And here's the reason why. His salary is extremely affordable. There's no real issue there. But the main problem is the fact that are you seriously going to make a quarterback controversy and make Jalen Hurts have to earn his spot for a second consecutive year? I wouldn't. Jalen's the number one quarterback next year. And there's no reason not to. And I wouldn't force a trade unless one presents itself. Philadelphia's been very patient throughout this draft. And I think they continue to do that this offseason, where they get the best available spot and the best available value for their players. I think that's going to maintain the same consistency if they keep or trade Minshew. We are at pick. Let's take a look. Going through the rounds, we are continuing to move. Pick 244 for the Cardinals is in. 244, so that means we're about 20 picks away. Keep sending your questions, guys. Let me know if you guys have any comments, concerns. I know for those of you worried about the secondary, I know Howie Roseman earlier today spoke about the scouts being ready for the undrafted free agent mark. They only made 5 picks this year. They had 10 originally to start, but the team clearly wanted Jordan Davis. I have no problem with that. I have no problem with the way this draft actually ended up being. The real question turns to what the undrafted team looks like, and also what the free agent pool looks like. If they're able to secure Tyrann Mathieu, if they're able to get Joe Hayden, I think that's a great offseason.
Hello.
Jordan, any particular game you're looking forward to? I'm guessing that they'll put the Saints game as a December game, and that should be a good one. Yeah, I think that's a good one. I'm always interested in the Cowboy games. Also, my family are all Steeler fans. I'm the only Eagles fan in my household. So there's always been a familiar, not rivalry, but a familiar respect between the Steelers and Eagles. So I know with the Birds and the Steel Curtain coming to the Link, we're definitely going to be going to that game as a family. So very, very excited for that one.
There we go. If anyone is interested, I have posted the clip of me discovering that a real NFL quarterback prospect has a player comp of Clayton Dawson. And that, it has made this entire draft. Imagine, because the thing is, no one else is going to look at that, like no one's going to care. But now, if it gets announced that, Jack Cohn goes to the Eagles as an undrafted free agent, we all know what's happening, and that needs to be said. So this will live rent free in everyone's head, just in case, because it is truly the greatest moment of this day. This has saved the day, really. Other than best cams.
I love my reaction to it. I love my face. I think that's what makes the entire thing. Jordan, so basically the Stiegel family. Yes, I'm glad someone knows the reference, but for those who don't. During World War II, the Eagles and Steelers lost most of their players to the draft and fought overseas in World War II. So Art Rooney and Burt Bell combined their teams to make the Phil Pitts Eagles. Fun little story there. I don't know if any of you guys have known about this, but the official history of the Eagles DVD is on YouTube. That is a DVD that when I was younger I watched about 150 to 1,000 times. Still watch it to this day. I can pretty much quote it word for word. And I also put it on in the car when I go from New York to Rhode Island to see my family when Brittany is in the car. So Brittany has listened to that DVD 15,000 times. She is sick of it. And I think it was a couple weeks ago, I was talking to her about, the Eagles and their history. And she comes out and just says like, yeah, so like the Steagles. And my face dropped. I'm like, you know about the Steagles? She goes, of course I know about the Steagles. I'm an Eagles fan. And just so you guys are aware that I'm fully intent on marrying this woman. So we are all very excited.
Love to see it. Absolutely love to see it. Do YouTube force channels to make shorts? Not that I'm aware of, but they definitely promote it to... Yeah, it's been a thing. I think it's purely because of TikTok. Like, so many YouTube clips end up on TikTok now. So it's an easy way for them to keep content creators on the app and monetize that content. So that will be why you'll probably see more people do it. Wentz will definitely be booed on his return to Philly. Absolutely.
I don't think so. I
Really?
think they're going to cheer. I think they're going to cheer him.
No, they won't.
Here's the thing. If he doesn't play in 2017, they don't win the Super Bowl. They don't get the 1 seed. They don't have an easier road to the NFL playoffs. Like, he was the league MVP that year. That doesn't just go away.
No, but he was a knobhead.
But so yeah. Do they boo Alshon Jeffrey if he ever comes back to Philly?
Probably. I would.
No.
Malcolm
He won the
Jenkins
Super
gets
Bowl.
a pass if he was ever involved. Like, I don't know. I don't think Carson Wentz would be where... It certainly doesn't... He might not deserve a boo. He definitely doesn't deserve a cheer. I think it's neutral. They offset each other, I would say.
I think he should get cheered.
No, I think the amount of people that are angry at him for the way everything went far outweighs the people that are going to look back to 2017. Like, it'll be a recency bias, But no one boos Weapon X because he didn't want to leave, really, did he? It was just like...
Well, here's the other thing. In fairness, no one booed McNabb either. I think McNabb got a larger cheer than Dawkins when McNabb came back.
Skylar Thompson's just gone to the Dolphins. There might be a run on quarterbacks, which means Clayton Dawson 2.0 might be called up. I hope he's not. No teams left need quarterbacks, so there is a chance the Eagles bring him in. I'll be so happy. This will make my entire life.
Kill me.
Jack Cohn, you're the one. You still turn me on. I've got to do the last bit. We can't say football's coming home again. We can't do that. There has to be... I can't wait for the World Cup on another note. I cannot wait for this winter. England v USA in the World Cup. And it is just the ultimate, if England lose, I'm never going to hear the end of it on any kind of content that I get. If England win, you'll all pretend you don't like soccer and don't care about it and it's a shit sport. But I
don't care about soccer. It's a shit sport already.
I'll be so happy. So happy.
Liam, I apologize for the people listening. I apologize. I am going to have to log off in 5 minutes.
That's okay,
I tried
man.
to go as
No
far
worries.
as possible.
We'll end it in 5 minutes because, realistically, nothing's going to happen down the bottom of the draft. Well, we've stomached 250 picks. We've come a long way. Unless you guys want to keep it out. I'm happy to stay on. I haven't got anything else planned other than getting a takeaway. Is it coming home? Probably not. But then I'll convince myself that it is, and it'll become a meme for a week. And then next thing you know, it is coming home. We'll get to the final, and it won't be because Gareth Southgate can't manage a team. But that's by the by.
I think Portugal's going to win it.
No chance.
And here's why. Not just because I'm 100% Portuguese, and I despise the sport in general, but also I also like. If Portugal were to ever win the World Cup, I think the state of Rhode Island might explode because that's where about 99% of the Portuguese population is on this planet.
Why aren't more soccer fans hockey fans? I've literally said that. I've said that to so many people. I've been like, you would like ice hockey. It's literally football and ice, but you just beat people up. It's class to watch. Yeah, I agree. That's a perfect way to put it. France and Italy, I'd say, are favourites. Yeah, I would say that. Probably France, but then they just got this weird thing of overperforming. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. I think England are going to be up there because they just are. Italy have fallen off though, haven't they? Didn't Italy have a massive? Didn't Italy not make the World Cup or something? I swear something dodgy happened. I can't remember what it was. I'll Google it. I'm pretty sure something happened with them. Yeah, Italy aren't in there. Which makes it even more embarrassing, the fact that England lost in the final. How heartbreaking is that? Terrible.
I don't care.
But what we will do is we'll end the stream here so Nick can say goodbye as well. Otherwise we've got to say 2 goodbyes. So I'll pass it over to you first because I know you've got to run soon.
I just want to thank you all for jumping on. Excited for the future of PSN and Schneps Media. Not going to spoil anything just yet. But thank you guys for listening. Think the Eagles have absolutely kill it. I think they did a great job in the draft. I would give this draft an A-. They were fantastic. I think they're one of the 3 main winners. Very pleased about what the future is for this Philadelphia Eagles team.
Yeah, absolutely. So I just wanted to say a couple of thank yous before we go. First and foremost to everyone that's come on and hosted tonight and over the past weekend. Nick especially has been a soldier. He hasn't even gone to the toilet. I've not seen him take a drink, not even have an itch, nothing. The guy is a machine. Very, very deserving of everything coming his way over the next few months. I'm super excited to have been able to get to work with him and to do so closer in the coming months. So just thank you for giving up your weekend to do this. Obviously, it's not something that we get paid for, these live streams. They're like an additional thing that we do because we love you. So it's easy for me to write myself into it, to actually get other people that are just enthusiastic and willing. It means everything. So Nick, to Brian and Chris, to Zach, obviously, who spent a huge chunk of time here, and to Morgan and Tommy, who, of course, helped bring the heartthrob scale up a little bit. We had our most views when they were here, but we are now on 15 when they've gone. That says all we need to know. But yeah, thank you to everyone at PSN for making my job this year a lot easier, just by being around and willing to work. And finally, obviously, to you guys, the 14 of you that are left, for sticking with us all the way through. The Eagles they've had 2 picks all day, and that's it. And they're in round 7. They didn't even have a 7th round pick, and we still stomached 30 odd picks. Just thank you so much. Again, it blows my mind that you would want to take a whole week, the NFL draft, biggest weekend of the year, and not only would you want to let us, take the first round and give us coverage, but the whole weekend you want to sit and listen to us and interact with us and hear our analysis and what we think and have jokes about, bestcams.fun and all the rest of it. It's been such an honor to have you guys on side. We're the luckiest people in the world to get to do this and to call you our community and to know that you read and watch our work. So thank you for giving us your weekend, and for having another year of PSN content. There's plenty more on the way. Thank you for just being a part of the journey, from when we first did these streams in 2020 to where we are now. A lot's changed, a lot more will, and it's only going to get better. So from myself, Liam Jenkins, there'll be plenty of Eagles content coming tomorrow on psn.com. Hopefully a video as well, just going over the draft. Enjoy your weekend, get some sleep, and we'll see you soon. Thank you for everything. Take care.
Only soul that has no helper. Oh, maybe I'm just alone. I trust my gut, but I've never let it go. So far now, I wanna know what you thought you had done when you allow me to be all the things that I'm not. Well, it seems like I'm caught every time you remind me. You're right to take away my pride. never thought I'd find no time to hide in my mind. In the hope you would stay. When you allow me to be all the things that I'm not, well, it seems that I'm caught every time you